Day 2 is about to start. We are getting ready for our first match of the day. We get a few new looks at some of those teams, and other teams are getting a chance to redeem themselves after their Day 1 performance. But first things first, let me remind everyone that you're not just here to witness fantastic Overwatch. No, you will also be getting drops, special drops for watching, and lots of other cool things coming your way. So make sure to, you know, get the bag.
Hey, should we talk about the skins? I love the weapon charms, all right? Get me some of those weapon charms.
Weapon charm enthusiasts.
Yeah.
Drops.
Same, actually, same. It's the little things.
Drops.
Drops. They do look nice. You're doing great, Danny. Keep it up.
I was
good background noise.
I was expecting some sort of, someone to stop me or anything, but you guys didn't, so I just kind of went on. And
no, you should keep doing it.
Yeah, I think again, you've been doing it really good. Another team which has been doing it really good has been Team Thailand.
Yeah.
Because Thailand yesterday were very convincing in their 2-0 victory.
Right, I mean, they looked dominant yesterday against Hong Kong, and yesterday the thing that I was looking out for was Titawat, because he, other than Titawat, everyone else was, they do play for the same team. So I was sort of worried how he was going to perform with the rest of the Team Thailand team, but I mean, he was fantastic, along with the people like, players that we're seeing right now, like Ace. All of these guys, they have the synergy, they have the cohesion, and I think, against today's Spain, I don't know, Johnny. I think Thailand has the upper hand, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I expected more from Calvin, like we saw here on Circuit Real, playing these slower Sigma compositions, but Thailand being able to play Doomfist as well, I mean, that's a great add. They can play different styles.
Yeah.
And here is a Spanish lineup. This is the first time we get to see them. What do we know about these guys, Johnny?
Well, they've had a couple of change-ups from the qualifier, so they have 2 new damage players coming into this lineup as well. Crazy Dragon was on the roster before, of course, but they've changed things up a little bit from the qualifier, so it is going to be a bit of a different look when it comes to the damage players. But like you're seeing here, Helv on the Winston is going to be a mainstay for these guys, and so that is probably the player that I'm looking out for. Obviously, I highlighted Helv earlier, but it is kind of like the pivotal role for Spain here, and it's really going to set the pace for this team. So we'll have to see what Spain brings with this kind of like fresh identity when it comes to this team. But yeah, I'm expecting pretty good things from Spain. And look, this is them essentially playing for the second spot in this group, right? Because we all agree that China, the team from China, is going to be the big favorite in this group, right? So if you're Thailand, if you're Spain, you kind of have to beat each other to get that second spot, right? So yeah, this match is really important for both teams.
Yeah. It really is. And obviously, Spain is coming into this with a bit of an advantage as they got to watch Thailand play yesterday. They now know that, Team Thailand, they look really good on those Doomfist compositions, etc. So maybe they've done their homework. If we're looking at predictions, I had to do it. Johnny, I had to do it. Gotta support Helv, of course. The lore is coming in clutch. Vamos, Hop Schweiz, but not really. It's actually Spain. But why not? Why not? Let's give this one to Spain. 2-1.
I think I'm pretty sure I won Thailand. I remember, did I go 2-0? There you go. They had a dominant. I don't know. I put in my predictions early in the morning. I don't know what I said, but I mean, hey,
you don't know what time before coffee, dude.
I'm happy with that one. 2-0 Thailand. They looked dominant yesterday, and I think they're gonna take it again against Spain today as well.
Yeah, I went with Thailand too. Look, they're so much fun. Thailand and Japan are like my two teams that I just love rooting for. So I'm going with Thailand in this matchup as well. They looked really clean yesterday, and I think they'll come out as the second team from this group.
Right on. Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to get the match started. We are ready. The teams are ready. So let's send it over to Moxie and Dustin for all the action.
Hello, welcome everybody back from the desk. Obviously, today we have an exciting matchup like the desk obviously previewed us for. Sorry guys for, kind of going into today. It's going to be exciting, Moxie. I mean, what do you think leading into this matchup between Spain and Thailand?
I mean, I'm really excited. Like the desk talked about, No one really expected Spain to make it through the qualifiers, and they were able to make it second in Group A because they were able to take a win against Team France. So they're going to be feeling pretty happy. Thailand, however, are not, because we have Emily here with us to be able to give us a little bit more info on why exactly Thailand are feeling a little bit of trepidation going up against Team Spain. These two have history in the World Cup, right, Emily?
Yes. Prior to this morning's match, we got to speak to Thailand a little bit, and they said that they face Spain every year in the Overwatch World Cup, and Spain has always been their toughest enemy. So they do hope to keep their momentum going like yesterday. Yesterday was a great match for Thailand. Everyone showed their best performance, and aside from Titawat and Opuja, who have had LAN experience, the other three never had it before, so they were a little bit nervous. But everyone just, put their A game, put their best foot forward, and I think that's how they were able to get their win yesterday. Now, speaking of
So we got
Spain,
Thailand versus
however,
Spain.
kind of like Reinforce mentioned earlier, they also just see themselves as the
Streaming early?
underdogs coming
Yeah,
in from qualifiers.
my
But
class is
overall,
canceled.
Spain's
So,
mindset is really
I actually just have no
positive,
class today.
and they have really young players in the roster, especially
So I
their
just
back
decided,
line,
I was
so
like, I
they
might as
want all
well,
of us to
stream. I
keep an
mean,
eye out for
day
the
2
best
of
back line
Overwatch
in
World
Europe.
Cup. I was like, might as well.
Finally,
Try it
I
out.
think I want to throw this over to
I know it's usually, it's definitely earlier than how I, when I usually stream, so I'm not expecting a whole bunch of people to come in, but yeah, I was like, I might as well,
Is that they're gonna play their Spanish
Plus, I get
style
drops
tiki
for this,
taka,
so.
like the Spanish national football team. So what do you think that means?
Lucky
How
I
does that
wish,
cross over to
yeah.
Overwatch?
It was kind of interesting that it happened literally today, too. I was like, oh, well.
Pass.
Who knows? Maybe my professor watches Overwatch World Cup as well.
No.
I'm just kidding. I doubt she does, but
I do not know soccer. Okay, it's soccer first of all. I mean, we are in the European matchup right now, so I mean, we'll see if
I'm still kind of tired, and I might also have to like go and grab food in between.
Meanwhile,
So
we're going to Ilios. First on Ruins,
I need to
in
figure out what to
particular,
actually get for
kind of
food.
Interesting compositions already decided by both Thailand and Spain.
Yeah, it's really
I need to
interesting
figure
that
out what to
Spain
get for
did say
food
that they were
first.
feeling that confident about their backline coming from the European contender scene. We are very familiar with both Kanel and Gala, and Kanel is one of those standout players who rose to prominence.
I might get some like chicken and
2022.
rice or something. I don't know.
Munich Health, however, has been around the scene a lot longer, and he's back on the Orisa. Oh, this makes my Clockwork Vendetta nostalgia goggles incredibly happy.
Look at this angle from Pat. Oh my.
Drifting over towards that
Damn.
bastion.
Wait, I gotta probably take that into consideration. Maybe I should do that when I'm on Ana.
With that Doom Fist, ready to go for a dive.
I'm hungry, but I don't got a lot right now. I just had some mozzarella. I'm planning on possibly getting some either chicken rice or a chicken burger, but I had a chicken burger yesterday, and
he makes back to his team in time, kind of thwarting Thailand's push for now. Also pushing
I don't know yet. I don't know if I want chicken and rice right now.
Across the map, what a nade on the Pali, and also Gala finding Titawat.
Dude, you know what's crazy? I want that Bastion skin so badly, but the thing is that I'm pretty sure that drop actually ended a while ago, and I'm so upset.
On high visions as well to reclaim the point.
Yeah, but Helva's just a monster of sustain.
Like,
it should
see,
be noted, however, that because Thailand were
Overwatch
able to take that first
World
gap, they were
Cup
able to stall it out for 70%.
Bastion
An 8
skin.
of those kills does mean he's pretty close to overclock, but Gala's gonna kick things off, not allowing Thailand any opportunity to try and engage cleanly.
Yeah,
for a fast
like I really
going
want
for that
the
counter,
Bastion
just
skin,
forcing
but
that dive further back, so that Crazy Dragon can look to invade this backline. Doesn't
I mean, I'm pretty sure it
Still keeps the
was
brig away.
Oh, yeah, nice pull.
money though, right? I'm pretty sure it was worth money. But I really wanted it, I'll be honest. It's just that I just didn't have enough. I just don't want to spend money on like the Bastion skin looks cool, but like I just don't want to spend money. I'll be honest. I don't want to work, dude. Just don't.
Oh, gorgeous
Simple as that.
amplification
Or just be like my professor and be like, oh yeah, like your classes are ended. They just like quite literally cancel classes. I was like, all right. I still have to figure out what to eat though. And
Oh,
they paused.
to be able to better infiltrate into
happened?
this back line, try and bully a little bit more of those abilities coming through from
It might have been a technical issue, something over there,
so you can
on the Spain side, I think.
Bastion without having to worry about the threat of that transformation, considering you're going to have the deflex to be able to keep yourself a little.
I need to actually make a new channel for my Discord for YouTube.
Having a bit of an audio issue on one of the team side. Looks
Audio issue. That's what.
Spain, but you know, both teams kind of figuring that out with the admins. Surely we'll be back in pretty soon, but obviously these first fights have been relatively close, Moxie. I mean, what do you think so far between this game?
Channel.
Spain has held on to the point now at 50% margins, but I mean they've kind of had some close calls.
Got a quiz to study for? Well, which quiz?
It's going to be really dicey for this dive to try
Which quiz did you say?
decide on a specific target, right? Because even if with the dive you're able to find a kill,
oh, they're back.
if it's not onto the Orisa, she's just going to fortify, stand on that point, and use that 45% damage reduction to wait for a regroup from the rest of the
gotta make.
Strike from Punk.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Tito actually cancels it. He only got one off. Nice punch from him, but then goes aggressive with his ultimate. However, Helb.
Oh, for Korean, I gotcha.
High Visions, who was looking to make a push here. Helb just kind of sitting in the middle.
Good luck with that. If you need any help, let me know.
Rallying against Orisa will eventually be able to kill him. But, I mean, with that too much resources invested in just taking out Helb, we'll see Punk still on the point, eventually be taken out by Tito1. Crazy Dragon.
Is it the same link?
But does Tito1 have enough damage with the rest of his team here? Down really low HP, and in fact, Gala will find him.
It is not. It is not the same link. I thought it was the same link for YouTube. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out my Discord thing here.
Oh my God, captive son into a
Gala's just better, bro. Gala's just better,
second,
truly.
But they have it back under their control.
Well, if that isn't backing up the statement of best backline in Europe,
Okay.
I don't know what is.
I got that up on my Twitch or my Discord. Sorry. All right, we're gonna go back to watching while I figure out what to get to eat for lunch. And I'm pretty sure that's gonna be like a win for Spain. Dude, Gala's nasty. I'm not even gonna lie. He is absolutely ridiculous on like support. Like I've seen him play in ranked, like on the actual ranked ladder. He's ridiculous.
They're gonna win this first round, and I can already see all the Twitch chat comments. Alari, by the way, support, by the way. I mean,
support, by the way. I mean, it's true. It is true.
Alari, it just feels
the
like
fucking support, bro.
Player credit. But I mean, that was awesome by Gala and the rest of Spain.
I mean, it's so tough.
What do we think I get? What do we think I get for lunch, by the way?
In that composition, right? You can't go for the Orisa because, I mean, if you send the Doomfist after, even with things like Power Block, it just gets
low-key want some chicken and rice.
By the Javelin, bro. You can't go for the backline.
I hate like eating on stream because I feel like that's just like I don't want to be like, you know, the fucking reaction streamers that like do nothing. They just do nothing and sit in front of a live stream or a video and like eat their food. Like I don't want to be like that sort of person. But like I kind of have to eat food, to be honest. It's already 2 and like, you know, it's basically lunchtime. Like I should get something.
Spain now rocking that same composition. Except with Canale on.
I was just not expecting to stream today, to be honest, because I didn't realize that my class was gonna get canceled.
To follow through, Moxie, they actually rotate
Spain's expected it though. They've got hit scan.
Yeah, they've got Punk on the Ash, Crazy Dragon as well, and that Tracer Helb is kind of the target here again, but Holly, kind of goes down for it. Did have some help from the Tracer. Eventually, they take out Helb, but I mean, it might be, you know, it takes so many resources just to kill Helb, where 3 members are already gone for Thailand before they kill him. Now Spain just has to rotate over to this point. Tito1 gets staggered.
That's because I literally just did a Korean quiz today. There's no break in this class. I'm internally screaming. Language courses are always the hardest, I feel like. They always just give you homework every single day. It's ridiculous. But I mean, like, I get it. It's understandable as to why.
It forces the other team into throwing in ultimates. Even if you lose the fight, you're still stacking.
What is that angle from Punk? Do we see that? Look at that.
Again, that sustain is absolutely insane, even if you target the Orisa.
That's an ugly angle. Oh my.
And Gala is absolutely unstoppable at the moment.
Oh yeah, maybe I need to use some of these angles on like Bastion, for example. I might actually have to try this. That's kind of sick.
Gala kind of playing that modern day flex support, just always on that rotate. Gets eventually back
Okay,
towards
if I
his
order
team
food
on the
right
Team
now,
side as they
it's
rotate
probably gonna
all the
take
way
like
around Thailand. Now,
ages
capturing that point,
for it to
but
become ready.
Spain eventually comes onto the objective to contest it, make sure.
I'm just gonna place my order. I don't care.
Now, pulse bomb from Crazy Dragon connects onto
Yeah,
Rapudo.
it's gonna take like an hour. So I'm just gonna look out for this email.
For Thailand, and now in the main side, it's just on Poly to live, and you can't save yourself from Crazy Dragon, who just killed 3 people in this fight. Ace though, after getting his own pulse bomb, came back to counter.
Nah, Spain wins this map, bro. That's just what it is. Gala's insane. Punk's got some nasty angles. That is ridiculous. I feel like Thailand is playing this a little bit too conventional. Well, what do I know? I'm just a filthy Masters player.
It's not even really a waste of mana.
I don't want to be like a fucking like armchair. I don't want to be like an armchair coach or anything like that. That's fucking cringe. But you know, that's just what I think.
All of the damage that Punk's done, you've built up Bob to be able to disrupt any spatial zoning.
Just don't like the spacing of assignments, quizzes, tests, and projects. Fair. That's fair.
I don't have some good ultimates, but no, their backline. I mean, Poly dead again. High Vision trades back. Punk goes down. So at least Thailand are getting trades in this fight. Becoming ultimate from Gala. Didn't really find a ton of value.
Due dates for big things are too close together. Yeah, that's what I don't like about some of these like language classes, or just like those classes in general. It's always like they always just never really space them out.
But Thailand claim that objective back and look for stagger kills.
But look at what Spain did. They recognized when those kills came through that they were going to lose that fight, and they held on to a lot of ultimates. Off of purely the captive son coming through from Gala, Thailand got so scared that they had to throw in 3 ultimates. Now they've only got Amplification Matrix, and they're hoping that Ace is going to be able to buy themselves the time.
Like I kind of remember my Japanese class was kind of similar in that regard, where they would.
One member first. Bob also offered.
Sorry, I'm logging into my email here. Where they would always like they would always give me like projects to do that would be like due within like the same week essentially. I always found that ridiculous, but it is what it is. It's their curriculum, I guess.
Yeah, but look at what Spain is going to be approaching. Helv's going onto the Winston so that Kinel has a better nano-boosted target for this dive engagement. Gala's going to be able to have a captive son. Ace does have the Pulse Bomb, and because they don't have that Baptiste, it does mean no immortality field. This Pulse Bomb has to be on point.
On this right
now I just gotta wait for my food.
Slow enough anyways, though, so they do kill him.
Next semester I'm not taking a language course, so that should be a ton off my schedule. Yeah, I will be taking a language course I think my senior year or something like that, because right now I'm just getting all my major courses out of the way for my junior year. I mean, I'm basically like done with my major courses actually. Like I think I only have like 2 more courses left, like 2 more classes to take, and they're like both 3 credit courses, and like it's done. That was a very smart play from the Pali, but it's just unfortunate he got dove instantly. But that was a very good bait, you know, to get the Winston, because he had ult. But Thailand brought it back. Not gonna lie, Thailand brought it back.
From Team Thailand, love the diva, love the fact as well that they gave up on the Echo. They were seeing that it wasn't getting value. They were taking so
my schedule for the spring gives me a lot of free time, so I'm excited for that. That's good. It's good. I don't know about my next semester. For me, I don't think it's gonna give me that much free time. We'll see though. Hopefully.
To start actually popping off and worming their way into the backline, and that diva.
Because I kind of like my schedule for this semester. It's been pretty chill. It's been pretty good. But I know next semester is gonna be a little bit more.
To enable that nano boost, and every single time Spain wanted to have the opportunity to use it, they were disrupted. They were having to turn around to all of the backline threats that Team Thailand were providing.
The disruption, as you described it, I mean, Thailand really good at just coming back constantly. Running a very similar composition that they did in the previous one as well. Meanwhile, Spain walking to that Winston this time. Full through, but Help, I mean, takes a ton of poke already. Very low, 20% health remaining on him. Will get healed up, but that's a lot of space gone for the likes of Spain. Pylon also goes down from High Vision, as Gala obviously went for a bit of a flank angle on the top side. Nice anti-grenade connects onto Thailand, but it's Titawat to find Gala on the back side. Hook and Crazy Dragon come together though and find 3.
I'm pretty sure Helv is a contenders player now.
will claim the
I'm pretty
objective
sure
first.
Helv is a contenders player.
Gorgeous Anthony, like
If I remember correctly.
From Kinale.
So he's good.
Immortality Field had already been invested earlier before the
And of course, Gala is just
So
insane.
the second that is
At support,
gone,
so.
Spain just pull the trigger and really initiate in with that dive composition. High Vision is actually going back to spawn, probably to swap back onto the Genji. Yeah, there it is.
Also,
They
is
tried
the
echo, they
audio
wanted
too
to try and
loud?
Control all of the lanes of High Vision, so that Punk wasn't
for
getting
the
just a shooting gallery to pick up these
whatever,
players
for
on
the
rotation, but it's just not working
the
out
stream.
because Spain were able to take that first.
Like, let me know if it's too loud,
Over the top, it needs to be
or if like my
contested, and
audio
he
just
goes down low
doesn't
without
sound
having
balanced
support
enough.
there, so excellent dive from Thailand. Kanale pops the nano boost on Helv, so they're trying to come back in this.
Sounds fine to me.
down a
Okay,
member of their
that's good.
team.
Just wanted to make sure, because I do have it all the way up.
Meanwhile, High Vision trades back help, so it is now actually in favor of Thailand. They come back through after the nano boost.
As of right
was
now, I don't have
used
any classes on
Spain's
Friday.
side as
Nice.
Thailand hold the-
That's unless I decide to add another class.
Yeah,
Nah.
just taking a little bit
Nah,
of a
just
dive to be
stick
able
with
to
the
get that mech back
stick with no
the
classes
boosters.
on
He will
Friday.
be back
I mean,
in
I
the
only
fight
have one
before
class on
Spain are
Friday, and
ready
I'm
to
pretty sure I'm
regroup,
gonna have like
especially since
no
he's just
classes on like
waiting
Tuesday or something
for
like that. We'll
everyone
see.
to move past him so he can
Which I
jump
like
on
those
this
sort of
backline. I think he's been
schedules.
spotted out, however, is Helv and Punk will collaborate to push the Tracer away and keep Kanale safe.
At least the dive isn't necessarily in the back line.
Oh, I think it hit the shield. That's really unfortunate, but that was a good pulse bomb. I'm not gonna lie.
To negate the damage potential, Gala still finds Ace.
You know, I want to get good at Tracer at some point, man. I really want to get good at Tracer.
Polly come together to find Crazy Dragon and also drop that window too. So they want to win this fight, even though they're missing one of the members of their team. Ollie will go down to Helv as well. Prop the Primal Rage.
I just never played Tracer, really.
Also being popped for Thailand too. Commit the Diva Bomb, and they still lose Titawatt towards the point. Perfect shield usage from Gala, and the rest of Spain kind of regroup around this point. There's no tank here, so not a lot of point presence necessarily for Thailand. They're just going to run in and stagger.
But it's stall.
Yeah, I mean, they do get the stall down up to 70%, so you're right. I mean, they get some sort of...
Thailand's playing really well. I'm not gonna lie. This is a lot closer than I expected it to be. I'm really hoping for some good games today, because like yesterday was pretty boring. Not gonna lie. So really hoping for some closer games today. Ooh, what a stick! Wow. He got that nano here. He got that blade off on Ana. That's nuts. I was actually worried that he was gonna lose that. Like Ana could have literally just like spit on him and would have died. Wow.
And also gets the nano boost re-engaged as well. Punk over the top does have EMP available.
Oh, they're playing Sombra.
Use it. In fact, he goes down with it. Ace and the rest of his team come
Interesting. He swapped off
so that's the
Ash.
big ultimate for Spain gone now. As Thailand understanding that maybe they just want to win right here now. Help gets the Primal Rage though. Very low HP. Will pop it. Eventually the rally comes through from Apudo as well. So
He's trying to get her off the map. It's not happening now. It's unfortunate.
Punk to come back. Now he drops the EMP, but it's after Helv is gone. Diva Bomb as well from Titawatt to zone at the point. Crazy Dragon's only able to find one. Kanale will find High Visions at the very least. Apudo's so low too. No. More support for Thailand. At least Spain have Kanale. It's Ace on that point, trying to find the support of Spain, but he cannot. And the rest of Spain on the outside do claim the objective and are looking for snaggers on Thailand.
Both of those teams were desperate to win a sustained fight.
This is so close.
Try to go into the Doomfist to be able to tap back in time. Pele as well.
They literally have no ults. Like Tracer, the Tracer ult is probably. Oh, okay. Gala's gonna have ult actually. I was about to say, like, I feel like the Tracer ult is probably going to make or break who's gonna win here. At least for Thailand.
Didn't find anything. Now it's just gonna be Spain trying to buy themselves the time to build up these support ultimates, so they can sustain on that point and take it to last fight.
Helv chased again, but it's Punk to come out on top, taking out Highland's support. Meanwhile, also all of them are just kind of
no way
at the moment. I mean, the rally here on the point too. Nobody's able to touch in time either, and it was.
They rally, nano rally on Brig. Wow.
It's really unfortunate for Thailand.
That was actually kind of nuts.
Swap onto the Echo to try.
I thought they were gonna do it for like the monkey or something, but that was actually pretty smart.
Punishing as possible. They know that the Ash from at the very start of the round has been removed, swapped out for that new rework Sombra, which means
it should be
be
Look at this guy,
open
smiling
season for the Echo, but it doesn't happen.
all smiley
Both
and
of the
shit.
supports are just so close to both the Nano Boost and the Rally that by putting all of that threat onto the tank, who just soaks up all of that damage and translates it into ultimate charge for Team Spain's backline, suddenly they are gift wrapped.
All right, so next one has to be like a hybrid map then, right? Because I mean they did
so smart.
they did
from the likes of
CP.
Spain. Let's take a look at the highlights of
So
the
now it's gotta be
match.
hybrid.
Map number 1 in this first of 2. I mean, obviously you got the captive son from Gala yeeting it across the map into Ace. I mean, that's just the solo kill for this thing. We're just running away. You can't. He's like, looked at. He's like, what do I do? What do I do about that? Gala also.
That was pretty good from Gala. Like, this guy is ridiculous.
It's not just that captive sun damage that you have to worry about, right? It is the bird's eye view that Alari is given as
That is good.
See some fire there, by the way, Moxie, in the cameras. Obviously, from the likes of Spain. I mean, it's a hype matchup between these two teams. Obviously,
These guys are both
Thailand
really
has
good.
a storied
Oh,
organization in their own side, and also
no
another.
way.
Jump up out of your seats. I love that. That's some good energy out of both
That's
teams
good. That's
for this
really
matchup.
fucking
I mean,
good. That's what we like to
truly,
see.
some
Some
I mean, it's gonna be a close
competition,
one,
man.
Moxie,
That's what
between
we've been needing in the
all these teams
Overwatch
on the next
League.
map.
There's a lot of energy for all of these players. As you can see, oh my goodness, I love these player reactions so much.
That is
They are
great.
so
Oh my
happy
gosh,
to
man. That
be
is
here.
actually
Like
just
we've already
phenomenal. That's
talked
great.
about,
That's wonderful.
right?
I'm
Some
actually
of
so
these
happy that this
teams
is
were
happening.
not expected to be able to make it as far as they did. And
Oh,
now
it's a-
that they are here, they're out to prove.
Yeah. No,
not
it's a
just to
it's a
everyone
payload
watching,
map
but to
then. No, it's not even
themselves as
hybrid.
well,
It's just
to their
payload.
regions,
Rialto.
cheering them on behind the scenes. That this
So
is
Thailand
why
picked,
Overwatch is
Rialto.
such a beloved esports all across the world.
Rialto will be our next map as chosen by Thailand. But
By the
before
way,
we
I
go
just
to
wanna
Rialto,
say the
we have to
music
go to a short break. So guys,
that
don't go anywhere.
These guys
Be right
play
back.
are so good. So good. The music that they play is just great. I'm gonna be honest. Now it's not Rocket League type music, right? Like it's not Rocket League, you know, like that. The Rocket League music is a lot more hype, in my opinion. But like, this is not bad. The music is actually not that bad. I like it. Also, I feel like production, like overall, like camera production is pretty good. I don't know if anybody agrees, but wow, look at that. Look at that tracking, by the way, by Crazy Dragon. That is ridiculous. This guy is nuts. Wow. This is what I'm really excited for. Japan versus Saudi. Because this is going to be I feel like this is going to be a very close match. Japan and Saudi, like Japan was looking really good against France the other day. Even though they 2-0 swept them essentially, but like let's be honest, France also played pretty well. It's just like they probably just weren't in the rhythm. I mean, first day games are usually pretty much sweeps for the most part. But I am expecting Japan and the Saudi Arabia game to be very close. Like Saudi, their team is nuts. Like they're absolutely cracked at the game, and then Japan as well. Like they have great players. So I have a feeling that Japan versus Saudi is going to be a very close game. I'm actually interested in what the Hong Kong versus China one is going to be. I'm rooting for Team Hong Kong. That's just me. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. I mean, you got the flag back there. But I'm actually very interested in seeing that. And then we're going to see USA actually play for the first time today. So we'll see how they do against France. We're also going to see Canada. So I do want to see how Seeker's playing as well. I want to see Seeker play on today as well. Because I didn't get to see him yesterday because I was in class. But of course, Korea is is up 1 point. Great Britain and Australia up 1 as well, which is good. I don't think yeah, I don't think is Korea. No, Korea's not going today, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, no, Korea's not going today. So Korea, I believe, is going. When are they going? They're going on Wednesday. Yeah, they're going on Wednesday. They're going against Finland. Oh, that's going to be a good match. That's going to be a very good match. We're going to be going against Japan. US is going to be going against Japan. And then basically whoever comes out on top here plays for Friday and Saturday.
What a series, what a game, what a way to start off World Cup. Yesterday was awesome. Today seemingly is going to be even better. Moxie, obviously, between these two teams, they're going to have a little bit of changes, as well as, I mean, we saw the player cams earlier with all of the energy and all of the screaming from both teams. I mean, it's awesome to have a land back. We're going to have Bones come in for Crazy Dragons for the side of Spain. A bit of a change up for them.
Yeah, and we're changing up the map as well. Team Thailand.
So who'd they change? Bones. They changed Bones. So they changed the Bones. So that's another DPS player.
So this is going to be
I'm be honest. I'm not too familiar with Spain's team other than Gala and Helv. I'm not too familiar with anyone on Team Thailand as well, unfortunately. So I apologize, but like they're playing very well. I will say that they're playing extremely well.
Value on the attacking side as they just push up all around that side area where the health pack is in gardens, up into the high ground on the bridge where Anna's like to be able to sit back feeling a little bit safer. But
yeah, Rialto's going to be interesting.
Not so safe
We'll
anymore.
see. Let's see what comp they choose.
It's horrific. It's hard to deal with a lot of those flanks. I mean, but with the likes of Spain, I mean, they talked about it. Emily mentioned it, how the team of Spain mentioned how they have a really talented backline, and they do. Obviously, with both Gala and Kanale kind of boasting some of the best, backlines in the entirety of World Cup, and they kind of proved it on that last map. So, Moxie, if you're that flanking tracer, would you think you'd be a little scared of the likes of Spain in their support duo?
Absolutely. I mean, if Gala is on that Illari,
yeah,
we've already seen
Gala's
he
nuts.
does not miss those shots. You have to be on absolute fire if you want to be able to catch that backline when they're a little bit vulnerable. And it's something that Team Spain have been able to do to such a devastating impact, because what they basically do is they know that the Illari can keep herself safe. So it allows Helv to be a lot more aggressive in terms of how long he's staying in those forward positions, baiting out a lot of that focus fire coming through from Team Thailand, which gives the DPS from Team Spain such a huge advantage in the amount of attention that isn't directed towards them. And a DPS that isn't being looked at is a DPS that's going to be coming up in the right side of the kill feed.
Oh yeah, I mean, and there was a lot of that in the last one as well, Punk and Crazy Dragon as well, but now Bones coming in for a bit of a change-up. Is this the first time we're seeing a little bit of Ryan or Junker Queen Moxie potentially for
He's using Life Weaver?
What was he doing?
He was teasing the Life Weaver.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, the character's good, right? I mean, it has a ton of sustain, but not enough.
No way.
No,
Right, surely.
The Weaver has left the building. It has been replaced by a Brigida. No surprises. The composition that Team Thailand have.
That's unfortunate, truly. That would be pretty cool if we could see some Life Weaver today.
Into motion. All of these really long
But I think, yeah, I mean, it has to be expected. They're playing Sniper for the most part, flying characters, or really anyone with like pretty decent mobility. May is an interesting pick, but we'll see if they can make that work. I'm actually interested in seeing how that's going to work.
Do you really want to reveal your hand that quickly? Yep, he's going for it, but doesn't see anyone.
Oh, I don't know if you want to 1v1 Gala, be honest. No matter how good you are on Widow. Like, just Iari in general. I think, wait, is he going for a flank? Is Gala going for a flank here? Where is he? Where's Gala? Yeah, he's going for a flank. Look at him, look at him, look at him. On the right side.
Ace as well, sitting at the back of the map.
Oh, they got rid of him. I saw the vision though. I saw it.
He went off screen for a bit of a flank by himself, and that results in his death. So now Spain, they're 4 versus 5. Thailand, you don't have the advantage.
Yeah, Bones used that Maywall not to block line of sight from either the Echo or the Widow, but to enable Helv onto that high ground to try and contest Titawat, and it left them exposed. And now that crossfire that we were talking about came fully into motion. Look at what Pale is playing as well. He is absolutely untouchable given the fact that Spain, by run both the Mei and the Bastion, the Mei to be able to just block and set the Arista up to try and find an isolation, and the Bastion to chunk through as much damage as possible. They don't actually have any flank potential other than Gala on the Alari.
Amplification matrix used, but eventually given up on T-Watt, or T-Watt will go down so fast. Well, High Vision's in the copy, able to melt Punk, so finds his copied counterpart, and also onto Gala. Apudo also came through with the is able to find a lot of damage. And Spain gets team wiped. Thailand will hold again.
Yeah, there is absolutely nothing that Spain can do to be able to take space. If Thailand are able to just
this is looking like it's looking in favor of Thailand right now. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that is a nasty angle. I didn't even realize you could do that.
Go back yet again to the crossfire setup.
Oh, if that was old Widowmaker, Kaneo would have been dead there. So
I know Quizlet gives me ads when I'm trying to learn vocab.
Fire for his team will also give them.
You gotta make money somehow.
Also a nade connected onto Spain. Rally from Apudo. They want to go aggressive with it, but they're walled off for now. Kaneo also used their mortality build. Punk now actually commits an artillery strike defensively, but I mean he's already lost Kaneo. Held comes through with a Terror Surge over the top. Diva Bomb to zone him out for now, but Health will get that mega health pack. Stay relatively healthy. The cart though not pushing, by the way. So while Spain is looking for this off-angle fight, the objective isn't even moving an inch forward.
No one's pushing the cart though, so they. I mean, they could win the team fight here, but they won't be able to get it to choke.
I mean, Spain, they're just going to slowly get whittled down to literally nothing here at the moment. T1 will come back.
Oh, wow. Jesus. Okay, High Vision is just popping off. That's just what it is. Oh my god. Oh, that support, by the way. Support. They recently started doing that. I'm like, please stop. Yeah. They might, you know, it might be like asking for like a subscription service or something now. You never know. No way. Okay, where's he gonna put this window? That's what I want to know. This is a kind of this. Oh, right there actually. Wow. That was an ugly fight. I'm not gonna lie. Now they're popping off. Not Thailand. No way. Thailand just fucking full holds this. They played it in their favor.
Ace going for that 1v1. That was just a support versus support ultimate matchup. I mean, Baptiste window really doing not a lot here at all. Kaneo's going to swap over to that Ana because of it. Nana, a rally first by Apudo, and then Polly dropped it with the Nana.
They got touched though.
Now we're going to overtime. T1 touches that objective to make sure it's not moving any further. Into the sky, High Vision goes. Gets that Brigitte health pack as well, stays alive. Ace over the top sign with the pulse bomb, forces up the deflect, now tries to find Bones. Also,
oh my god, almost killed.
But can't connect with the pulse bomb. Meanwhile, Punk gets slapped on the outside after finding the Brigitte. Ace will be able to find Gala.
No, wow. Wait, they might be able to clutch this. Wait, it's actually clutchable. It's actually so winnable. It's actually so winnable. No. No,
it's just Punk now because Ace has been doing so much on Tracer, though Punk able to find him in this last fight. High Vision's able to
wow, they actually full held. That is nuts.
Gone for the likes of Spain.
That is nuts.
On that defensive hold.
Yeah, unfortunately for Team Spain, there were just no ultimates. They're able to use Help's Bubble to block out the threat of the self-destruct, but
am I seeing Gala use a fucking membrane keyboard?
Team Thailand is doing such a good job of occupying
There's no way, right?
attention, so the blade is not built up. The Genji does not have the ultimate ready, and Team Spain, even though they try and stagger onto that point, they have absolutely no ultimate to be able to anchor their presence.
What a hold.
Force Team
What a hold,
Thailand
honestly.
into a full regroup.
I mean, you would think maybe for Spain, you go back to the drawing boards a bit. It could be also, you know,
my order is being prepared. I will have to go and grab my food afterwards, so I will have to leave the stream real quick. But if anybody comes in and wonders what happens to me, just let them know. Or I can just put it on my stream actually here. Let me actually add.
Taking full advantage of this really open courtyard that we talked about, right? Spain, they run a composition that relies on everyone sort of rolling as one ball all together. There's no one who's really available to go look for those flanks, which means that the crossfire is never being pressured the way that you want to with the crossfire. You always have to try and keep
Okay,
attention.
I'm just
on
gonna get
the
that ready.
two players involved in the crossfire.
I'll put that there.
Rather than focusing your attention solely on the one, because it means that the other DPS is then getting that free field that
Just wanted to put that there. Get that ready. They're playing Bastion. Okay. Bastion, May, Orisa. They're playing full meta here.
Given the fact that Orisa is such a good anchor to be able to hold this position for as long as possible, where it's going to get a little bit dicey is if they lose control of the first corner, because the map widens out and the May will lose so much value as a result.
This is actually a very aggressive hold so far for Spain over the top, but Talon are avoiding it at the moment. They're getting
they were able to get Pally.
Because they're ignoring them, Polly will go down. I looked at their backman actually ran up behind the side of Spain, resulting in that Ana going down early, so not a lot of heals now for Thailand. Thailand actually swap over to the Baptiste. Titowa will also lose that mech right after a support respawn. Pudu also goes down. Titowa will jump into the water too, so far Spain have got him in and off the clock.
Yeah, but Team Thailand doing a very good job of forcing Spain into going for that drop down, contesting the point, and that payload is a lot closer to the full part of Courtyard where the Maywall is going to lose the value because it's not immediately going to section off the entirety of Alley.
Yeah, it looks like they're a bit split at the moment. Helv over the top, looking for that pressure. I mean, he can constantly do
they're just trying to hold or trying to push top, honestly, but they kind of have this bunker down.
2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Ivision going for a bit of a flank.
Oh my god, Punk!
Goes so low.
Yeah, he fell. That's unfortunate, truly. Now their main damage is gone. What's up, Blazer? How's it going? How the game's going? I'm actually not gonna be playing today. I'm just gonna be watching. I'm just gonna be doing the Overwatch like watch party. Just watching their World Cup right now. So Thailand versus Spain as of right now. I don't know if I'm gonna be playing Overwatch later. I'm gonna be honest. I might. We'll have to see. If not, I'm probably just going to only stream this, or it's going to be like some Destiny. We'll see. But I know this stream ended up being a little bit earlier than most people actually kind of realized, because my class got canceled. So I quite literally had time.
Yeah, Punk's trying to buy Spain.
Still at school and I have class later at 3:30. That sucks, man. Well, don't worry, you won't be missing too much. I mean, I'll be streaming the entire World Cup here, so it's gonna be going on until like around 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so no worries. Even if you miss some of it, I feel like the games that I'm kind of more interested in are the China versus Hong Kong and France versus US. I feel like those are going to be the most interesting games. So as well as Japan and Saudi, but that one's happening actually after this. So you might miss this one. We'll see. Wow, no way they clutched that up. Wait. Okay, so Thailand only has one more touch. There's no way, right? There's no way Spain holds this, right? That would be nuts.
And this is great for Spain, because with the soldiers' better mobility, you can get back into the fight super quickly, but you now have a hit scan to keep the echo in check. Held back on that high ground is going to be
now that is actually going to be nuts if they're able to full hold this.
To stop anyone pushing up onto this high ground, as you can see, Titowa's boosters immediately just shoved away by the javelin spin as Team Talon's going to invest.
Oh, Polly's not looking too good. No way. Wow. Wait.
Yeah, that's horrific. I mean, Ace with the overclock eventually will fall to help.
No, wait, don't C9, don't C9, don't C9, don't C9.
At the moment, Spain against, having such a horrible attacking side. Now on the defensive.
Spain full held that.
Get the 2-0 victory over Thailand.
You are kidding.
Expect that to happen when you look at how that first round of Rialto played out. Team Thailand looked like they had it on lock. This is very obvious.
Spain actually won.
That they feel incredibly confident on, that they've been rehearsing, that they've been able to just choreograph this dive composition. Unfortunately, Team Spain have also choreographed.
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Props to Team Spain, man. That is absolutely nuts that they were able to pull that off.
I said that the Bastion and Orisa would find a lot more value when they're anchoring space as opposed to trying to monopolize it away from a team already in control of it, and that's exactly what happened. Every single time Team Thailand tried to push into Team Spain, they had so many different abilities.
I'm in shock. Truly, I'm in shock. That is nuts. That is ridiculous.
Accelerating through their entire ultimate economy to try and buy that space back. And something like a rally, or even just Halv going for a fortify with the javelin spin, meant that all of those threats that the ultimate should provide immediately went up in smoke. Really smart stuff coming through from Team
Spain wins that.
This is why they're one of these teams that you do not want to sleep on.
No, I mean, they look so good, as you mentioned. Now, obviously looking forward into this group, we'll have to see if they have a chance at some of the other opponents. But in that matchup with Thailand, I mean, it was super close, Monk, so you can't really call it Thailand either. But we'll have to wrap it up, or we'll have to see what the desk has to say about it in just a second. Desk, what do you think about that game, Spain versus Thailand?
Thank you so much. We're back here to break down all the action we just got to witness between Spain and Thailand. It was a close match. It was an explosive performance and a great first look at Spain. I personally never doubted. I don't know about you, Danny and Johnny. My prediction game, not so good.
Yeah, my prediction game hasn't been going that well ever since yesterday.
I mean, also we were just having fun with it. Like we were predicting with our hearts for this one.
So I guess we're gonna have Saudi versus Japan coming up, right? Because that's it. Spain moves on.
Hey, you know, you win some. I got Japan yesterday. I took an L today with Thailand. You know, I'll let you have this one.
Well, you know who took the W? Spain did, and in what wonderful
They
fashion.
played very well.
There are so
They
many
played very well.
players to highlight.
I'll be honest.
There are so many things to point out. So let's dive straight into the highlights and talk about how Spain got it done.
Still waiting on my order.
This was a crucial win now for Spain. Like I mentioned going into the match, of course, that when you're in this group with the team from China, of course, they're going to be the favorites hands down to get the first seed. So it really was a matchup between two teams that are vying for that second spot and make it to the playoffs at BlizzCon later this week. I think that Crazy Dragon has some really good performances here on the Tracer, you know, getting to the back line. It was something we talked about while we were watching the game, just like, wow, Pali is struggling, you know, a bit for the Thailand here, and Oputo on the Briggy as well. Not really making sure that his flex support stays alive, right? So a bit of a struggle, but it really felt like the dive and the early picks in these fights came through from Spain. So that's a great first showing that you can play a lot of different, you can play dive compositions, but you can also tell on the Orisa, like what Boxy also were, you know, try to point out several times throughout the series.
Yeah, I think
the fact that he was able to,
because he's a big name, and it really
to absolutely just get away from that pulse bomb as well is ridiculous.
But his switch to the Orisa, like, it did so much for Team Spain, and I think, yeah, it was very impressive. And I just love these guys just taunting Thailand, like even the banter between these two was just so good.
Top two advanced to bracket. Okay, so we really have to. I really want to see how China and Hong Kong play. I'm be honest.
Both teams obviously were having a great old time on the server. Spain.
Well, as of right now, it looks like Spain and Thailand are doing pretty well.
They did have a great first match yesterday against Hong Kong. So, you know, not all hope is lost, and it was...
Yeah, that's going to be happening. When is China versus Hong Kong? That's going to be happening...
Unfortunately, they got fuller held.
5 p.m. today.
I think they have a lot of footage though to review and a lot of takeaways from this particular match against Spain. So I am looking forward to seeing them coming out strong in their next match. We of course will be getting ready for our second match of the day. That one will be fought out between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Japan. So stick around for this one. We're heading into a quick break, and after that we're going to break down all the action.
Nice. I'm on Diva no dash. Diva no dash. Diva no dash. Diva no dash.
Let's go. Let's go, guys.
That was nice. That was nice, man. Love, dude. They have great energy. That's the sort of competition we want to see, man. That honestly, that is the sort of competition we want to see. So, if we reload this. Also, do I get my drops? Almost. Drops are almost there. Still says 1-0. I thought it was 2-0, no? This is map 2. First to 2, no? Oh, there we go, there we go. Okay, now they updated it. Okay, yeah, so Spain wins. Nice, 2-0. Nice. So now it's gonna be Japan and Saudi. Oh, this is gonna be a really good match. I can just see it. I can just see it happening. I wonder if, like, during these matches, I wonder if these guys are allowed to stream, right? Like, say for example, like you're in that room, right? Like, are they allowed to stream the match, like, from their own POV? That's what I want to know. Or maybe they can't because, you know, maybe like privacy issues, right? Like, for example, if maybe someone on the other team like joined their stream or something like that, right? And like figured out, oh, this is the comp that they're playing. I don't know. I wanted that Bastion skin, man. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, I got the Orisa skin though. I actually like the Orisa skin. It looks pretty cool. That was nuts, honestly. The hold that they had was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, seriously, what a hold. What a hold, man. God, dude, Gala just carried that. I'll be honest, Gala just absolutely carried that that whole entire team fight. Because they just couldn't stagger them. They just didn't stagger them. And that was it. And then the entire team gets back. Very well played. Very well played. All right, so we should be seeing Japan and Saudi today.
This is day 2 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023. 1 match down and 5 more to go. We are ready for an explosive day once again. Day 1 absolutely delivered, and we're here.
Oh, there she goes.
Zoe, no, we lost her.
No. Oh, she's back. She's back.
Oh, is she back?
Is she back?
She's gone.
Is she back?
Okay.
Well, I mean, should we? All right. So, I mean,
we're gonna talk about.
Yeah, talk about pricing, Johnny.
Talk about the bundle. Talk about the bundle, Daddy. You need to get the soda. Zoe's just hearing. I'm just hearing no from Zoe. I don't know if everyone else can hear it. But yeah, make sure you get the World Cup
My
bundle.
Korean vocab is weird this time. It's not sticking to my brain. Have you ever tried physically writing it down like on flashcards by any chance? I feel like that would probably help a lot more than like, you know, reading it on Quizlet, right? Because Quizlet can only do so much.
Hello.
Hello.
So
Hello.
Participate, grow the World Cup prize pool, everybody, and also you get the chance to get the nice looking skins of Sojourn and Lucio as well.
Yeah.
That's true. And also,
welcome back, Zoe.
you know, just testing everyone, keeping you all on your toes.
Yeah.
The panic, the absolute panic.
Yeah.
I heard every second of it, so I don't know what actually happened, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, speaking of explosive
Right.
situations.
So we got Group D going against each other now. Japan versus Saudi.
Standings after all the games.
This is gonna be close. I have a feeling this is just gonna be a close game, man. Honestly.
Pretty clear favorites for most of the groups, as in which top 2 teams advance. Johnny, has anything changed for you?
Yeah, the words are
after
just
1 day of
long and some are
matches?
too similar.
Yeah,
Okay, that makes sense.
I don't know about you. I'd say top 1.
I mean, at that
I'm
point, I
convinced
think
about top 1.
it's less about like memorization and just more about like probably using those words more. Like if you start like saying it a lot more and you know what the word means, then I don't know. It helps you. Maybe it helps like
apart from that,
the
like,
word
really,
to stick
it's
in your
wide
brain.
open. I don't know who's going to get second in all of these groups.
But I don't
who's
know.
going
That's
to make it to the
that's
playoffs.
something that
So,
just kind of happened for
really
me. That worked for
fun
me.
rest of the group stage we have in front of us these next 3 days with lots of matches that could go either way.
True.
Who's the most unlikely yet the one you want to advance the most, Danny?
Unlikely?
The most unlikely, but like with your heart, like you need them to win.
Listen, no, I think
I'm rooting for
gonna say
Japan
this.
personally.
I think
Japan. I think
unlikely.
Japan's got
they
this.
have a chance, but I mean, they did get the loss yesterday. But I am rooting for Mexico. You know, Viva la Mexico, vamos Mexico. I'm still rooting for you guys.
That's right. Never give up.
Can I say Group B, Brazil? If Brazil makes it through over Canada and like Australia, that would be like one of the biggest World Cup upsets we've had in at least 4 years.
Why are they talking about Mexico and Canada?
That would be really fun.
I love that there are so
Japan
many
and
teams
Saudi is
which
next.
Previously
Hello?
in Overwatch World Cups, they
What?
have not actually ever been able to get past qualifiers.
Should be
past
happening.
preliminaries. So for some of them,
within the
like
next 5
anything,
minutes.
like coming out
And
of the
I will
group
be
stage
getting
would
these,
already be the best result
sprays.
they could have possibly had, and that makes it all the more exciting. You can't help but root
Do you
for
only get
all of those
Group A and
teams.
Group B
Now, let's talk
sprays?
about
Do you not
two
do you
more
not get
teams we get to see today.
do you not
Japan,
get C and
we've already
D,
seen
or is that
their opponents
part of the
today.
bundle? Let me
This is
guess.
going to be our first look. But first, let's
All
chat
right.
about Team Japan. Lots of standout performances across the board from this very team. We expected the cohesion, and they showed up.
Yeah, that cohesion, their team synergy really.
That's the
came in
thing, the
clutch
words are
for
just
them.
weird, like it
And, you know,
doesn't
not
look
a lot
like
of
it would
people
translate to a certain
expected
term.
them to be friends, but I mean, they did it. You know, there was 2-0 for Japan yesterday against France, and they got. You know, I think there were a lot of
Look at this, look at
players
this
that
punch,
surprised
man. Look
a
at
lot
it.
of
Oh
us, like
my
people like
lord.
KSG on that Doofus, Nico
Oh
as
my
well.
lord. I mean,
was a
KSG
standout
is just
player yesterday, and of course,
ridiculous.
I'm gonna keep doing it. Q loud,
Could also
baby.
just be because I'm
loud for
tired.
Cloud.
I mean, yeah, if you need to just take like a break.
I'm loud for Cloud, baby. You know, and so, you know,
That's what I
they
feel
got
like would
a lot
probably
of
help
things
you the
going
most, 'cause
for
I feel
them,
like you've
and
just
on
been
top of that,
studying
you know,
like
you
a
can see
shit
that they're
ton
really
all
hungry
day.
for this, and they're, you know, they're eager to win.
Yeah, but so is their opponent team. I mean, we know most of these players from Twisted
Oh,
Minds,
so they're
and
not,
joining them is no other than Storm and
they got
Jack, who has
Yubi
had
and
a
Quartz.
very
So they're not putting
successful year
Yazan?
on to define the Overwatch League. Johnny, what do you expect to see from
Is
this?
Yazan
Well,
Yazan
judging
not
from the
playing?
starting lineup and the fact that we don't see Labda in the starting lineup, who usually specializes and plays some of the kind of like flying heroes, I guess you can classify them as in this game. But I think instead it's going to be about Quartz, right? Like we're seeing right now on the Widowmaker and some of these hit scan heroes. That is like really the pivotal player for this team. Obviously, Surmajet, as you said, probably the most successful player on this team. But that being said, I mean, this team is essentially Twisted Minds from Contenders Europe. And they've been the best team in European Contenders all year, right? So this is actually quite a powerhouse.
They didn't
with
mention
really
Yazan
good
at all.
players. And I'm expecting a pretty good performance coming in here in
Interesting.
their first match out of so many rest of this group stage.
And I don't know if I remember correctly, but I do feel like when Emily got some insight from Japan yesterday, they did mention that they've never been able to actually play against one of the European teams. So while there is a lot of tape on the team from Saudi Arabia, or rather on the Twisted Minds roster, they've not had the first-hand experience of actually going up against them. Would make it very, very interesting. Now, we do have Emily once more for an inside scoop. Emily, what you got for us?
Yes, that's right, Zoe. They hadn't had a chance to scrim with any of the EU teams. And believe it or not, Team Japan has actually been nerfed by traveling. Coming in from their win against France, they're hoping to keep up their momentum and confidence. And when I asked them if they felt like there were any challenges against KSA or USA, they said no challenges per se, but we believe we can win, as we always do. But the environment in the US is very different from Japan, so they're still acclimating to travel. And finally, I asked, what do you think is Team Japan's greatest strength? And they said, our strength is that we have many
so he's
fans
not allowed to play in the
Japan.
World Cup because he
Even
got a
with the time
1-year
difference
ban
between
from
the US and
Blizzard.
Japan, we get a lot of support from our fans, and their support is our strength. That's all I have for you guys. Back to the desk.
Thank you so much. Love the wholesome answers there. Great insight once again. It's fantastic to have Emily getting us that inside scoop on Team Japan. And this is something we've discussed yesterday, guys, right? Like, it's a big difference to play on LAN. You're in a different environment. The setup is different. The food is different. You're not sleeping in your own bed. You know, there's a lot of things which actually can affect your performance. Thus far, it did not look like anything affected Japan. However, maybe day 2, it's gonna look different. If we're looking at predictions for this one, I still have Japan winning this one. I hope for a close match. I'm very
Why is he banned though? I haven't caught up on this stuff. Because they showed clips of him. So
what about you?
He's allowed to play, no?
They had a very convincing victory yesterday. I also went with Japan. I'm getting the victory today, but I do think it's gonna be a close match.
I can't believe I'm also predicting.
Oh,
Japan.
okay, here we go.
I actually think like this is silly because
I didn't even realize. I did not catch up on this. I'm gonna be honest. So excuse me for not knowing about this stuff. By the way, I don't have Twitter, but
that's what this is all about. It's about having fun. It is a
let me see.
competition, of course, but we're gonna have so much fun along the way. So we're getting ready for this next match. First, we're heading into the
okay. So I was not aware of about this, but I guess they're gonna go on a bit of a break. I don't know. Okay, yeah, okay, they'll be returning. So I was not aware of this. I'll be honest, because I was confused as to why Yazan was in there, but was not. Like I saw he was in the clips, but he's just not playing. I guess I don't know. It's interesting. Like to clarify some important things and share an update. Unfortunately, I will no longer be participating in the next stages of the 2023 Overwatch World Cup. This decision was not entirely up to me nor my family. I finished renewing my passport and took care of all the necessary paperwork. However, I suddenly received an email informing that I've been disqualified from the World Cup due to the false allegations, which had me under review from Blizzard Entertainment. I've tried resolving the matter many times, and despite my efforts, I am still under review and the issue is yet to be resolved. As all of you know, I stream all my games and achievements live on Twitch, yet I've still been accused of win trading countless times regarding what I've shared about legendary OW. And I remember this guy because he made some like comments, some transphobic comments, like as he was co-streaming, I think the playoffs. So I do remember about this guy, but I guess, I don't know, maybe Yazan was like friends with him or something like that a few months back. My comments were solely because he was going through a tough time back then. I only intended to stand by him as his best friend of 7 years. Also met with other false accusations that I can't stomach to share, and because of said accusations, I've received numerous death threats daily. I've been repeatedly attacked and harassed online, and a lot of people have witnessed happening, whether it's in my Twitch stream or my Twitter replies. The shared false allegations have managed to tarnish my reputation and image as a person and an Overwatch player, and have only been posted following my performance in the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers. With that being said, I will be supporting Team Saudi Arabia in the next stages of the tournament, and I trust that my team will deliver great results as their champions of Europe. In the meantime, I'll focus on streaming and posting content on my YouTube channel. So for my viewers, thank you for all support, kind words over the past few months as you helped me to push through and strive to be a better person, player, and content creator. Interesting. I did not know about this, and this was posted a couple weeks ago, actually, like basically beginning of October. So interesting. That's why, yeah, I was very confused as to like why. I didn't keep up with this stuff, so I never knew. But that's why I was very confused as to why, Yazan was not playing, because I saw him in the clips, but he didn't. He was not put on like on the initial roster for this game against Japan. So that's interesting. Very interesting indeed. Yeah. There is one thing though that I will have to say. I don't like when companies try to have some sort of legal authority over players, whether it be allegations of some sort. I think that's something for the and Riot Games has done this with like, you know, other players, like you know, Sinatra, for example. They've tried to get involved in like allegations legally from a legal standpoint. I don't really know the big allegations that Yazan is like necessarily alluding to in that case. It could be sexual assault allegations, it could be something else. Also win trading, I'm not really sure if that's I'm not sure if that's an allegation that would be like valid enough to ban you off of World Cup team. I don't know, but like either way, like I just hope that Blizzard is not getting themselves involved like legally. That would actually be pretty shitty, because companies are not supposed to be doing that. They don't have any legal authority to do that. It should be off of the actual legal authorities. So it should be people that actually have legal authority, not the companies. But we'll see what happens with that. That was interesting though. I never knew about that. Did not catch up on that before. I got a click drop. Now I have the Pharaoh skin.
Not as much success. They came second in both the summer and fall Asia Pacific split in 2020.
Although the one with legendary OW, I was actually not really too familiar with him before the whole thing actually happened. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna you know, understand him and be like, oh, like, you know, he was in the right. Like, he wasn't for the comments that he made. But I will say that, you know, the stuff that we see here in the US, for example, like, you know, for example, like people being gay or people being lesbian and all that stuff, right? Like, nobody in Saudi Arabia, they don't have that sort of thing, and if anything, it's actually considered I think it's considered illegal there. I don't think that, you know, they're allowed to have like same-sex marriage and all that stuff. So I'm pretty sure that from a cultural standpoint, that sort of stuff is just kind of considered, you know, disgusting to them or whatever it may be, like however they want to describe it. I think it's just not something that they believe in necessarily, and that's just a cultural thing, I think. So I can understand from a cultural thing, but yeah, I mean, I don't really know the whole thing between Yazan and legendary. Like, what did Yazan? I mean, Yazan was just like, what? He was just helping him or something like that? Or I don't know. Maybe he was just like being there for him with whatever happened with that. Not really sure, but
yeah, Nico was phenomenal yesterday. Not to confuse him with Nico on France, so you know, this is pretty interesting.
All right, let's see. This is gonna be a really good match. I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna be a very good match.
Transformation, however, immediately KSA will shut him down off of an aggressive push from Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
KSA to get those 3Ks. Now a 4K. I mean, obviously
KSA just like
just showing off.
Oh my! Just absolutely ruined them.
Yeah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have the Lucio. Haku does have that speed boost advantage for the second that Team Japan had actually invested that immortality field. Saudi Arabia get to go so much aggressively forward and really put into motion Yubi doing so much damage with the Endophymic Blaster and the
Loki's going for a Adrian live at 3 p.m. I am, yeah. My class got canceled, so I decided to stream the Overwatch World Cup.
Yubi goes aggressive with the rest of his team, but I mean, Japan shut out. Yuki had that flank, like you said, Moxie, but it was snuffed out.
And Kingdom of Saudi Arabia,
Japan is not looking great here. What the hell?
Again and again and again. They have a chokehold, they have the Lucio, they can speed boost Yubi in 90% of the way to a Blizzard. Team Japan are yet to come up to a single ultimate. Granted, when they come into something like Amplification Matrix, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are going to be
What's going on?
into trying to disengage it, but with the Lucio, that's going to be so much more easier in comparison to Team Japan.
Artillery strike from Korch. Japan runs and hides from it for now, but they could potentially lose somebody.
Almost got him.
That's a cooldown out. KSA building that gravitic flux, wants to get it before immortality cooldown is available and could very well do so. But they're just going to back up for now, actually.
My phone updated last night, so none of my alarms went off. I did not go to any classes. Unfortunate, truly. Unfortunate, truly.
And everybody in Japan is going to head right back to the spawn door. A wasted rally in this fight in particular. Nico just killed in basically last fight now.
Wow, Saudi is
Yubi is just an absolute standout. He reads
I mean, they are just holding. I mean,
faking
I'm gonna give Japan the benefit of the doubt, and this part of the map, the control center, right, of the or mecha base or whatever, for Busan. This is a very difficult part of the map. I'm be honest. It's a very difficult part of the map, so I don't blame them. But
use this Bastion artillery strike to be able to clear the space. But if the Bastion's in ultimate form, he's not pressuring Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on catwalk. With
wait, they actually just don't.
Oh, a no kill there actually through the accretion. Oh, nobody even touched the point.
No one touched point.
Geez, Saudi Arabia, 100-0 over Japan on round number 1.
Wow.
Yeah. It's so unfortunate, like I said.
Saudi's looking good, I'm not gonna lie. I actually expected Japan to at least give some sort of fight, but we'll see. They're now going to be going to this part of the map of Busan is actually not that bad. So hopefully Japan has a more of a fighting chance, but Saudi's looking like dominant right now.
As we head into Sanctuary, however, the map does open up significantly more, so the Mei is going to lose a lot of that value being able to isolate some of those chokes. But it looks like Team Japan aren't actually going to stick with the Echo. They've decided that they're going to try and mirror with the slight caveat of Cloud coming
I just realized Saudi did not
to try
TP.
to damage Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Interesting.
See what works out for them. Obviously, Saudi Arabia looking really good.
Japan's TP'd, but not Saudi.
Could be different. In this map in particular, they actually go
That's very interesting.
all the way around. Understand they have that speed advantage. We'll see if they want to take advantage of it. Japan
Okay, is Cloud trying to take a 1v1 in the back line here? What is he doing?
So far, always taking that off angle, dropping their pylon where it could heal everybody.
I'd rather watch Adrian commentary on this than to watch it alone. I appreciate that. I mean, I don't know. I decided that I'm probably going to be streaming this for the entirety of today, just because I don't know. It looks like a good time. You know, yesterday I wasn't able to because I had classes, but today because I don't have any classes, I just decided I might as well stream it.
This is something that we saw yesterday against Team France.
Also, I'm waiting on food. I ordered it about an hour ago. Don't know when it's coming. What is bro saying? I'm commentating. I'm commentating over the Overwatch World Cup. Your favorite Masters player. It's like, I think Japan could have played that better. I'm literally not even fucking contenders, bro. I'm just watching it. I'm just watching it for the plays. Ooh, wait, Japan is giving up. Wait, Japan is giving a fight here. Hold on, wait. I'm rooting for Japan here personally.
KSG understanding that he's a bit caught out, will back up for now. Now Saudi trying to move towards that point. Building towards their own ultimate will drop a blizzard.
Classes on a Sunday? Well, okay, it was like not classes, it was like meetings and shit, but
Yubi shoots him out the air, but it's after Cloud already shot his shot. Yubi did trade back to Cloud, but the rest of Japan are still here on the objective, and the Saudis are wiped yet again.
No way. Wait, it's gonna be another 100-0. I don't think Saudi's gonna actually be able to win this.
Control of this point, and yet again they're going to try and disrupt Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's approach. Nico just looking to try to charge up that ult fire on the railgun, on that Sojourn, as well as build up into that overclock to be able to match wits with ports. But Haku has the sound barrier. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can literally just get as aggressive as they want.
Dude, if he goes solo on the
I just
point,
realized.
Just in the nick of time from Haku, and eventually Nico
I feel like they haven't even like put the camera on Saudi. I don't think they've actually put the camera on Saudi like at all.
Also waiting to land on the back piece, able to get the follow-up damage on the back
Oh
side.
my lord! Oh my lord! There's no way, right?
That's 2 for him. Can he find any more? May out of ice block does have 1 shot left. It's only a body shot into the regenerative burst as well. Japan still have that point. Overtime ticking down. There is a Sigma on the point. His name is KSA. It's gonna be hard to take him out without your own tank player on Japan's side, so they give up the objective. The Saudi Arabians capture it back.
Honestly, I feel like it would have been interesting if they had Yazan. Like I feel like it would have been interesting to see Yazan on like Echo or honestly Farah, because you know that's his main. But because he's banned, yeah, that's just
absolutely
That's just
no
actually
ultimate
unfortunate,
to
truly.
last them through
Who's got
this
the
next fight.
vacuum
If they
commentary,
get
bro?
put out by the
Someone's
blizzard that
vacuuming
Kuki is
my
trying to
fucking
set up on the
my
flank
dorm. I don't know who.
around Drum, this round is
I need a
done,
mic
and
with
we
like
go
an
to
actual
downtown.
suppressor. I'm not even gonna lie.
That interesting swap to Soldier. See if it pans out without the
Because I still have this blue snowball after like 5 years. I think I've had this mic for 5 years or something like that. Actually, when did I have this? Wow. Yeah, Japan wins that, I think. That's just what it is.
Have brought it back, and with this final kill on the Surmajed, they bring us to round number 3.
Yeah, the soldier pick wasn't really voluntary. Unfortunately, like, you're not doing it to try and counter something specifically. You pick the soldier because
I got
he
this
has
mic
the
about
passive where,
4
he
years
can
ago.
run faster
4 years
and
ago, close to
regroup
5 now.
faster. That is the reason why we saw.
Can you actually hear
Yubi
the
off
mic,
of
the
Mei
vacuum?
onto the soldier. It was purely for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be able to regroup as quickly as possible
not that
because
loud.
they knew they didn't
Is
have
it?
ultimates. They knew that Team Japan had a lead in terms of
can
that
actually
point
hear it?
percentage as well. They needed to be able to regroup and pick apart a player from Team Japan on the approach so they can
No
not
way.
just keep themselves ahead in terms of that point percentage, but also buy themselves the time to be able to build up those ultimates. That did not happen. Now, yet again, we are going to see Yubi on that Mei Quartz on the Bastion. KSG decides to go out on the Sigma. Kuki, however, hanging back, wanting to get a read on the composition they're running into.
I'm gonna
opts for the Echo to try and dive into the backline. But
I'm gonna try
there's
this.
nothing really to buy
I
himself
put my
the
gain
distraction
a little
to
bit
be able
lower.
to find that
Hopefully
attention,
that sounds a little bit better.
especially
Let me
since
actually.
Sigma's walled off, and that's Lampite already.
But Nico gets Quartz Mux. You talked about it with me here. They just use their Sigma as a bait there. KSG. They eventually have Nico on the flank, just getting all of those kills because so
Okay,
much
let me know if you can hear it now.
eyes of Saudi Arabia just looking away from him. Surmajed does find QT, but can they find anything more? Yubi on the inside
hear
is
it.
eventually be tracked down by Nico, who is.
Am I just going crazy? I just don't personally hear it.
But Japan already have that point.
Yeah, this, like you said, it's exactly the thing that Team Japan did against Team France yesterday on Samoa at Downtown. Funnily enough, we're also on Downtown.
I don't know, let me know.
And they're using the exact same strategy. They leave their Sigma out. They know that he's going to be safe within Mortality Field, even if he gets walled away. And it provides both the Echo and the Bastion control of the high ground to jump on to a player of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia unnoticed. Now, however, the gig is up.
Yeah.
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia know to expect the bait. They don't fall for it. They wait for Team Japan's DPS players to try to pressure, and that's when they pounce.
Every Bastion player is just cracked now. They come back.
Every Bastion player is just cracked.
Saudi Arabians are the ones that have to hold.
It's just Bastion is just a fucking easy character, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. And I would know because I'm a Bastion one trick. I'm a filthy little one trick.
Strike, but it's the Blizzard that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia
I mean,
are going to be so
oh,
happy
I saw the vision though. The nades are pretty difficult, I guess, to some extent, depending on who you're trying to hit. But
well, as he falls low, towards the side, I guess with the rock that hit him. Meanwhile, Immortality Field used from Japan, so that cooldown no longer available. Artillery strike after that runs out, is trying to find some kills, but only finds a little bit of damage. Japan
oh, that is unfortunate, truly.
Melts KSA with the help of the rest
The
of his
Echo.
team. No longer does Saudi Arabia have a tank here. Surmajed able to find one. The rally on the point. Yubi did drop that Blizzard. However, it doesn't look like they're finding enough
okay, this is looking a lot closer. I'm not even gonna lie.
Japan here as well.
At least it's not like a full roll like the first and the second round.
Team Japan actually had to rally as well towards the tail end of that
Again, I'm
fight.
still rooting for
Neither
Japan,
not going to have
but I
any
will say
supports,
that
but
Saudi's
Kingdom of
team
Saudi
just looks
Arabia,
absolutely
they've got the
phenomenal.
flux to drop the health bars low enough, but they have the sound barrier to be able to capitalize on that momentum and push forward aggressively. That all goes out the window, however, if you don't have control of the high ground. Kuki's able to find an open pick.
I mean, Saudi Arabia can go for a fast engage with this Gribbon X.
Was he able to get the? Oh wow! Oh, he actually got him.
His own, but they're not going to be able to be dropped because KSC just went down. After Saudi Arabia just walked in, no more tank for Japan now. I mean, they're just going to slowly whittle away towards the point. Just look to stagger, maybe find a kill. Cheeky kill on the outside, looking for Quartz, maybe. No, he goes down. So does Nico and the rest of Japan.
Okay.
Back to the spawn they go at 74%.
Yeah, Haku knew that he did not need to beat.
Let me know if you
because
guys
Mid
can
had
still
used the
hear
rally
like
in the last
background
fight.
noise.
There is
I'm
no
gonna try
way
to
for
fix
Team
that.
Japan's health bars to rise, and as a result, he gets to hold on to it to be able to counter the flux coming through from KSG in the entrance of this next fight. Mint's even going to go onto the Mercy now.
Wow.
Try and pocket Kuki on the echo.
No
so that they can
way.
find to pick without just
Mint
ignoring
became a
any of the ultimate
fucking...
deficit
No,
between the
he's
two
a
teams.
Mercy
We've
player.
seen Quartz work his magic against Mercy
Mint,
players.
get off. Get off of Mercy.
Flux by KSG. B dropped the counter from Haku. They also have an Ant Matrix to support.
That was good.
them. Do they have the damage to find anybody? Japan actually get us hide around this. This is amazing team play for them. To avoid
I don't hear anything
both
anymore.
support
All right, sounds
ultimates.
good.
Quartz also still has that artillery strike available, but Japan.
Yeah, I don't know.
don't have
I
the
think
ultimate
that I don't know.
advantage.
They're vacuum
In
outside
just a
the
second,
dorms or something like
88%
that
on
right
the
now.
board.
That's probably what it
Off
is.
the top from Haku. Artillery strike now comes back through.
I
Quartz gonna be
see the
locked
vision.
back
I see the
on high
vision.
ground. Is going to slowly work those strikes into the back of a Japan. Copy comes through from Kyuki. KSG falls so low, but he lives on the inside angle from some support. But the Blizzard here shuts him down for now. Quartz is there with the follow-up as well. Nico's able to trade one, but...
Yeah, they're not able to touch.
For
Wow.
Japan, it looks like no. Saudi Arabia will take map number
That
one.
is wild.
Yeah,
They
Japan
actually
tried
won
the
that.
exact same strategy, right? The Sigma drops down first, forces out that immortality field from your side, yes, but he's also been isolated by
Is it cold in that room? I wonder.
The thing is, for Team Saudi Arabia, they can afford to actually try to
kind of
go
a
for
small
the
room,
Sigma,
not gonna lie.
knowing that it's a bait play because they have the Blizzard.
I kind of
So
wish
even if
that
they're
like
going to
they
start
had this
losing
at like
some of
a
their
stage of
players,
some
they're still going
sort.
to be able to drop the Blizzard and
You
cut
know?
Team Japan off
Like
from
kind of similar to like
rotating onto
Overwatch
point.
League, but I don't know.
Even
I
if
guess
they win the fight,
not.
If they can't tap that point and keep
I
it
feel like it would be
contested,
it just
the map
would look
ends
so much
regardless.
much more grand
Great work
than
from
like, you know,
Saudi
putting them in the
Arabia.
room
Was
like
probably right
that.
when this was gonna be a
Maybe
close
it's gonna be
game.
like that in
We're
the
back to
finals. I don't know. I mean, right now we're playing
everything
what
that
group
happened
stages
in
right
this
now. Yeah,
map
so
in particular.
could be like
I mean,
that
it
in the
was such a
finals.
back and
Be
forth
pretty
ball
cool.
Besides Mecha Base, where obviously, you know, Team Saudi Arabia had a really good game plan.
I mean, they had a really good composition to be able to hold on to those chokes.
Yeah.
Like, that Mei just does so much work. This Captive Sun here is absolutely devastating. Catching on to both of those players, pushing
Oh,
them to
wow.
hide behind the pillars. They
I mean, that was just well played, honestly. That was just very well played.
So Captive Sun then passes on to another player and then detonates once an additional damage has been dealt. Like, Alari is so strong at being able to box those
I'm not
players
gonna
in
lie.
spaces they really don't want to be.
Bastion and
Meanwhile, Quartz had
Baptiste
some fantastic
together is
tracking
so
there on
good.
Bastion on the third round. And also
I have
Saudi
like
Arabia team put
whenever
themselves
like
in a
I'm
great
Bastion and I
position.
have a Baptiste on my
Japan,
team, I just know
however,
we're
on the
gonna
side,
win.
Gonna pick Route 66, maybe thinking that Team Saudi Arabia will be a little bit lackluster on this map. But we'll have to see after a short break.
Interesting.
For this map number
Route
2, guys, don't go
66.
anywhere. We got a barn burner on our hands.
What do we think, chat? What do we think? Do we think who do we think is gonna win? Do we think that Saudi's gonna win, or do we think that Japan's gonna win? I want Japan to win, but it's looking like Saudi's gonna win. I mean, that was a defining moment for Saudi right there. Honestly, that first round, just 100-0ing them. Thinking you think I do that? Okay, well, who do you want to win then? Who would you want to win in this case then? Me personally, I want Japan to win, but it's looking rough for them. Unless they can do really good on that next map. I'm be honest. On Route 66. Sexy Japanese man. All right, that's enough. Mods, Crusher's call. Hey, yo. Chrissy's being a little bit too horny on main. I mean, like, I'm be honest, Japan has a fair amount of people that are on, what is it, like Team Variant or something like that, I'm pretty sure. It's like KSG Overwatch. I'm pretty sure he's part of, like, Veryl. So, like, they have, like, everybody from Team Veryl, which are basically, like, a contenders team. And then they, you know, on the Saudi side, they have Surmajed, who, did Surmajed play for Shock at some point? But I know that he is a, yeah. So he last played for Defiant, but I'm pretty sure he was part of Shock. No? Or am I tripping? No, he wasn't Shock. He was Florida Mayhem. That's my bad. But Surmajed's really good. So that's why I don't know. It's very interesting. Like whenever it's like Contenders players and Overwatch League players like playing against each other, it's always interesting to see because like these guys are basically on the same level when it comes to pro play. Like the games that we saw yesterday, for example, like Korea versus my god, I even forgot whoever they went against. Colombia. Korea versus Colombia, that just literally looked like practice versus AI. I'll be honest. Like I like the games where you have, you know, equally skilled players on different teams playing against each other than like, you know, some guys that are like they took from like the ranked ladder to be a part of like the World Cup team, you know. Because the Korea versus Colombia game was so boring to watch because Korea just absolutely dominated the entire time. But like this one was actually not that bad to watch, you know, like it was close to the very end basically. Got a problem. Yeah, you and your obsession with Japanese men. Dude, I want that Bastion skin so bad. I just can't get it because it's money. I also missed out on the Contenders skin for Bastion, but that was like a while ago.
Team Japan, Team Saudi Arabia, in which Saudi Arabia obviously just won map number 1. You know, in a pretty decisive fashion on mecha base, but the other two rounds definitely were not that
Route 66. This is gonna be interesting.
Right to believe in Japan,
seeing Route 66.
But obviously, you know, Team Saudi Arabia are in it to win it today, Moxie.
Japanese men,
you know,
sorry, not sorry.
As you can see, just on the screen, some of the players are kind of swapping.
It's real though.
We've got some
Nico's looking real good. Look at Nico over there. The guy with the blonde hair.
Route 66. Team Saudi Arabia first, obviously, are going to sub out.
Oh, they subbed out Haku.
Labda, which is surprising considering Labda's a fantastic Pharah player. Maybe not known for his support as much, but maybe today he'll whip out something neat.
Wait, he's a Pharah player?
What do you think about the Labdod support pick?
I mean, we've seen the Baptiste for W Moon. We've seen the Bone Back for Anna. What are we gonna call Labda? I mean, we have to wait to see
he is.
what support
Well, he's a
hero
Pharah player.
Playing, but Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are not
Okay, he's a
the only
Contenders
team
player
with
as well.
A couple of swaps coming through.
Wow, no
Team
way.
Japan is also mixing up their roster. Mihawk has been woken.
That's gonna be
from
interesting
his
seeing a
nap.
DPS player play
He is now
support.
coming in to the lineup to, you know,
Nico?
show a couple
Nah,
of people,
that is
some
wild.
votes, and you know what, Dustin,
Getting
he's
horny in my
all
fucking
out
chat,
of
bro.
votes. This is sure to be a really good showdown.
They
as
swapped
we've
out
also
2
got
people
Plankton
actually, so
coming
they swapped
into
out their
the
tank to
lineup
Plankton
as we
now.
head over to our next map, and since Team Japan had lost that control map, they get the advantage of taking us to this map that we go to next. Surely they've got a specific game plan in mind, but you know what? They might be a little bit thrown, a little bit flustered by the swap coming through, because when we normally see Labda, he's like, okay, they're gonna be playing Pharah or Echo, so we're gonna put our off tank in to be able to play something like the Diva. We're going to have our hits can pick up something like a Cassidy or an Ashe, or maybe even try and match projectiles with an Echo or Pharah of your own. What do
That's
you do
interesting.
with Labda's in the support role?
Why would they swap out a well-known DPS player to support? I mean, I'm sure it's gonna do fine, but
Dustin,
I'm interested in seeing how that's gonna actually play out. Me suddenly looking up all their information, just know that like basically most of Team Japan is like Contenders players, so they play for Varel, Team Varel, and most of the guys on Saudi are either Overwatch League or Contenders.
He's a support player first, isn't he? Like, he's good.
I know Surmajed, you know, for sure. Like
I've
I've seen Surmajed in the Overwatch League and stuff like that, but
wrong in saying that, Mox? Oh, he's good. But listen, Labda, this is it's more crazy Labda switching over to support though. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Because
I don't know.
like
If Labda plays something like Baptiste, I don't think it's gonna be that crazy. If he's more of a DPS player than a support player. That's just what it is.
As it does look like we're probably going to see a couple of highlights coming through from the matches that have been played so far.
You just banned her for 10 seconds. Timed her out for 10 seconds. That is wild. Absolutely wild. Chrissy is just being horny on main. That's just what it is.
Amplification matrix, and you can see as well, KSA
doing
his job,
go grab a hoodie, guys.
No one keeps an eye on the Bastion, and as a result, everyone falls down.
Yeah, Quartz is absolutely one of the best players, one of the best hit scan players in the world, and you know, obviously proving it on the world stage today. And you know, that's why I mean they're doing some interesting subs on both sides as well, with Plankton coming through on the tank, Moxie. I mean, What do you think the strategy is coming to Route 66?
Oh my God.
Obviously it's
Sentenced
gonna
to
play
horny
quite
jail.
differently
True.
than the likes of Busan.
True.
Yeah,
Actually, so
normally
true.
From Team Japan, we've seen KSG. He's been very much their forward tank player, right? He's been playing the Doomfist to a really crazy degree, as well as the Sigma.
All right.
So very excited to see what exactly Team Japan are going
Let's
to be
see.
building.
Let's see
Maybe
what
this is
Japan's
when we're going to
got
see them
got
actually
cooking
push
up
towards
here.
something like
I'm
dive
expecting them to win
composition.
this.
Coming
Actually,
for something
I
like
expect them to
Winston
win
or a
Route
Diva,
66.
If you think about how Route 66 is, there's a lot of high grades.
Bro, I don't know
You
what's
also have
been-
to remember as well, we are playing on reworked Route 66, which I am incredibly happy about, because that means that the doors don't immediately close shut when I'm trying to line of sight all of my
I still have not
wonderful
gotten
teammates
an
in
email
front of
about
me
my
as
my
well.
order being ready.
We'll see what happens on this map in particular. Obviously, Japan, you know, maybe
What
going to
the
play
hell?
a bit
What is Chrissy saying?
a different play style, considering the fact that they have Plankton in as well. And, you know, I don't know. Am I rocking this storyline a bit too much, Moxie, with the fact that Lambda on support is insane? Like, Japan surely are going to take advantage of that, right? I mean, that's... Unless there's a set strategy for
Nah,
Saudi
bro.
Arabia, I've never seen
I
this guy
I
play
think
sport.
Lambda's gonna do fine on support. I'm be honest.
It's definitely a curveball for sure, and that is going to be something that is probably going to throw a lot of these players, because I mean, these teams, these coaches, these analysts, everyone behind the scenes have been just scrimming so much, practicing, watching through all of these.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Like the
How
Dust
close are we to the drops?
Because Team Kingdom of Saudi
74%.
Arabia is essentially twisted
We're
minds.
almost there.
There is a
I got the
lot of
Orisa skin.
hate
That's all I
on
care
this
about. I don't
team
really
on
play
all of these
Pharah.
different strategies that
So,
they use.
I want
And
the
that
Bastion
is
skin,
a
though.
huge advantage for these teams when they're coming into the World Cup, looking to prepare, looking to try and figure out how exactly they're going to try and take this team down. And the one thing that you can do that immediately swerves all of that preparation.
Why is there a
is
mixer
by
there, by the
throwing in
way?
such
Is that
a curveball
Surmajets?
as having your Echo
No way
and
he's
Bar
streaming it,
Star
right,
player
surely?
coming out on a support role.
I'm so curious to see how he does.
Orisa! Yo, Orisa's good, guys. Come on, Orisa's good.
Doing a lot of scrimmages and practices against each other, right? I mean, a lot of the viewers of the stream maybe not understand that, you know, these players are
Summerjet
always
is not
going through
streaming. I don't know what that
hours of
mixer's doing
scrims
there,
and
huh?
practice to get ready for this, to win the World Cup and get this trophy. Both of these teams, all of these teams competing, really want
Cow? What do you mean, bro?
in their pocket, not their pockets.
Orisa is a very cool character. Come on. Okay, you can't lie though. The Orisa skin, it does look pretty sick. All right, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna one trick Orisa. I'm gonna main Orisa. Okay, I'm gonna one trick Orisa to Masters.
Dedicated to it,
Oh.
and you put it at like the front.
I feel like Orisa's gonna
door.
teach me how to like actually
Like,
use
the second
cooldowns
that
on
you open
tank.
the front door and
So,
walk into the hallway, you want that to immediately
what's up, Ron? How's it
be on
going? I made it.
display
Yep.
for everyone who walks
Made it
into
just in
the
time
house.
for probably one of the most interesting games in my opinion. Gonna be occurring. So Japan versus Saudi. We just had Thailand versus Spain. Spain 2-0 Thailand. It was okay. Like it was pretty close, but Thailand just never got that last point that they needed. So, but glad you made it.
I mean, that boat already has a whole
Battle cow.
I don't know. That's one that Mihawk's
Look,
already
man.
prepared earlier.
Yeah, maybe.
I think I'm just one of those people that finds Orisa fairly interesting. I actually like playing Orisa. Is that weird?
Interesting enough.
You know how like some people find like Bastion boring, but I find Bastion like unique. I actually like Bastion. I think I'm just weird. That's just what it is. I think.
Until we get to see the
Like I
runback
find
of
characters like
KSA on the
Sigma
Roadhog.
or
The last
Ryan
time we got to
fairly
see this
boring
guy on the
actually.
Roadhog, we were literally moving into Overwatch 2 off
so
the back of
interesting.
Overwatch 1, and at the very beginning of Junker Queen on release.
Yes, you're weird. What do you mean? What do you mean, bro?
To counter the Junker Queen, given the fact that she has no way of being able
Guys,
to block
Orisa's
that.
real.
But
Orisa's an interesting
unfortunately,
character to
Sigma does have a
play.
shield that he's able to put out in front of him, so
Bastion,
KSA will
yes,
mirror
yeah. I'm
item
not even gonna
on
lie.
that matchup.
I have a 70% win rate on Bastion because I've been one tricking him since like season 1.
Actually, I think I have seen him on Baptiste before.
I find him interesting, bro. I don't know why. I find his playstyle really funny.
Players are, like you mentioned, Moxie.
Definitely not
Saudi Arabian team actually
interesting.
moving forward,
Never
underneath
playing
the
with you
bridge,
again.
getting some space here. Meanwhile, UB sticking towards that
Nah, that
Symmetra
is wild.
of
Guys,
all
come on.
picks. Under
Come
the
on.
gas station already
The
is
Bastion and
causing
Orisa
signals
slander
right
needs to
click
stop,
before,
guys.
I believe just recently
Bastion and Orisa
Buglout
are the
just
most
dropped
interesting
down
characters in the game. Come on, guys.
Plankton able to find Lambda. Mihawk as well onto UB. So
Oh my
immediately
lord.
out of nowhere, Saudi Arabian team
Yeah,
gets
Saudi
wiped
just
by
loses that.
Japan for the high
Oh.
ground angles.
Yeah, Kuki taking that duel against the Sigma, punishing.
Like here are the characters that I find boring. Okay, so on tank, I find Sigma and Reinhardt to be boring. Okay, Reinhardt 50-50. Reinhardt's only boring when all I have to do is basically just shield for the rest of my team, and I'm not making my own plays. Now, if I'm playing like a dive Reinhardt, then it's interesting. But if I'm playing like conventional Reinhardt, it's kind of boring. Let's see, Sigma is just boring because like the poke damage, like I can play Sigma and that's fine, but like the poke damage is just like you're just sitting there for like half the time and like playing very long sights. So like I find that boring in my opinion. On DPS, the characters that I actually find the most boring is Sombra. Hot take, Sombra, and like any flying character like Echo Alfaro. I actually find those to be the most boring ones. And then on support, the most boring support for me is actually Kiriko. I just find Kiriko boring. Like her playstyle is like very meta, and I understand that why, but I just find her very boring. I one-tricked her, I think, to like Diamond for a little bit, and then I just went Moira. I find Moira a much more interesting character than Kiri. I can somewhat understand Bastion, but Orisa is an absolute bottom of the pits of hell. It gets slandered for a reason. Sigma's so fun to me though. Nah, man, I think I actually have the dude. I have the most unconventional takes in Overwatch. It's so bad. Yeah, you got the hottest takes because they're just wrong. That's just not true. That's just not true, bro. Look, the reason why I find Sombra very uninteresting, even before her rework, like she was just not committal. Okay, now her current playstyle is actually a lot more fun in my opinion, but the only thing that I don't really find interesting about her is because her survivability is completely shit. Like she gets one shot by like most supports, so I actually don't really like where she is like currently against like, you know, supports and stuff like that. I already explained my tank reasons. Support for Kiri, like I'm pretty sure it's pretty much cut and dry. The reason why that I find Kiri boring is because yes, while she does like a shit ton of damage with her kunais, but like literally it's just 2 get out jail free cards, Suzu, quick swift step or whatever. I just find those so boring. It's like I can go for a flank, oh I'm getting contested, I get out. Whereas with Moira I only have 1 get off jail free card, so it makes it more interesting. With Kiriko I could just Suzu and I'm done. Nah, no way. You're not playing the characters right, that's why you don't like them. No survivability. Yes, Sombra has like 0 survivability against like the support characters, right? Like I mean that's what you want to be doing as Sombra. You want to be attacking the support characters, right? But like she has barely any survivability. I could flank on Bastion and have more survivability than a Sombra, right? Where Sombra has more mobility than a Bastion. Now Sombra, Sigma, Kiriko being boring, but Bastion, Orisa, fun. Guys, come on. Guys, come on. Come on. Bro, it's actually an idiot. Nah, there's no way you're saying this, bro. Come on, man. Look, I know they're hot takes because not everybody agrees. What happened? Oh. It looks like there's a technical issue. Look, I know that everybody doesn't agree with it because, you know, right now Bastion and Orisa are meta, and you know they're considered the most boring character. Like not everybody likes it. I don't know. I just have a special place in my heart for Bastion and Orisa. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. More than hot takes. Okay. All right. They are hot takes because they are wrong. I am not wrong. Okay. I don't like the playstyle of conventional Ryan. I don't like the playstyle of Sigma. I don't really, I didn't really like the playstyle of Sombra before. Like you know, her playstyle before was very non-committal. Now her playstyle is actually a little bit better in my opinion, so she's a little bit more fun. But against most supports, she like does nothing, and that's why I just don't really like her. Conventional Ryan isn't being a shield bot. That's not what I'm saying though. I'm not saying like shield botting, but like if I'm like first point, let's say I'm like first point. Let me say first point, like I don't know, Rialto or something like that, right? If I want to take height, right, I basically have to pin all the way to the very left building, right? Not to the very left building. I don't want to say this. Like the first point of Rialto. you want to go up to that building where it gives you instant height, essentially, right? And gives you LOS of like the playing field, right? Near the little like concrete pillars and stuff like that, right? I basically can't make any move unless I go on like a solo flank, essentially, and I'm all the way in the back lines. But if I'm playing conventional Ryan, I'm probably either sitting on main or just like holding my shield for the rest of my team to get something done. Like, I'll be swinging my hammer here and there if I get close enough, but like, that's about it. And to me, I just find that boring. Whereas Orisa, I just fucking go in there, bro. Or that, or I do like you know, flanking as Orisa is a lot more, is actually better in my opinion than like flanking on Ryan. Bro has clearly never played Ryan before. Nah, that's actually just wild you said that. I have played Ryan before, okay? It's not the best Ryan, don't get me wrong, but I know what I'm talking about, okay? I can't let you cook after this though. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? You guys come here for the takes. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. Funny hammer swing, wee.
Unfortunately, not.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's just all I gotta say. Now, if I'm doing like LH Cloudy type Ryan, that's where it's more interesting in my opinion. But like if I'm playing conventional Ryan, yeah. Less than a minute of crazy. No, I don't have less than a minute on Ryan. That's just not true. Wait, hold on. I have to. I'm just gonna show my email. I don't want anyone seeing that. We're gonna. I mean, we already know that Saudi Arabia is just absolutely dominating right now. I came here for game commentary, not you being wrong. Nah, that's wild, guys. Come on. Don't say that.
On the outside, taking it slow.
All right. Here we go.
Oh no, that's a horrific.
Here's my.
For Japan.
Here's my hours. Come on. Load it up already. Okay, so for this season, yes, I haven't played at all. Okay, let's say all competitive seasons. Reinhardt, I have 14 hours. Okay. I think I actually played some Reinhardt. When did I play Reinhardt? I played at season 4 a little bit. I didn't really play tank too much, to be honest. 6 hours here. So like honestly, I have more hours on Reinhardt and Sigma than I do Orisa. For all competitive seasons, unironically. Okay, and this guy's calling me. He's mad. He's mad about my take. He's just mad about my take. That's just what it is. All right.
Down to them being able to control all of those lanes towards a
yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello.
All right, you're mad about my takes. You're mad about.
Yes, your takes are ass, bro.
Nah. There's actually just no shot, bro.
Ryan.
Nah.
First of all, why the fuck would you play Ryan on Rialto? Second of all, you don't play high ground with Ryan.
Okay,
sometimes
why
you
would
do.
You not, okay, why would you not control high ground as Ryan though? Whether you're swinging or not.
Because you're just gonna be sitting there with your fucking shield.
But exactly, you allow your team to take that space.
Listen. You're on Reinhardt, right? You fucking play the corner.
Yeah, you play. Of course, you play the corner. That's what I'm saying. But like,
yes, it's not. You said you're playing high ground.
No. But you have to get past that choke on Rialto, right? On the first point Rialto, correct?
No, you play that fucking pillar with the side room.
Nah, there's no shot. There's no shot. Nah.
Bro, what is bro saying? And also, Sombra has no survivability.
Sombra actually has no survivability.
Sombra has the second best survivability in the entire game.
That's just not true.
You wanna know who has the first? You wanna know who has the first survivability? Cassidy with his new fucking roll tech, dude.
Okay, that was true. Okay, but Sombra, unironically, okay, she's a flanking character, correct? Sombra does nothing for most supports. And now, if the enemy team is playing a support like Mercy or something like that, yeah, maybe.
Listen, Linda.
Okay, all right.
Okay, when you play Sombra, it used to be before go after the supports, right? Now, when you play Sombra, you don't go after the supports because they're gonna fuck you up. Okay, that's just straight up. What you do is you fucking make space for your tank to get in there, okay, and your DPS. So you hack either one of the DPS to open up space so there's not as much pressure, or you hack the tank, okay. The supports, you don't worry about the supports because that's your other DPS and your tank's job to deal with, okay.
Okay.
The Sombra is there to initiate the fight. It's like having an ultimate without having an ultimate. Okay?
So what you're saying is you're just being a distraction.
No, you're being an initiator. Sombra's kit is all about initiating fights, okay?
Okay.
You hack a target to get them vulnerable, okay? They have no abilities for 1 second or however many seconds. I think it's 1. And then within that second, you pressure them, they turn around. When they turn around, your team goes in, okay? Because that's one less person that you have to worry about. Now she has her teleport or whatever, like her 1 second teleport or fucking 2 second invis thing, whatever. I don't even know what it is. And you use that to get back to your team. You don't use it to get out, you use it to get back to your team. Because that's where your team is. Your team is going to be helping you out the most. You help them out by you help them out by initiating the fights, and they help you out by keeping you alive.
Okay.
And backing you up.
Okay.
That's how you play Sombra.
I see.
Also, with the Reinhardt, it's actually probably one of the best combos if they don't have Mei or Bastion, which is, you know, never, because now it's meta and fucking retarded. But with a hack, Sombra is just fucking crazy with Reinhardt, because Reinhardt just go in and fucking melt the shit out of everybody by swinging.
Okay.
So.
All right. You heard it here first, folks, from our very avid Sombra player right here.
Bro, just because I'm an avid Sombra player doesn't mean that, like, if your take was correct, I would agree with you. I wouldn't care what character.
Nah, my take is correct. I mean, that's just.
But your
take
take is just fucking straight up wrong.
Nah,
spin, spear, gold.
Yeah,
that's
I find that interesting.
Rotation.
That's just what it is. I just find that interesting. What can I say?
You are actually dumb.
Nah, no way. Chrissy highlighted a message saying Adrian equals wrong. That is wild.
Chrissy is in fact 100% right.
Nah. Sombra also has bars too that you can lat. I mean, yeah, but like for most supports, like let's say for example you're going against like, I don't know, a Baptiste Yari or like even Brig. Like honestly, or Kiriko. Kiriko's even worse to go against a Sombra. Like honestly, you're not doing that much on Sombra, and that's like whenever I do play Sombra, I don't feel like I'm doing that much against supports like that. Now if it's like a Mercy or like Ana, then yeah.
Listen, you have Kiri. The thing with Kiri is you have to bait out her Suzu with the hack. So once she uses it, your team can actually get a kill with it, right? Because if you have an ultimate lined up, let's just say you have like Shatter, Flux, or High Noon, or whatever, something else, right, lined up, or even Alariel, or whatever the fuck it's called, Sunstruck or whatever. Like, if you get a group ultimate and Kiri just cleanses that, you're fucked. So you have to pressure it out before your team can initiate with it, because it's on Suzu's on a 15-second timer. Your hack is on a 5-second timer.
Yes and no. I mean, like, yeah, you could also, you know, you could bait out like Suzu and stuff like that. But there's also, like, let's say for example you're just going after the Kiri herself, not necessarily the you know, anyone else.
And that's why you're playing it wrong.
She has 2 get out of jail free cards. You understand that, right? Like,
yes, she has TP and she has Suzu.
So
correct.
While yes, you could bait out Suzu, and like let's say for example you don't want to chase the Kiri necessarily because maybe she just TPs out somewhere, you also have the other support to worry about. So in that time that you have worried about trying to bait out Suzu from Kiri and all of that, you also have the other support that might quite possibly still have their abilities, for the most part.
Yes, but it's one less ability you have to worry about. You just don't see the vision.
I don't see the vision, truly. Then again, I'm a filthy Bastion one trick, so I mean that's just what it is.
Yeah, if you played a variety of characters, you would understand.
I don't know. Sombra is so fun. Okay, Sombra is.
Maybe you'd climb.
I'm in Masters. What do you mean?
All right, I gotta go. I'm out of here.
This guy.
I'll see you later. I'll see you later.
I'll see you later. Oh my lord. okay, I'm not saying that Sombra is not fun necessarily. I personally just don't like her playstyle. I think her playstyle is very boring. Her playstyle before the rework was very boring. Playstyle now is actually not that bad. It's definitely improved, so it makes her a lot more committal. But I think the one thing that's keeping me away from it is the fact that you know, the survivability is kind of just not there in my opinion. Like, the Sombras that I've seen, whether they're good or not, now with TP basically acting as like Loba, right? Like, you know how Loba has like her ring or whatever that you can throw and like, you know, you TP somewhere. It's kind of, honestly, as a DPS player, like if I can see that happening and I can track where they're going, they're an easy chase. So that to me just doesn't, I just don't like that, right? Like, whereas compared to like if I'm playing Bastion or if I'm playing Reaper or something like that, you know, I can actually, you know, with like if I'm playing Bastion, for example, I can get out with my nade, right? I do damage with that nade additionally. And also, like, you know, you can get onto high ground, right? You can get onto high ground with Bastion with that nade. So as you boop the other person away, if let's say they're very close to you, you can get onto high ground and then you can actually retake that fight. Whereas with Sombra, like there's kind of like that couple of like milliseconds in between that you're not really able to commit to an actual fight, right? And that to me I don't really like. If I'm playing like Reaper, for example, I can actually bait the team, like, so I can bait a team to basically like come over to, like, if let's say that I'm low as Reaper or something like that, right? And maybe I'm wraithing to get out to get back to my team, right? If I can bait my team as I'm wraithing over or bait the enemy team as I'm wraithing to get to kind of like get back into LOS of my team supports, right? Then it's definitely like I actually prefer that than something with like Sombra where I'm just throwing my my TP somewhere and honestly I can track where that's going. So that's just all I gotta say. If I can just track where that's going, whereas like with Reaper it's more of a mind game, if anything, right? But hey, that's just my take. That's just my take on it. That's just what it is. Imagine if Adrian had correct takes. Nah, that's actually wild. That is actually wild, guys. All I gotta say, Bastion on top. Bastion's just my favorite character. That's just what it is. I personally don't really like playing Sombra as much, but some people do. That's them. This game is a mess. Yeah, it really is. But Saudi won. So Saudi won. Damn. Would have got Mexico and Colombia today, or next. Where's my food, bro? I'm trying to figure out where my food is. First of all.
All the way across the map, and since it's always out of line of sight, the only way that unfortunately Team Japan were able to try and contest it was if they sacrificed the Echo Shift and Stickies to try and remove it with a high vantage point of their own.
Yeah, and I know the desk all predicted for Japan, but we still had a close, good series.
Interesting. I might actually have to just go and see if my food is ready. It was supposed to be ready about an hour ago, and I haven't gotten an email. So I'm gonna put this up. I'm gonna mute my mic, and I'm gonna just put this.
Saudi Arabia, and that should make everyone who's cheering them on very
Getting
excited
food.
for the matches moving forward.
What I'm gonna do, I'll be back. Don't worry.
What explosive
I'm gonna mute my
DPS
mic though, and I'm gonna go grab food. I don't know where it is.
Guys way left and right and front and center. Let's take a look at the highlights to see how Kingdom of Saudi Arabia got the victory here, Johnny.
I mean, this is kind of what we expected. There was a little bit of hopium here on the desk.
Oh,
you know,
100%.
I'm fueled. I'm like amped up on hopium. My body's like 10% water, 90% hopium.
Yeah, there's a fragrance of hopium in the air, at least in my room where I'm sitting over here. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, quite a bit of hopium for Japan. They were a lot of fun yesterday, but I mean, Saudi Arabia were the favorites going into this map.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they've dominated in European contenders all year, and they cannot keep that up in this matchup right here as well. Quartz on the Sojourn, looking really good. They didn't even care that they didn't get to play some of these very strong Pharah maps, which is their kind of go-to style, right? Like, they can get it done in this kind of double flex support with the Alari Sojourn style too, right? So great initial look for Saudi Arabia, kind of as expected. I think they are the team that is expected to get through this group along with the United States.
Yeah, Team USA and I think Saudi Arabia are the favorites to move out of the group. You know, Japan tried. I love how Dustin at the end said the power of anime wasn't in love. But hey, we're still rooting for Japan. You know, they're a fun team.
It's enough to get us on board, you know, to predict towards Japan at least. But yeah, we expected this and so much more coming out of that game, and I think both teams absolutely delivered. Now, of course, Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and Japan are both finding themselves with 1 W. Japan taking their first L, and that means we only are left with having to take a look at USA from that group. So that is going to happen, and we're very excited for that. However, for our next match, we're heading back to Group A, so that is going to come up. And also, once again, I want to remind everyone to get involved. You know, join in on the conversation. Let us know who you're cheering for. Who's your favorite player? What team are you rooting for in this year's Overwatch World Cup? Make sure to include the hashtag OWWC2023. You might be featured on broadcast. We can't wait to hear from you. Now coming up next, Team Mexico and Team Colombia are both trying to get the first W after a rough first day in their group stages. We're going to break down the action after this break, so don't go anywhere. What's up, friends? We are getting ready for match number 3 of day 2 in the Overwatch World Cup 2023 group stages. They are being played in a round-robin format, so every team gets to face off against every team. The two teams we see coming up have already had their first games in day number 1. Unfortunately, both of them had to take a L there. So it will remain exciting to see which one gets the first W, and here is what they're playing for. We have, of course, a crowd-funded prize pool on the line this time around, which means up until the very end, we do not know how much money is on the line, which is very, very exciting. You too can contribute and support your players by purchasing this wonderful bundle, which includes the 2 skins you're seeing featured here. Weapon charms, that's Johnny's favorite, as I just learned.
Oh, the name cards are cool too. The name cards.
Yeah, name cards are cool.
Any name cards enthusiasts in chat? Let us know. I'm just excited to rock those skins. I'm a skin kind of person, you know.
Same. Okay.
But I'm excited. I'm excited for everything. I'm just an excited person, I guess. Like that's just it. I'm also excited for groups. That's right. Here are the groups we have. We nearly saw all the teams. The only thing left for us to be seen is the team from China and, of course, Team USA. Everyone else has already played their first matches, and those 2 teams that I just mentioned will be having a go at it today as well. Now, heading into our next match. As I already said, Mexico and Colombia, both of them took a L yesterday, but arguably against the 2 teams in their group, which we all expect to come out on top. So I very much hope that this is going to be a more even playing field for both of them. Let's take a look at the starting lineup, starting with Team Mexico. Johnny, what have we learned from their match yesterday?
Well, I was gonna come out there and just be like, this is what they want to play. This is what they can play. This is what they prefer. But honestly, they played all kinds of stuff yesterday. So we don't know quite exactly what we're going to expect from this team. For example, here, we're seeing them play this slower Orisa make composition. Obviously really strong here on this specific round here on Busan. But I do think that they want to lean towards the Winston kind of play that we've seen from them. So maybe a bit more dive heavy. I don't think they got to really play their game yesterday because Finland is such a tough opponent, and obviously we talked about Finland, how strong they are, slowing things down with Vestola playing some of these off-tank heroes and their Mei play as well in particular. So haven't seen the best shade from Mexico yet, but maybe in this matchup.
Yeah, Danny, they're going up against Colombia. And I mean, speaking of not being able to put your best foot forward, Colombia, they were thrown a wrench into the wheels because they had to replace their star player EQO heading into the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, EQO unfortunately couldn't join the team, so their head coach, Cersei, had to fill in, and we're going to see Cersei again for this match as well. Hey, but you know, given the disadvantages and of course having to play a tough opponent, South Korea, you know, I think they had some bright moments. They had, you know, they were trying different stuff. They had a lot of different looks. I think, you know, but this one, it's against Mexico, it's more evenly matched. And one big thing that Colombia has, they got the vibes, bro. You know, if you guys remember yesterday, they were losing, but they were having fun. They were happy to be there. You know, I think that positive energy, I think they could work with that.
Positive mental attitude.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, we talked about it yesterday. I mean, obviously, going up against South Korea, that was not their match to win. They knew that. They still had fun with it. They still, I mean, it's not like they just threw the towel in and like didn't try. But they had fun, and you can clearly see that in the player cams afterwards. They were shaking hands, they were laughing, they were discussing it in between rounds as well. So definitely they came with the PMA. This one should be more evenly matched. I'm very excited to see that team play again. And you know what? I'm all for the vibes. That's why I went with Colombia for this one. I liked the attitude, okay? I want them to win. I want them to succeed. I want them to keep those smiles on the faces. So I gave them a 2-1.
Yeah. I'm big for positive energy as well, but I'm on the other side. I went with Team Mexico. I was rooting for them yesterday. Unfortunately, they took the L, but hey, this time around, I think it's a more even matchup, so I'm gonna go for Mexico.
I went with Mexico too in this one.
Let's go!
I really do think that, you know, it was not their best showing yesterday against Finland. But I think today it's a new day. The sun is shining here in California. What's new? Like it always does. But it's a good day. It's a good day. And so I really do think that today's different for Mexico. And they're going to come out there and get their win here in the World Cup. So
you really like hit me with the Michael Bublé New Day, New Dawn kind of energy there. So,
exactly.
You know, I know.
I mean, I know
feeling it.
Colombia
We're
played
vibing. This
South
is
Korea,
good.
but still applicable. Still applicable. It's a new
Still
day for
works.
both teams.
True.
What?
That's a fact. It's a new day.
That is factual. So let's see who can make it their own. For all the action, we're going to send it over to Mitch and Matt.
I mean, there's really nothing more profound than pointing
It's
out
a new
the
day.
obvious
It's a new
passage
day.
of time. Yeah, did you know you get a day older every time the sun comes up, Matt?
Yeah,
I want to leave that
I
with
mean-
you as well. I want you to
I mean-
ruminate on that.
Yeah,
Consider it.
I judge how long time is moving by just the way that you look. If I judged it by Custa, I wouldn't know. Custa,
Well-
the guy hasn't aged at all.
I aged about 40 years when I had my second kid, so I don't know if that's an accurate way to do it. You're better off following the Mayan calendar, Matt. Welcome back, everybody, of course. With a lot of action going on here now in this clash for Central America, these two teams, Colombia and Mexico respectively, weren't put in the same groups. All right, there was Group A actually had 3 teams advanced. Group B had 2. Mexico had to go up against the United States and Canada. That was a really brutal group to try and play through. They managed to get through in that 3rd place. Whereas Colombia, as we know, actually had a pretty comfortable run through that America's Group B. Showed us, obviously, a lot of talent. Yes, slightly different lineup there with EQO not so much a factor here. But for these two teams, Matt, they're looking at the rest of their group here thinking, wow, it's South Korea, it's Finland. How do we get amongst this mix of teams now? How do we give ourselves a shot at qualifying to the main event?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough. You just see, obviously both teams on your screen here. You may notice on the left for Mexico, Noe, former professional player, really early on, right? Inaugural season, is the head coach now.
Yeah, which is fantastic. Naomi obviously has remained very much involved in the Overwatch esports scene and still is a really consistent streamer as well. I recommend you check him out. I always throw him a host. Again, great guy to have here. And obviously the mentorship is very important, I think, for a lot of these teams, which is showing up with, some fairly young, talented players. Having the guidance of Naomi there is pretty important. Let's jump into the series here. Obviously, both these teams yet to find wins in this Group A. One of them, of course, will come out looking a little bit better, though, as Ilios is on the docket.
Yeah, it looks like it. The first map actually will be Samoa, so we'll get that one changed up. But it's a great. Oh, we got a wave going on here. All right, here we go. A little fanfare early on. I feel like you only see the wave at like baseball games now. I feel like it's kind of dated. We got players dancing. I like this. Everybody's
Team Mexico
happy.
are refusing to be baited into these hijinks at the start of the game. They look a little bit more focused. I think Angel Levada there's just giving a thumbs up across the table, and then it's back to business here. So you'd be fool for thinking this was Hades. This, of course, is the volcano stage of Samoa, where we will be starting this series after a quick pause, of course.
Yeah, we'll get this one. Sort of looks like maybe audio issue or something there on the end. Players on Colombia like bro, I'm ready to play. They've got all their dancing out. I mean, there's nothing else to do here. We saw Samoa yesterday. We ended up casting it, and really like how the map plays. Like, way different in terms of each stage. So curious to see it played with 2 different teams, see the different types of comps we see.
Yeah, I especially think in how it sort of changed some of the composition requirements for Team Japan, for example. They started off with a Sigma on sort of on downtown, and then we saw things change up a lot when we got to beach, which is obviously a much more like close quarters point with less of that verticality, but still longer sight lines. And then Volcano very different because we have a point that is mostly covered by those barriers here. So again, you really want to try and bully your way in. We saw the Doomfist used to great effect there, and a lot of pressure being put on Poco, primarily playing the Sigma, but also flexing to the Divas. So there's plenty of options here, and we again have our eyes set on some of these signature styles from both of these rosters and see if they can make them work on this first map.
Yeah, we've obviously seen a ton of Bastion across the board. Here's the map set where it stands now. We don't have a loser, so we don't have map 2 yet. Samoa will be map number 1, but we've seen a ton of Bastion early on here. I know at Overwatch World Cup, to be expected, Bastion in a really strong state. I was curious, if you're going to see Sombra, with the rework. It seems like she's actually kind of lost a little bit in terms of what makes her, what made her really strong and viable.
Well, so ubiquitous anyway. She definitely still has obviously a lot of strength with what she can achieve with her virus and her focus on individual targets, but perhaps that sort of, overall team fight impact limited to some degree here, Matt. So we do see like a brawly setup, which we kind of expect on Volcano here. Castled already hovering that Orisa. So this is a pretty straightforward composition for Mexico. I like that look here. Colombia do want to poke a little bit, I guess, with this Sigma setup.
What's your thoughts, the Orisa versus the Sigma, in terms of the comps? Really, mirror matchups across the board outside of that. For me, I actually think Sigma's stronger, like, right now. I think if you were to, like, say, like, who is the strongest tank in the game, like, overall, I think Sigma right now takes the cake, but I'm curious your POV.
Yeah, look, I think he does well with a lot of pressure being put on him here. You see this first thrust from Mexico. Castle's so durable, and still Colombia able to repel them. I think Immortality Field plays a huge part in why Sigma is very strong up against a brawl tank, right? The amount of time that you can buy yourself for that incremental damage, and also the crack control via accretion is really important. Colombia here, send Drummer forward, and Paulette, they cannot handle the heat there. It will be a good start, but it's Colombian roster.
Yeah, for me, if you have a like Immortality Field in the mix, right, and then you Sigma rotates their cooldowns like properly. I mean, he doesn't even need to do that properly, right? I mean, with like a kinetic grasp with some bastion damage, other stuff, like he can just live, it feels like, forever, where the Orisa like spear spin fortify, and then like you're in a lot of trouble.
And Matrix is up for both our team players here, and look at how aggressively Colombia are pushing Mexico away from that Immortality Field. But Mexico try and flip the fight with an air matrix of their own. Paulette, they're going to be caught inside the Gravitic Flux, and Super Gomez very comfortable there. What a nice little three-piece for Colombia. And they're brimming with confidence. There's so many elements to sort of prolong this Sigma's durability, that lifespan, to allow him to have great impact at creating space. And they played aggressive. They sped in with this Sigma setup behind the window.
Yeah, typically like a Sigma, you wouldn't really kind of have like a Lucio with like a speed boost in, right? But start to cut down so much damage as we got a artillery early here.
Remember, Exo Boots don't protect you from that cannon barrage. They just send you up into the path of those mortar shells. But
Mexico's going to have beat here, so should have an advantage.
Double May Wall here thrown out. Neither team really having their advance prevented, and the sound barrier now going to come out from Soap. But this is where the pressure needs to start to build. The Immortality Field for Colombia is already out of the picture now. The Blizzard also thrown down. Mexico investing very heavily in this fight. They'll get what they came for sure, but sound barrier and Blizzard get expended.
Yeah, it's a nice beat, right? Connects with everybody on the team. The Blizzard thrown in after that. Colombia, I feel like it's going to be okay with this, though, right? I mean, you give up the point, you get 80%. You come back, you're going to be able to build up like Blizzard Ant Matrix beat of your own. You think you don't need to use all of those to flip the point back, and then they're in a spot to win it. But look at this. It looks like Mexico in a little bit sneaky.
I like this. Trying to catch Colombia coming out of spawn. This is how you buy some time and bring that clock down. Drummer taken down. Angel Volado able to connect there, and here comes Castle pushing straight forward again. Hug can't even stand within an Immortality Field here. Will be shoved away.
Colombia, they use the Blizzard here.
And maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's worthwhile here with the sound barrier in the back pocket in case things go pear-shaped. Colombia have a chance to get back towards the point here. They just speed the Baptiste back with the rest of their team, and yeah, they'll have a player advantage on point.
Yeah, that's interesting. That you catch a few players off guard. This will be Angel Volado with an artillery here. Sound barrier comes in for Colombia. Connects with 3.
Bixby almost overextending there, able to get back just in time. Ice block absolutely crucial for Chobalux there to stay in the fight. Maywall broken down 3 down quickly here as we see Mexico want to get a piece of this point. They still control it for the time being, but that's a massive Gravitic Flux. 3 caught in it, and as they come down, Cersei and Mixby able to finish the job. Another huge Sigma play from Super Gomez.
The Immortality Field will keep you alive, right? But it doesn't keep everybody topped up in terms of health. People still drop down to the ground after that Flux basically dead. Looks like Soba trying to get on here to contest. Maywall comes in. Oh, comes from underground. Just gets beaten up.
Well, what goes up must come down, Matt. 99% here for Colombia and Mexico. Only have 3 players to work with. Castled under a lot of pressure now, trying to find at least something on Drummer. Hug also staying alive and gets a regenerative burst just in time. Meanwhile, Super Gomez, more solo kills for him. And a great start here for Colombia, working this Sigma composition and great defensive utility to give them enough time to win in the long game.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? The Orisa, I don't feel like has the sturdiness to kind of like battle the Sigma comp. Quite frankly, I think like the one tank that you kind of... I mean, I was going to say like Doom, right? If you want to play aggressive, like circumvent the Sigma, like go around, right? You think that could be the answer, but you want to play Bastion May, I think you got to play Sigma with that. And it looks like Mexico to make the change.
understandably a little bit harder to brawl on a map like this, right? The point is not enclosed like it is on Volcano. So poking from long range, and I want to keep an eye on Angel Volado here, because we saw the Sojourn matchup be really, really important between France and Japan on this stage, especially with these Sigma setups. You can have a lot of space, a lot of room to breathe here. So you really need to be delivering on this Sojourn if you're going to be facilitated to that degree.
The damage output, though, is so strong, though, from Colombia, right? With Drummer on the Bastion, like, the amount of shield pressure and just, you know, overall, it's going to really, you know, test Mexico's healing resources. Right there, Drummer going to get that first pick.
Yeah, you mentioned that damage output, and yeah, tactical grenade, pretty nasty. Again, Angel Volado playing this off angle for most of that fight, but the sideline isn't perfect, and there's no ability to really manufacture those insta-kills via railguns. Colombia, for the most part, ignoring the Sojourn outside of sending Mixfeed back to check, which is pretty frustrating. And you need your key DPS player from Mexico to have big impact here, even early in the fight. Super Gomez, maybe slight overextension there into Mexico's immortality field. Castle able to deal with Cersei, and Mixfeed is on the run. A good start for Colombia, but eventually Mexico bait them in.
Yeah, Paulette, some really nice healing there, able to keep Castled up. And I don't know if you caught it, where Castled was at like a little bit less than half HP, started kinetic grasp, and like his health bar just jumped up. I mean, just ate up a ton of damage there. As Mexico gets a flip, and they'll have an Ant Matrix here to work with.
Decent spot for it as well. Palet throws it down here, ideally to boost that healing as fighting comes to a head. Drummer comes out of that assault configuration now, looks ahead to the lower ground, but sees a Sigma in the way. They just want to pile in on Chobolux, but the Blizzard will catch him. Nothing you can do about that one, and a beautiful gravitic flux from Castle to seal the deal. That's 2 consecutive fight wins for Mexico.
Yeah, it looks like Mixfeed and Cersei were actually stuck in the Blizzard in the flux. Like their bodies like didn't really go up that much, but still took the damage from that flux, and the Blizzard was coming in. So Mexico, 2 quick fights in a row, and they all jump up to 50%.
Sound barriers here for both sides. But Ant Matrix really paying off by Palette. They threw that down on the top of the point here, and it was really important to deal with that Alpha Strike damage that came through from Colombia as they aggressively postured. Okay, we have an off angle here with that overclock. Maywall comes out though, Angel Volado now, and he has the one target to go for, and that's probably not the one you want to face down at that range. Drummer looking imperious as the sound barrier came down. Sopa, not sure what happened there. Not ideal here for Mexico. Super Gomez looks to try and pressure that point in. Chobolux from behind. It's an accretion coming his way. Sigmas now want to face off here. Bear in mind, Mexico still have control of the point after those key couple of fights. Colombia need to try and close this out, but Angel Volado still uncontested, playing for that high ground. They'll get another one.
Yeah, I mean, he can't take the fight against like Drummer and the Bastion, right? But like in those off angles, like he's able to put down significant amounts of damage as Mexico looking to tie it up.
The low ground and Cersei coming forward. No Blizzard available here. The strike from Drummer doesn't find any purchase, and Cersei had to go and stall. That was the only option that Colombia had. It's such a long walk back. That accretion is perfect. Mixfeed never had a chance to alight on the point. And Mexico, after a slower start, looking much more comfortable here now in the Sigma mirror.
Yeah, no, Colombia did a really good job pushing the pace early on, and then once Mexico got control of the point, that was it. They were never able to get in position as the Drummer at the start was able to get control of that like top bridge area, I would say, and put down some damage. But after that, we're not able to get that Bastion back in position. So see if there's any comp change. Looks like Colombia, they are fully committed. Mexico, potentially some changes.
Okay. We've seen this before, obviously from Team Japan. Some teams just don't like opting into the Sigma mirror. It's probably very positional. It really requires you to control that high ground. And if you don't have a Lucio, you just don't have the chance to really fight for it. Not nearly as quickly. Here come Mexico. So I love this here. The Echo Tracer. We've seen this a bunch from some teams. Very different comps now.
And I think if you're going to play Echo Tracer, the tank to play with it is the Doom. Specifically against these types of comps, Doom has superior mobility. Really to even like a Winston and Ball at this point, even Diva, right? Being able to use the Seismic Slam or the Punch to get out of harm's way.
Angel Volado's made his way around the backside here on that Tracer. Sleep on Drummer. Looked like that was inside assault configuration as well, so really limiting the DPS output of Colombia in that moment. Cersei is able to poke freely, but maybe doesn't realize the pressure is coming towards him over on the point. And Chobolux is able to get in there and extract Hug. With that focusing beam, and Drummer's so low, just a strong wind would blow him over. This is a great look from Mexico. They are attacking on multiple axes here.
Yeah, in Colombia, right, they're kind of just playing pretty much together around the corner. Mexico's totally okay with them playing that type of style because they want to like poke from every direction, right? They want to have Angel Volato on one side, they want to have the Echo on the other, like Castle, you know, just jumping in, putting down some damage, maybe getting a stun off. Now it'll be Colombia with a, now we're gonna get like a full-on mirror matchup.
Pulse bomb here for the Brig. Easy decision to make, but it comes up short and Hug's able to shield it. Doesn't matter though, because Angel Volato wraps around the back and gets it done the old-fashioned way. Hug ain't going nowhere right now. 28% and counting here for Mexico, and good old-fashioned tracer flank pays off.
Yeah, they could at least, you know, giving him a heal or something.
Little heal?
Yeah, a little heal, a little turn, a little shot, maybe a little bio grenade there.
But at the same time, Super Gomez, I think, has gone in. So Mixby is looking absolutely elsewhere at that moment. So I'm definitely left on an island there. Make no mistake.
Mixby is probably like, look, if I help you, there's a chance I die. So you figure that out.
All right, Drummer now making the switch over towards the Tracer. Fight or so ago. The dude Brig, this is a pretty scary prospect. The meteor strike cancelled, flattens the back line. Colombia ain't getting up after that one. That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Oh, the meteor strike was massive. Not even going to be able to build up towards the rally because there's just nobody to attack as everybody falls for Colombia as Mexico's really put it on with this dive count.
I mean, you are reeling after that play. You're on one end, it's a duplicated Brig who has absolutely no reason to worry about self-preservation, and then from above, the meteor strike. That is disgusting. Dropping here in a Tracer duel against Angel Volato. Super Gomez, pretty good purchase there with that seismic slam, rather, but might be caught here. Good bionic grenade, but will that be enough? The rally's ticking. Castle, though, is durable enough not to worry about the anti-heal. And now a nano being handed over to the Brig. That's a scary prospect indeed. Sopa wants to surge ahead here, but realizes that duration is ticking down and wants to stay in a position to benefit the rest of the team. 99 plays 0, and there's a rally up for Colombia. They're going to pop it straight away, and you need to be looking out for the tactical visor in this fight. Colombia may not need it, though. Getting rid of Chobalax early, and they'll finally have a chance on the point.
A tremendous job from the supports on Colombia. Mixie and Hug, they keep Super Gomez alive. You even saw in his player cam, he was like shocked he was alive. He was like, wait, what? So he ends up on the ground. He's bioed for a little bit. He power blocks, like gets the nano. I mean, just tremendous stuff, able to keep him up. He falls there. I mean, that is map in favor of Mexico's Colombia now with some signs of life. You have this tac visor here up in the high ground.
Cersei with attack visor here. Getting Chobalax out of the fight would be crucial. But look at the pressure on the soldier. They go for the ultimate anyway. They're going to find the kill. Bionic grenade came in towards the back line of Colombia, but Cersei unperturbed. And that'll be enough. The one kill, it's going to have to be enough for now. Cersei still has a lot of room to breathe. Mexico may have a crack at this with 4.
So you've lost Mixby here for Colombia, so that's like your largest source of healing out of the way. If you're Colombia, you know, you gotta just sustain on through this for the next little bit. Yeah, this is really aggressive. Wait, where did Drummer go?
I was able to turn the shield just in time, Drummer. I don't know. I don't know what happened to the Tracer. That's not ideal. Colombia are gonna have to work without the Tracer and Super Gomez under a lot of pressure here. The bionic grenade came in, but they're able to get to safety just in time. Castle now needs to respect it. Good recall timing there from Drummer. That would have been another early elimination as the focusing beam just came in from Chobalax. Super Gomez, mutual knockdown here. Another one from that Brig. Pressure is pretty scary, but
there we
oh
go.
My goodness, I don't think Super Gomez made Angel Volato with that. They just walked into a random seismic slam. What a huge turnaround here for Colombia. And they're going to be able to stay in the fight.
But, okay, so Colombia will end up staying in the fight. They're going to flip this. But Mexico did end up flipping the point back towards themselves. So like, all of this, which could have been like percentage and, you know, whatnot for Colombia, could have got them probably up close to winning the game. Ends up, you know, not earning anything, right? Because Mexico had flipped the point. So Mexico pretty fortunate there for that to be able to happen. They have a rally and a nano coming in. They're in a fantastic spot to maybe flip this.
Pulse bombs up for both sides. Angel Volato deploys his. No good again. An easy Brig kill would have been great. The shield too strong. Castle in deep trouble. Great bionic grenade response there from Mixby and the rally for that extra durability. Sopa pops theirs as well, but this is dangerous territory for Mexico to be in. Power that is brought down. Colombia might be able to make a big old comeback here after being at 0% for so much of the round. Choboluk's out of dupe. Cersei able to survive the sticky bombs and drop into the biotic field. That is going to hurt in the morning. We had a pause called in the final second. That can't be real. That is utter BM. I'm pretty certain that we had a resolution of the round.
Wait, what?
And a pause is still called, I think, by somebody. Oh, World Cup, never changed.
Somebody on Colombia, I think, it's maybe an audio issue or something. We'll see what's going on here. So yeah, we're about to have an end of a round. What is it? It's like we like icing the kicker here, you know, like.
I don't know. I would be absolutely. I'd be thinking about that if I was going to lose a round and I had to stare at the 100 to 99 indicator on my screen for any length of time.
Yeah, if you're like Mexico, you're coming off the respawn, right? Just sitting there staring at it, 99, like as they're about to just win. Like, we'll figure out what's going on.
Well, I think obviously like that. I'm not 100% sure about this, but our game admins have to actually action the pause. And
we had a quick alt tab there, real quick.
Tab? Okay. Yeah.
They're queuing up the victory tunes on on YouTube or something.
Oh yeah, they just had to turn up the volume on the lo-fi beats to start and control your opponent to.
This will be one of the more interesting. Say, hey, we're coming back from a pause. All right, it's over.
It's like you're about to land a knockout punch and you just stop with your fist in front of them. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what happens here. I mean,
if it was boxing, they rigged the scores coming back in, right? I mean, that's.
So glad this is happening. Okay, so Angel Villano can probably touch here. They do. Okay, so we actually have our overtime. Love to see that. Tactical Vice
they do have
Cersei, though. Definitely wants to try and end this now, but there are no targets. Anything but a target-rich environment, but look at that Helix rocket at the feet of Angel Villano. Tough for Mexico to come back from this one. No support ultimates to work with. Choboluk's coming to the point and the soul to just for the mobility, if anything else. And it's it's a tough one. You're walking up to the gallows if you're Mexico after that pause because you know exactly what the writing on the wall says. Big comeback for Colombia there on downtown, even though they teased us with it a little bit. They'll take the first map.
Yeah, it felt like we already got the celebration before it actually ended. So now they're not even that happy. But no, really strong performance. I mean, that last round, right? Colombia battled back. I mean, they were in a rough spot. You know, Mexico put together a really good lead. It looked like they were doing fantastic with that like dive Mexico. And then Colombia just kind of switched to it and figured it out themselves. So really good map number one.
Yeah, being able to do that on the fly, I think is a really big deal. The Samoa games that we've seen so far have featured that mix between Sigma and Doomfist. And to be able to see Colombia on a dime, make the switch, and come in and play that composition so effectively, it's a big deal. I think the Soldier 76 from Cersei was pretty important there in that last map. But let's go back towards a very interesting Orisa versus Sigma matchup on Volcano.
Yeah, and I think you see even, you know, Orisa's still a really strong tank. I think you just see the power that Sigma brings, right? I mean, just overall can do so many different things. Mexico goes to it in round number 2, and they come out on top.
This is a very close game.
Again,
I think Mexico's going to win this, honestly.
They get a big amplification matrix there that really just helps that healing through. But this will happen to Drummer, by the way.
I feel like...
Oh, buddy. What's that punch?
Yeah, that was interesting. I feel like,
it's all right.
Yeah,
like Colombia...
Right. Still gotta
definitely.
Get your
it even happened to Danny Lim. It can happen to anybody.
Okay, Colombia definitely has a chance, but like Mexico just, I just don't think that Mexico really looked like that strong on that map. Maybe they just didn't know like how to play Samoa necessarily.
Very competitive match so far. And I'm curious to see now what the
but Mexico is not going to be picking next, so it's going to be Circuit.
I was going to say, Mexico that had some options, right? They looked pretty good on the dive, right? Colombia ends up coming out on a dive of their own and ends up like winning it at the end. They're probably looking at their success in, you know, map number 2, right? In that Sigma v Sigma matchup, and then saying, hey, let's take that as opposed to trying to go to another dive map picking Circuit.
Yep, more poke comps coming up in Circuit Royale. It's map number 2 in this matchup in Group A between Mexico and Colombia. Don't go too far.
Where am I at for this? 81%. Oh. You got your food? I did. Finally. I took a nap. Ah, no worries. Yeah, finally got my food, which Again, I usually try not to stream and eat my food, but I just got really hungry. And honestly, we're gonna be streaming this all day, so. Gotta go see for my group project. We can still leave the stream up if you want. Like, you know, on a device that you're not bringing with you, I don't know. If not, that's all good. But Colombia took the first map, so very close game, by the way, between them. Between Colombia and Mexico, so very excited to see what happens next. Oh, it's a Zoom call. I see. What's up, Ron? Welcome back. Finally got my food. As I said before, I usually try not to eat and stream. I think I only did it like once before, but yeah, I try not to do it too much. It's just that I got really hungry. We're already approaching close to like 5 o'clock, so 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Finally, yeah, I know. I don't know why it took so long, bro. I'm gonna be dead honest. I was kind of upset, but it's whatever. They remade it because I guess someone took it. So they remade the order, and I was finally able to get the food back. What's an async class? So some people in the class are from branch campuses. I see. I'm one of those async classes. I personally, I don't know about you guys, but I personally like async classes. I like learning at my own pace. Of course, I understand that there are some classes that you can't necessarily take for async, like you have to be in there in person, but I personally like async.
Feature in this particular matchup, two teams naturally struggling against Finland and South Korea respectively, but when it comes to this rivalry here in Central America, they are leaving it all out there. And Samoa was a great demonstration
just to catch you up, Ron. Colombia won the first map,
for Mexico,
but it's very close. They were basically 99 and 99% on either side.
Things really got opened up in a Sigma mirror. Let's talk subs here. Mattis, Hysteria, and Momo come in for Mexico.
Yeah, so 2 subs coming in for Mexico here on Circuit Royal. So should tell you potentially maybe, you know, they want to have Hysteria and maybe they feel like he's the stronger Sigma of the two. Maybe that's also why we saw Castle come out on the Orisa at the start. Then Moen, maybe you don't feel like you need to play Lucio here. You can play, know, a little bit more of a flex support based support line.
And now they got Circuit Royal.
What these two teams were
so let's see how they do. By the way, this is really good.
I guess Mexico probably maybe feeling a little bit forced into that
Very
position.
good.
There didn't seem to be any debate about it when we headed over to beach. Although, of course, Volcano gave you an option to brawl. It's got to be frustrating that that Orisa composition doesn't work out. Now, in the past on Circuit Royal, we've definitely seen a lot of teams flirt with brawl compositions against the Sigma setup. More than happy to play like Junker Queen or even Orisa at times to try and get up in the enemy space and, you know, deny a lot of that space. Again, in the Australia versus Brazil matchup, we saw them play Reinhardt into the Sigma. And Brazil gave Australia so much room.
This is a very Sigma map. I'm actually, okay, interesting. Colombia chose May and Bastion into a map that's known for, like, as a sniper map.
Looking at a long-range hit scan if Mexico come out of the gates with it.
I do think the comp with the
no, never mind. They swapped up to, from Hanzo to Soldier.
Really interesting against like the Sigma-based comps. I think it's just way harder to execute. That's why like you don't see like anybody really do it.
I mean, I don't doubt that they have a
you see
plan, but
teams obviously go to,
usually
but
it's a very
not like something
sniper,
that everybody can
sniper-oriented
replicate, right?
map. So let's
Even
see.
back to previous metas, like goats. A lot of teams could throw together goats, but like to play it at a really high level, like pretty difficult, right? I think it's the same thing with the Reinhardt base comp with the Symmetra. It's like, yeah, like in theory, like, yeah, we can probably do it, but you know, you have to execute it really perfectly to be able to beat some of these comps where Mexico will come out with double sniper here. So this will be an interesting look.
Never mind.
Double sniper.
They're going double sniper again.
Feels like a kind of comp that's been like gone for a while. I just don't think it has like damage output to be able to burst some of these targets.
To be honest though,
down.
I don't. Okay, they said that it's been gone for a while, but we saw the collegiate teams like Fisher College and Maryville. They actually played this exact comp in collegiate for homecoming. So I don't think it's like been gone. I don't think it's like that bad. Again, it's an interesting thing, especially not going Ash at least. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't doubt that, you know, they're going to do well, or at least put up a fight, but oh, they swapped up to Sojourn now instead of Widow.
Goes down. So Sigma out of the picture now for the attackers means that Super Gomez can sort of lean
I'm just really interested about the Bastion May comp.
Much of that damage is being shut down. There's an accretion here, and eventually Colombia come home to roost and deal with the problem of the Hanzo. They made the right choice, but they have a
like Bastion May is possible
you can be flexible in that
on this map, but
you have somebody turn, kind of mark that Hanzo,
especially going against double sniper. Oh, never mind, they swapped off double sniper, so actually now it's way more possible.
Just speed around the corner and take a 5v4.
Here comes the Gravitic Flux here from Mexico. Great wall there, really makes it impossible to follow up on the players that are held aloft, and the immortality field is very straightforward for Colombia. Do they shrug off that ultimate? Yes, they give up a little bit of ground here, but Mexico's next power play involves this amplification matrix.
Oh, it's a nice May wall there, though, from Cersei, and that's going to be a sound barrier as Colombia wants to go.
That's two fantastic May walls that shut down big ultimates.
That wall was nice, yeah.
Of Mexico. It doesn't
very
look
well
much,
played.
Right? The May wall doesn't always sort of
I was initially
off in terms of its impact in the fight.
doubting the May, but I see the vision now. I see the vision.
Inside the Gravitic Flux, and then of course it blocks off that amp matrix. Great play from the May.
Gotta go get Drummer back in the fight. Squirt the Presidente back in. So Bastion will have the artillery here for this next fight. And dude, you're in a great spot if you're Colombia, right? You're gonna have everything outside of.
It's interesting because Mexico picked this map.
Complete control.
Will Mexico not be able to do well on their very own map?
Transcendence here, probably for Flux.
Does Colombia win this? Is the real thing.
I mean, yeah, you want to be inside the Flux. If you're not in it, things can get a little awkward. All right, here comes Sebastian ult from Drummer. Into the
nice.
Flux, excuse me, there from Super Gomez.
The Flux Bastion ult actually, I'm not gonna lie, that duo goes hard.
Held in place. Angel Villano finally though turning up here. It's going to be an overclock that yields 2 kills. Blizzard was committed to the fight as well by Mexico, and they come out second best after spending so much. You can't be feeling good with less than a minute on the clock.
I like, you know, I love how we have the player cams and everybody on LED. You get to see some stuff where, you know, we're on with Drummer for a little bit, and he's, you know, looking over, and he's looking over at Super Gomez's screen where he's gonna flux and know exactly where to drop that artillery right on top. And now you have Paulette. They're gonna go over and play.
Damn, Mexico just Mexico is not looking too great, actually. I'm actually very surprised because you know, they chose this map, and I thought that they would work in their favor. Okay. They might be. It might be able to push that. Yeah, they're able to push it.
They had a really nice boop there on the Super Gomez, like knocked him back towards.
Very last second right there. That is wild.
Off as Mexico barely gets over the line, though. Pretty good defense there from Colombia on point A.
Yeah, I mean, it just falls apart. Maybe
right.
I think
I'm gonna
early
go throw away some stuff and
I'll
come back.
Line.
Literally almost overtime. Yeah, they struggled for that first point, but you know, good that they got it. They were able to get it because it would have been pretty boring if they weren't able to push the point any further. To be honest, like That just means that it plays in Colombia's favor by a long shot for the most part.
You knew you could go with
But that's good. They're still in the match.
Both teams end up using the May wall. It's actually really nice use of the kinetic grasp there by from Hysteria. Actually, like used it like over towards the side, ends up keeping the May alive.
You got to back away from that air matrix here. If you're Colombia, yours doesn't quite pay off. Both teams able to avoid them here, but ultimately it's Mexico gaining ground. Cersei, after such a fantastic start, gets caught there by Chobalux. And now Colombia have to try and make this defense happen with 4. They do have some key ultimates, though. Sound barrier is going to be there. Flux also available now with the Blizzard also thrown at the start of the fight. No chance for Super Gomez to part with that ultimate. Fantastic preemption there from Chobalux to set things up for a last push of the map.
Yes, Mexico finding some signs of life here. And really, it's once they went over and brought the Lucio back in, right? Have that speed, close the gap. Really, if you survive. So the thing is like Colombia has an advantage in terms of like a highest potential damage output, right? You would say with the Bastion inside of Wheels mode. If Bastion is out of that, right? Then the damage output actually probably swings more towards
they were able
Mexico
to
about even.
make second point.
If you can survive this, right? Like this is great, right? For Mexico. Drummer uses that
Good.
early.
That was actually very well timed for the Lucio. That was like textbook Lucio beat right there for Sigma. There we go, Hysteria. Oh my lord.
Only the 1 kill though for Mexico, and again this aggressive wraparound by DPS is going to fizzle.
Wow.
Angel Volado
But they were still able to pull it back.
And they choose not to.
Almost losing the round. They got serious as hell. Yeah, they did.
No fall damage, so you think you would live that, but you know.
Crazy, like,
Are they talking about the Sojourn? Okay, so for if you're not familiar with it, and I'm sure most of you might already be familiar with it, but the reason why that you'll see most players do that, actually, intentionally, is to not give the enemy team more ult charge, because if they get a stagger off of you, you basically give them more ult charge. So you see it a lot happen in these sort of team fights, whether it be Overwatch League, Collegiate, or whatever it is. Oh, this is big right here. Keep it. If they just keep this height, yeah. If they just keep that height with Bastion, that would actually be wild.
Being able to stave off the attackers, but they don't have any ultimates to work with right now. I know Cersei's desperately trying to accrue.
Oh my god! What is going on?
Drummer couldn't get inside the immortality field at all. Super Gomez, though, good kinetic grasp that's going to be able to keep them up a little bit longer.
Super Gomez almost has ult too.
They fall after the fact, though. Can you follow up with this? It's just
no way.
They're caught in the blizzard, and then the gravitic
wow.
comes down. Hysteria takes an absolute battering at 2 versus 3. Will it be enough? Drummer's going to be
wait, hold on. No way. Wow. They were able to do it within the last, so they have like 5 seconds left. That's very big. Very close game. Well done, Mexico.
Yeah, I actually thought, Mexico, I mean, they come up super close.
Very well played, I will say. Very well played.
First point.
They looked like they struggled there for that first point.
Once they're able to get that, they do a nice job completing the rest of the map. So now ball in Colombia's court here to try and answer. Typically we do see teams get stalled out there at the end of this map.
Well, so let's see.
That can be a pretty dangerous situation for Colombia.
Colombia going to be able to match that?
They're having time to spare after that push. Pretty impressive stuff there from Mexico.
I just realized
2 versus 3.
There's a duck
any other day would
like
be absolutely
thing or whatever, like the duck floaty. There's a duck floaty on near the pool there. I actually never knew that.
To seal the deal.
I've played the map countless times and I actually never knew that there was. Oh my lord. Okay. All right.
To push us to a 3rd.
Never knew that existed, but now I know.
This is what World Cup's about, right? You get all these awesome, close matchups. Take a look at this here.
Wow.
At the end is Angel Volado. I mean, this is
yeah, that was good. Very well played. Oh my. Wow.
And just and here comes the Reaper guy towards the end. It already used the Wraith form to get out of the spawn. Nothing you can do there.
It's like impossible for Drummer to stall. I think they have to use all 3 blinks to get to the point. So Angel Volado just goes.
Oh wait, what's this plan over here?
All right.
What is Mexico planning to do here? Why they're all like stacked up here
Finish the map as well.
on the very like left corner.
Some extra innings. Composition rise. We actually have a mirror now. Bastions from both teams.
Oh they went mirror.
Throwing up here to try and cut Angel Velado's potential DPS output. And it does put Colombia in an advantage here. They get rid of the mentality field, and Triple-X has fallen. Angel Velado not in a position to put any pressure back.
You know, Angel Velado did a really nice job. We caught in that replay there towards the end with the Bastion grenade. Not to just kind of like get it eaten by that kinetic grasp of Super Gomez, just kind of throws it aside and kills him with the splash damage. That time you saw it from Mexico's POV.
Okay.
The splash damage that comes in from Drummer's grenade. I mean,
Colombia literally just answered with their own mirror and are already close to the other to the first point. That is wild.
All right. Good stuff from Colombia there. The main wall pretty devastating for Angel Velado.
Okay, well played.
Straight on through it. Immortality field to keep the Bastion standing.
Nice.
Nicely done by Moment.
And zone them out.
Healing to be done in those last couple of moments, and Cersei just gets caught.
Some wild shit. Yeah, to be honest, I'd actually prefer seeing a mirror than like, you know, them playing like a different, you know, like Sojourn or something like that, like a Sojourn May instead of a Bastion May. I think for me personally, I just want to see how they play that. Mirror comping, yeah. I just want to see how they play that, because whenever I'm in like a mirror in my own ranked games, I always want to know, like, I want to find out how to play against that. So it'd be interesting to see how they do.
Yeah.
How they make this work at least. Oh, that's an early flux. But yeah, they're gonna be able to get her. Wow.
They couldn't do much about that one. They would have dropped and died either way.
To be honest, okay, yeah, that was worth then. They're kind of just like not really giving them a chance to win or to push at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge sound barrier there that comes in there from Paulette.
Nice.
Really nice map there on the Lucio. So landing that sound barrier, pushing on up is, yeah, I mean, this is not going well for Colombia, right? And now you come back. What?
Oh.
You have a flux, but you have the,
the
immortality to kind of like live through that.
His ult. That's actually really good.
Wall thrown up. I see the idea behind it.
Wow.
I mean, again, when Colombia spend, you know, good money after bad by throwing that Blizzard into what ended up being a lot.
Nah, this is just brutal. This is I don't think. Wait, I actually don't think Colombia wins this.
And I like, even if Mexico loses this, they're in a great spot, right? In terms of like this next fight. So,
well, Momo's dead. Okay, well,
because you can,
never mind.
In theory, right, if you
I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have said anything.
Force some of these ultimates out. Now, look at Colombia. I mean, they know they have a player advantage. They're going to try and push that pace.
To be honest, they do still have like one more team fight. So the fact that they're disengaging right now is actually very good.
Not just player advantage.
Jinxed it. Yeah, my bad, guys. I'll never say anything like that ever again. That's just my bad.
It's going to be all over. That's a devastating pick off there. Mixby just firing into the void and finding a key elimination. Here comes the flux. Super Gomez playing safe because they know there's an M matrix in play. Kinetic Grass comes up and have a look at the overshield that they got. A lot of damage mitigated there. We still need to convert. The plane needs to be landed here. Troblux comes out of ice block and takes damage from both the Sigma and the May.
Wait.
Super Gomez wants to try and eliminate but the Bastion on the high ground. Angel Velado's getting so much done. Eventually they have to try and drop. Get closer.
Oh, they didn't touch.
Looks like actually got stunned out of the flux there potentially.
They didn't touch.
Hysteria win for that, so it looks like Super Gomez actually may have nailed him with the accretion.
Wow.
Stunned him out.
They didn't touch.
You actually land
that
flux, you
I saw the
consider
vision.
using sound barrier there and fighting that. That would have been a large chunk of damage. Maybe you get a kill or two off of that.
I saw the vision
nice
personally.
Play there by Super Gomez.
Colombia, they're finding opening. With that kill from Mixby, had that not happened, there's still a distinct ultimate advantage, but you know, things don't always follow that kind of rhyme or reason in this game.
That's a good wall right there.
Grenade coming in. I like this. Okay, Super Gomez trying to get an accretion hit to lock people inside the effective radius of a Bastion ultimate.
Yeah,
no.
no.
More than enough. Hysteria was well extended onto the cart here. Colombia paving the way to be really competitive here on Circuit Royal.
Now the May is playing time.
There, you're not able to keep
no
Hysteria
way.
up. Is now Colombia pushing forward.
These teams are just so
able to finish off
they're so balanced.
Smart though by Super Gomez.
Like they both play really well.
Go a little bit far,
oh, and the window in the cart.
It's gonna be the second checkpoint. You have a few
Wow,
players
no
trying to
way.
get there
They got
towards
3
the
minutes now.
contest, and now you're gonna have some staggers.
I mean, the only ultimate you had at the time.
What's up, Chrissy? Welcome back. I just finished reading.
Instantly, Angel Volado gets blown to smithereens. There's no
Like I see what Chivalix is doing,
Yeah.
but it's he's staggering too much now.
Now, how good at Colombia?
Like I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to waste some more time, but you can only do so much.
Right here, if they can maintain this control and also get
Does
good
Mexico
card push,
know?
they're in great shape. They have to know.
I mean, look at where Angel Volado and Hysteria are. You think they know? I mean, it does not look
Trying to
like
figure out who to get.
We
Momo.
get two. Does Troblox get caught in that? Unclear. Momo though gonna have to go for a
Okay.
immortality fill, but still gonna get taken down. They went for an air matrix as well.
Wait, there's an ad that gets you shit. Hopefully it's not too many ads.
Might not be worthwhile here. Hysteria really just stalling. Super
We
Gomez
back?
has to wait
Nice.
for the grasp
Good
to
stuff.
expire. Eventually, so will Hysteria. You've bought some time, but you've spent huge ultimates. Momo, you're partying with
you
that
bought
air
20
matrix. We have a switch
seconds.
to
I mean, it's not like you bought like, you know, it's not like you bought like a minute there. I mean, 20 seconds. I mean, that's not a huge amount of time.
They went Zen.
Hysteria and Angel Blood, I don't think had any idea that they had wrapped all the way out to that window already. I think they had no clue. They turn the corner and they go to challenge
The only
card.
time that I choose Zen is when I know that my DPS aren't doing anything.
Switch to the Genji, hoping to put some more
But I'm sure that's not the
on
case.
Tomo.
I'm sure they just want to get rid of that Bastion. I think the Bastion's just the biggest problem for them.
Response there. A lot of respect for the ultimate from Angel Volado, but meanwhile, Cersei trying to walk it in. Hysteria is so low, but caught Super Gomez inside the gravitic flux. Ice block won't be enough for Cersei. Buys a little bit of time.
Very
but still
well played.
Colombia will be repelled with a
Actually,
minute
very
20
well
left
played.
to play.
Yeah, you just
I think-
jump off the side here, Colombia, you come back.
I think Colombia
Blizzard
still has this.
Here potentially, you know, artillery strike.
I mean, they have
kinda
what, 3
combo
ults right now,
those,
and
maybe
Mexico. I mean, they
even,
could
use
possibly
the
build
Ant
2,
Matrix
maybe
there, get
3,
some extra
possibly.
Bastion damage, like force players around the corner. You just need to get this fight over with fast. You can't allow, you know, too much time here to let the payload creep backwards. You can actually get it in a position where if you take this fight fast and, you know, win it, you can actually probably, you know, score and win the game off of this.
Can Cersei guarantee a powerful Blizzard to end the round here? Colombia will only
He's
have
gonna
a
aim for the
slim
Zen,
lead.
isn't he?
Either way.
Oh no, he's gonna aim for the
Troblox
Genji.
here, not really bothered by the Bastion ultimate by the looks of things. There's that Blizzard from Cersei. But Hysteria fell in that fight. Able to break through the Sigma is huge, but here comes Troblox with the Dragon Blade. Momo, by the way.
Wait.
Finding both opposing supports, and Mexico might have set themselves up to win the map outright.
Yeah, wait, they might have actually just won this.
Transcendence here.
Like, the
coming
only
up,
way that Colombia can win
and
this is if
there's nothing on the
Super
other
Gomez
side,
gets like
so
4
you're gonna be
in his
really
flux.
healthy if you're Mexico with an opportunity. Send it to a final map.
Troblox.
And even then, they have Zen
Dragon
ult.
Blade there. Momo though now showing us why they were subbed in. Huge moment from them. Mixing out of the picture. Your Lucio was gone, and your ability to
Wow.
swallow the card has now been diminished significantly. As has your life forces. Palette, they get to sit on a train.
Oh
Sinners
my
get into the last
gosh.
fight. And Mexico even up the series, making this interesting. Just as we were hinted
Well
at
played.
after seeing the gameplay in map
Actually,
one.
well, unironically,
Yeah,
well
and I
played.
thought map 1 was really close. Map 1 went down to the wire, specifically, you know, on these Sigma-based compositions. It was the round that Mexico won, right? Playing some of that Sigma style, and they end up, you know, battling.
So what
back
is it,
here
1
in
and
a
1 now, right?
Really close map here against Colombia. Now with the ball in Colombia's court.
Wait, I don't
right,
think
of
we've
what
ever
they
seen
decide to
any
do
of
here with
the
this final
teams
map.
go to a third map. So this is actually going to be interesting. I want to see what the third map's going to be.
Best opportunity for either of these teams to show
So what they do,
they're
they
made
did
of.
CP,
And they've given us an
then they
incredibly
did,
competitive series
Payload.
So far. Circuit Royal could absolutely have gone either way. Gotta say the Momo substitution, even though Palette, they're sort of forced to move over towards the Lucio to facilitate for this. You can see why it makes sense. Mixing here, of course, this is that sound barrier for Colombia in that sort of first half. They really started to put pressure on Mexico, and we thought Colombia looking
My
really
meeting got
good here
canceled because
until
someone
they
in
get
my
blown out
group
further
has
down
an
the map.
exam. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I thought even the potential for you know, a hold there is that's a nice raise. See, that's what I was talking
Well,
about. Not putting
Mexico
it into the,
won this
kinetic grasp.
next
Yeah,
match,
just
so
jumping right before.
that's what that's all you missed.
Obviously, the Sigma is low. It's
So they
a
won
lot of
the
damage, then,
their map.
yeah,
So
Cersei
now
can
it's
do
1
that.
and 1 right now.
just a elbow drop
So they have to
there.
go to a third map, which we haven't
The
seen yet.
artillery.
I like this play as well. Troblox has to be super aware of that kinetic grasp, making sure the Blizzard doesn't get gobbled up. And that's what we
Honestly,
thought it was all
Mexico is.
happening
I
for
think
the
Mexico
defenders. We
could
thought
have
the game would
really
be
full
over there.
held
The
that.
next fight,
I
that's
believe
where
that they could have
Colombia
actually
showed a
really
little bit
full
back
held
right
that. The only problem was that, yeah, the I think Momo was the one that got picked off early, and that just kind of set up Colombia for, like, you know, their momentum there going back, because then they had to get back, right? Mexico had to decrease their aggression. I need to submit by tomorrow. Oh. Maybe you can just reset the time to, like, or, like, I don't know, change the time to, like,
yeah, I mean, the next map selection, I think, is definitely going to tell you
do it like tomorrow morning or something, maybe,
in terms of where the strength is and how they feel like they can end up beating Mexico. I think it's been really close in those
Let's see,
Sigma
where are we at
matchups,
the drops right now?
Mexico's gotten, like, the edge, right? You know, you would say, where Colombia looked pretty good, you know, using some of those Doomfist base comps.
Right,
so let's see.
Something I look forward to seeing a little bit more of, because it really showed us.
Oh, Hong Kong and China is coming up next. I'm actually very interested in seeing that one as well. But so far, I'm gonna be honest, Mexico versus Colombia is, like, very well balanced team. Like, they're new Queen Street. Okay, nice. A push map.
We've seen teams
do tomorrow night, but some people have morning classes. It's looking to be sometime in the afternoon. Well, good luck. I hope everything works out there on that end.
See what these teams formulate. Composition on New Queen Street. We're gonna have to wait though until after.
Can't do more than I got at 9 a.m. It's fair. That's understandable. Wow. The music, bro. The music is always just so fucking good, bro. Unbelievable. Is it 3 minutes? All right. Oops, that's not what I have to do. What percentage are you guys on for your drops, by the way? Like, what like, how far along are you on the drops, and, like, what percentage? I feel like studying for my Korean quiz today. And if I feel like studying for my Korean quiz today, feeling really tired. I mean, you could honestly just, like, take a break. To be quite honest with you, just take a break and then come back to it. Like, I don't know, within, like, the next hour or two, something like that. I'm also very sluggish. Yeah. I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's, like, the weather or something like that. Like, I personally feel like it could just be the weather that's contributing to it, because I have been feeling very tired. Like, you see how I'm, like, yawning, but it's like what time is it right now? 5. It's 5 p.m. I've been yawning basically all day. I even slept at some point. Like, I took, like, a quick nap at some point as well. I'll try again later. If not, I'll probably study tomorrow. All right, sounds good. Maybe it's the weather. Yeah, it's like, what, very, like, cloudy. It's cold. I think I saw there was, like, a 95% chance of, like, rain as well. So it's probably something to do with that. Because I'm just very, like, I'm so tired, man. I don't know what it is. I got terrible seasonal depression. It only gets worse. I don't know if I don't know. I'm trying to think if, like, I also had seasonal depression or not. Like, I don't know. But I kind of get that. Like, it usually around, like, wintertime. Like, I don't know. Me personally, I like winter, but I know that some people don't really like the wintertime. Like, they get, like, the seasonal depression around that time. But for me personally, I don't know. I personally like the around, like, the fall winter period. All my motivation just goes out the window. I mean, yeah, it happens. I think it's just because of how cold it is. That's the reason why. Like, you know, when it's really cold, you kind of just want to stay inside and do nothing all day.
Yeah, and we've seen Doomfist be pretty strong on New Queen Street in the past, and I think Nomi has to be telling Mexico to be prepared for Colombia to come out with maybe something a little bit different, a little bit more aggressive, a dive oriented.
Oh, and I hit the cold. I hit the cold so much. Really? I actually like the cold more than I like the like the warmth. I don't like summer personally. I actually hate summer.
Sombra Winston.
I personally like the fall winter time actually. I just prefer it. Even though I know, yeah, I lived in Florida for like half my childhood, essentially half my life. Like I don't really like the summer personally. The hotter the better. You sure? Like this is how I think about it, right? I think that if it's hot, okay, when it's really hot, you can you can only take off as many clothes as possible to the point where like, okay, you can't really like do much more, right? Like if it's hot and even if you have most of your clothes off, like it's not gonna do anything, right? Like you're still gonna be sweating. But when it's cold, you can bundle up and put on as much as wait, they're doing the K-pop? No way. So
it's not bad.
Like when it's cold though, you can bundle up and put as much clothing as possible. That's why I prefer that more.
Just because of the damage output of fashion.
My favorite month is like mid-late July when it's absolutely blazing. Hottest temp I've been in is 116 degrees Fahrenheit in Lebanon. Oh my god, that sounds horrible. I actually do not. Yeah, no, I do not do well with hot weather. I'll be quite honest with you.
Hicks in the tank roll you can make right now. Cersei maybe not ready for all the damage coming in from Angel Valado. A very early ice block force, but mixed with a
we got to see a Lucio boop kill. No way.
It's going to take a lot more than that. Chublax is able to find 2 quick kills, make it 3. And Mexico picking up where they left off.
No way. We got to see a Lucio boop kill.
Yes, I mean, it seemed like Colombia, they wanted to get quite aggressive, I would say, and push right on in. And Mexico was more than keen for the battle as the few big kills early on. The kill on the Cersei's huge, right? Getting the Mei out of the equation. Mei just so much survivability for herself and the rest of the team, and they'll get that bot moving. Is gonna get these fights like it kind of depends, right? Like look at the surviving all the way around. Like,
that's an interesting wall. I don't know if that was on purpose or.
I don't hate that from Colombia, responding very quickly with a May wall of their own as both teams actually pulled back after expending their immortality fields. Are you ready for this though? The Air Matrix from Momo, Super Gomez desperately trying to get back to safety, and they do just in time. Enough time for Mixed Feed to get a sound barrier in play. Palette, they're a little further behind in terms of that old charge here, but this sound barrier might go for nothing if Colombia can't pick themselves up off the floor in this small room. A big Rabbinic Flux potentially there from Hysteria, who gets dropped. Cersei was below half when they hit the ground.
Wait, Mexico's playing this very well. I'm not even gonna lie.
Drum able to find 2, that's important. Hug now on the back foot though, and that May wall makes it so hard to help out with Super Gomez. They're still able to hang on though and get rid of May. Now backed up by Hug, Super Gomez should be able to hold their ground.
Hysteria's still here, still holding on. As they find one, if this could save, you could have kept Hysteria alive. You had some players coming off the respawn,
and they were able to win that fight.
There, you're able to make that a little bit more interesting. But a decent first push of the barricade there for Mexico, 27 meters.
Might be a little bit of a rivalry brewing here between Paulette and Mixfeet. Both Lucio players have been gunning for each other in those previous fights after Paulette is sent careening off the map for that environmental kill in that first fight.
Okay. I don't know if that wall, does that wall actually not allow the enemy team to contest? Oh wow, they got a 2K with the Bastion ult, no way. I don't actually know if a wall like that actually does not allow them to contest. If that's the case, I want to actually try that.
Potentially, that is huge there for Colombia. Big Ravidic Flux from Super Gomez.
Combo is out of control because the Ravidic Flux comes in, Palette just sound barriers it. Drummer goes, okay, I'm going to send 3 mortars into the same spot inside this flux. Your sound barrier isn't going to matter. With miscommunication there, perhaps looks like immortality field deployed for Drummer. They were full HP.
That's interesting. Why did they?
Back away with an Air Matrix now in play.
I want to actually know why they immorted there.
You can recover from this. especially if you get rid of Chobolux, and so they do. Mixy just drops straight back down. I don't think that May is ready for that at all. And a slight blooper, but Colombia's still in a power position.
Oh,
Yeah, a little bit of
well, Colombia was able to make it out of that anyways. Yeah, that was an interesting. Okay.
Just kind of.
It could be worse. It could have been an ultimate.
Maybe they were trying to use that immort field for like, you know, to allow their Bastion to peak, right?
But does not matter.
Like peak height, but like that's a very odd angle to be putting that. So I don't know. Maybe it really was just miscommunication, but at least Colombia was able to kind of make it out of that. But they're doing very well. I'm not even gonna lie. Colombia just has that. They just have the momentum right now.
There's no way Hysteria can back away from that. There was a kinetic grasp, but Cersei cleverly makes sure the Blizzard is past the Sigma's model and away from that hitbox.
And now you have that massive
also, I don't know if it's just me, but the bitrate absolutely sucks.
The artillery strike.
I'm not able to.
A situation where Mexico may just need to.
I don't know why. Like it just looks very blurry on my side. Hopefully, it's not the case for you guys as well. But oh, that rock! I saw the. Oh, another double.
Won't save you because it is contacted by the mortar strikes first. It gets blown up, and then the players trying to shelter under it are
no
removed.
way.
The combo pays off, and now Mixv walks into the next fight with a sound barrier.
Wait, Colombia just wins this?
So they're getting ready
no
for,
way, right?
Modern Warfare 3. Artillery strikes coming down. It's Mixv sound barrier here. Paula doing a nice job there, just staying alive on the outside, trying to build that beat.
Here's that beat coming up now. And Matrix available for Hug. This is still very scary.
Oh no! Oh no! Guys! The card. Okay.
Forced into the back corner. Angel Velada going for a defensive mortar strike.
Oh no! Hysteria got rocked. That is unlucky.
To keep the rest of Colombia topped up now. Drummer might be out of the picture, but Super Gomez is still looking fine.
No way.
The Sigma's healthy, but here comes Paulette. Hug gets run down there. Momo able to find.
No way, right? Surely.
Finally, Colombia slowed up. You can't get any closer to the end of the map, though.
Oh, wow. Okay, they were able to clutch that.
All run backs is 126 meters for Colombia, but you still got 4 minutes. So still a ton of time available for Mexico as they go. This is interesting because Mexico goes to a comp. I mean, I didn't think like Genji Tracer, right? But they go to a comp that I thought maybe Colombia would try and do something a little bit more, fast paced with a Doom in the mix.
Mexico setting up in tube here. The Tracer Genji play with the Doomfist now. Mexico realizing they cannot hang in a Sigma mirror on this map. Hysteria does at least have that Meteor Strike available, but another Cersei Blizzard could really throw a wrinkle in this. Here comes the blade from Chobolux. Can you get purchased? No, the Immortality Field is enough for now. But Hysteria drops on in, gets rid of Drummer. Will be the last one standing.
There's no way they would be able to get it to like anywhere past 100 meters, right? Surely.
Colombia ends up using their Blizzard there, right? So end up throwing the Blizzard in. Didn't get anything for it. You'll have to have Paulette. They'll go back and bring Chobolux back into the fight. Ant Matrix here doesn't really do much for Mexico in the sense that like nobody else is really kind of like firing through it. Besides
yeah, it's gonna have to be a selfless amp then, to be honest.
Resources, but win here and you get this checkpoint. You're kind of back in it.
Angel Velada lurking. The pulse bomb here.
Dude, there's no way Colombia can lose this. I mean,
he's trying to get that lamp. That was big. That was big for him. He's gonna go for it.
A gravitic flux here. Oh, the stick over the wall.
Oh,
no connect there. Sound barrier was in play for Mixv. Great response to what could have been a frustrating Tracer ult. Colombia now back in the hot seat.
And here's the brutal part of the push in that, like,
well played. I didn't even think about that.
Basically erases those like 2-3 fights in a row that Mexico had won. Like they're basically starting at scratch, right? It's just extremely punishing, especially now. 2 minutes off the clock from the last time Colombia had control of the bot. As Mexico, you're gonna need to win 3-4 fights in a row to get back to in a spot where you can seriously get that bot over the line.
No flux to guarantee connection with their Bastion ultimate, so Drummer just throws it out.
Yeah,
that's under extreme pressure now, and Hysteria looking extremely healthy. Sound barrier from Paulette, an attempt there, and here is the power of Genji up against the Bastion. Great deflect there. Chobolux just removing Drummer from the equation, and they'll be switching over towards the Tracer now, going for something a little bit different.
No.
Maybe Colombia hybriding up their composition to try and deal with this dive.
So Mexico will end up winning. So let's try and plot a course for Mexico to come back, right?
Okay.
You're going to get the bot all the way back here. You don't have that first checkpoint here. You're looking at potentially winning a fight off of Nanoblade, right? You know, potentially, you know, ideally you win it with just the blade, right? You can kind of like save that nano, but
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Here. Okay, get this one out. Get a kill here. This is huge.
Getting Super Gomez first is massive.
Yep.
The extra kills
Oh
really
my! What a blade! What a blade! That was actually crucial for Mexico. That was actually just crucial for Mexico. Now they just get forward spawn and they might actually be able to push it to like maybe 80 meters or something like that. Come back. I'm assuming Mexico got Circuit Royale. Yeah. They were able to win. So right now it's 1-1. And honestly, it's looking to be in favor for Colombia, but we don't know yet.
That is brutal because the win condition there is to actually have him get a kill with
honestly, Colombia had a really good push, like in the very beginning. So
not get anything and then have the bot now head back.
I'd be very surprised if Mexico was able to even bring this back, because Colombia just set themselves up for success. I mean, they were basically like right there at the end. Cry Sox blade, true. Oh no, the auto. Yeah, that's just Colombia's win right there. That blade was amazing. It was. That was absolutely. It was very crucial for them, but unfortunately they just weren't able to follow up on that. And I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Colombia just played really well. That's just what it is.
Block here for the Doomfist to buy a bit of extra time. Overtime still being held onto, but Angel Velado's out of blinks. They can't get away.
Yeah, he's trying, man. He's trying.
Wants the stall. Chobolux is back here on the Genji, and Hysteria at least is able to find the kill on the main, but it's not enough.
Well played. Well played, Colombia, man. They played really good. Look at him.
Moving on to take a win here in this matchup of Central American teams.
Oh man, is this
I just feel bad because now I'm pretty sure Mexico's now 0-2 now, right?
Obviously an extremely impressive.
They got an L yesterday from Finland, so now they're 0-2. Oh no,
he doesn't get hit with
poor
that
guys.
and ends up dying there. I mean, you're a pulse bomb away from
very well played by Colombia.
Like a junk fight at the end. Of
my prediction was right. Colombia wins. Yeah, they played really well. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Mexico had that. I will be honest. I thought Mexico had that.
These two teams so evenly matched.
Oh man, now the next one, Hong Kong versus China, bro. I'm excited for the Hong Kong versus China. I'm expecting Hong Kong to win, bro. They gotta put Erp in. Just put Erp in, and it's actually what is it? I think it's Mango Jai. If you put him in there, dude, it's actually just like they're gonna win. They have to.
Tough loss, especially for Mexico, I think, because they've already gone up against Finland. Their next opponent is going to be South Korea. Very hard to now come out.
Oh, are they going against South Korea?
Yeah, difficult team, obviously, to go up against there with your final match.
Oh, Mexico is. Yeah, that's right. Oh,
put up a
no.
really good fight here against Colombia.
Mexico against
really,
South Korea.
I'm
gonna be honest.
Like, still, had an
South Korea wins that.
potentially
Oh,
get this one
no.
really close towards the end.
Mexico.
Just push, like, if you give up that much push of the barrier early on,
I like that pink keyboard. Yeah, I think they're allowed to bring their own peripherals, right? That's pretty cool. Mexico's taking so many L's. I know. There is no way. Okay, so they lost to Finland. Go ahead and reduce this. They lost to Finland, okay, yesterday. They just lost to Colombia. And they're going against Mexico tomorrow. Sorry, they're going against South Korea tomorrow. Dude, Mexico can't catch a break, man. That's just what it is. That is actually just so unfortunate. They unironically fucked over Mexico. I'm not even gonna lie. They put Mexico against like one of the best teams in the EU, Finland, and they're putting them against one of the best teams in Asia, which is South Korea.
I mean, look, this was the first.
Like, look, I'm sure that Team Mexico is capable, but let's be honest. Let's be real here. South Korea, Finland, those guys were difficult. They're very good. Like, very good. Most of them they're basically all contenders players. if not Overwatch League.
Well, I can't see Zoe, so she's just talking.
That is actually just so. I'm so sorry for Mexico. Honestly, that is actually just so sad.
I think the Sigma composition. I think
Wow.
that Super Gomez has some great fluxes. You know, here and then later
Like
on,
I feel like this
combining with
win right
Drone on the
here.
Bastion,
If
you
Mexico
know,
were to get
that's
this win, that would have been
powerful
good
combination
for them.
Bastion ult,
It would have kept them in the game.
ensures
honestly.
getting some kills, right? So I think it was a good showing from Colombia.
About to nap again at this point. I'm exhausted. Yeah, my bad. I have very boring commentary. My apologies. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm very tired as well, but I'm just gonna continue streaming this because I really want to see how China and Hong Kong do against each other.
Like they weren't scared, you know.
I also want to see the France versus USA game. I feel like that's going to be very interesting to watch. I do want to see what Team USA is up to. I want to see how Super is going to do. Super, Kaluge, Hydron, Sugar Free, all of those guys.
How far they got was it?
What a rock dodge, by the way.
When Mexico somehow somehow stopped them, but then after that they had to win so many more team fights, but they just couldn't close it out. So it was Colombia getting the win at the end.
Wow.
That was a good beat. As well.
That was a very good beat.
The team in general, it was a team effort, Johnny, like you said.
Yeah.
Wow.
Definitely.
Very well played. Very well played.
Great job to Colombia, Mexico, unfortunately.
So let's see. Korea, Finland.
Two losses
Wow.
right now. Yeah, Zoe, are you back?
I was back through the entire thing.
Nah, they actually unironically set up Mexico for failure. Dude, Mexico is not gonna win. Like I just don't think they're gonna win against South Korea. South Korea is just too good, man. Like out of all of them, I feel like South Korea versus Finland is probably gonna be a lot more interesting game than compared to South Korea and Mexico, because South Korea just has their entire roster is Overwatch League. Unironically, their entire league is Overwatch League. I mean,
take that space, and yet that team still looks like such a well-oiled machine. They are on the same page. They've been performing.
Mind you, they're very good Overwatch League players as well.
Love what we saw from them on
like they literally have Hanbin, Sparkle. Like, come on, man.
If they would have done that one. So very exciting until the very end, but it just could not get done in the very end. So
next one is Hong Kong versus China, and that should be happening now. No, right? 5 p.m. But I know it went a little bit overtime because of Mexico and Colombia. But I'm excited. I'm actually really excited.
Our next match will feature the team from China and Hong Kong, and we will break it all down for you after this break.
I need heals.
Okay, there we go.
They were so locked in. I didn't know that they were gonna be. I would kind of assume. I mean, they've been doing it for the last couple of like winning teams. I thought that they would be doing like their comms in their respective native languages. I feel like that would be cool to listen to. No. Whoever wins, you know, with the China versus Hong Kong, I hope that they kind of show that. 'Cause I wanna know like what that sounds like. I don't know. I'm very interested in that. Is very well played. You know what I'm very upset about? I'm upset that in the actual Overwatch game they have the Chinese flag in it, but they don't have the Hong Kong flag. Like, how hard is it to just make a fucking flower as a flag in game? Come on, guys, step it up. Looks like my group wants to record our project at around 8 p.m. tonight. Or at least you're getting that done then. That's good. Manageable, true. Sounds a lot better than doing it last minute like tomorrow or something. The music is good as always. Let me just check my that on that real quick. All right. Oh, 1 minute, man. 1 minute. I'm having so much fun watching Overwatch World Cup 2023. Low-key makes me want to play. If only I didn't need to work. Chat, do they know? I don't think they want to play Overwatch. I'll be honest. I don't think they want to play Overwatch. the games have not been great. I'll be honest. There's a reason why I'm only doing a watch party and not playing the game itself today. There's a reason why. I also just need to work on tank like on my own, like in the background. I do need to work on my tank because I suck at that role. I will admit. I want to know how Hysteria dodged that rock, by the way, like in that clip right there. I wonder how the hell he did that. That was actually, was that a glitch of some sort?
Hello, beautiful people. This is day 2 of our round-robin group stage, and we are getting ready for our 4th game of the day. Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, as well as Danny and Johnny, and we are embarking on the journey during this group stage to find out which 8 team will make it to.
All right, Hong Kong versus China. Come on, Hong Kong. Let's see. What do we think, guys? Who's gonna win? Who do you guys think are gonna win?
No, we are also looking at a prize pool which is crowd-funded. So up until the final day, we do not know what size this bag is going to take on.
Imagine the prize pool is just like $5.
But one thing we know is that every single player participating in
like, just imagine the prize pool is just like literally $5. That would actually be like, that would actually be wild.
Exciting.
The most anticlimactic prize pool known to man.
Thus far, it's only been 1 day of play, yes, but each day is stacked. We had 6 matches yesterday. This is the 4th for today, and the only teams we have yet to see is a team from China and Team USA. And you know what? We're in for a treat because the team from China will be playing next as they are going up against the team from Hong Kong. This is going to be very exciting.
Please put ERP in Hong Kong, bro. Please put ERP. If they don't put ERP, it's actually Sojo over.
So let's dive in. Let's take a look.
I'm begging, bro.
Those starting roster, starting with Hong Kong.
Yeah, they got ERP.
Took a loss in their first match yesterday.
I guess they're not putting Mango Jai in the on the team. Dude, those jerseys look so fucking cool.
They couldn't really get going. They had some
low key. Could you buy those?
For example, but they're obviously changing things up here a little bit. I were expecting them to play Kurumi here on the Sojourn. Like
no, I'm pretty sure ERP is actually from the ranked ladder. He's not necessarily.
Let's see what they got cooking in that regard. But if they come out, you look at these highlights. It's like
I don't think.
Like pretty good moments. I do think that if they play a bit more aggressively and
I don't think. ERP is from the ranked ladder, so he's not a contenders player like the other some of the other guys on his team.
We have been very excited to get a first look at this team. Who do you have your eyes on?
Get ready to see some insane Moira gameplay. I'm actually so excited to see or play Moira. I want to see how he does.
If I had to choose one, I don't know. This is hard. Should I leave Gushui?
Because there's no way that ERP is going to be playing meta. He's going to be playing Moira. That's just what it is, like simply.
He made a name for himself with his Winston and his Primal Blade, right? In Overwatch World Cup, so I'm looking out for Gushui.
I think you're not alone on this. As you said, historically, the team from China has been placing in that top echelon in the Overwatch World Cup. They came second 2 years in a row. So obviously they're going to be so very eager to take the trophy home this time around. Let's see if they can get it done. First things first, though, let's look at our predictions for this one. I have to go with the team from China.
You're kidding me.
I do think I know exactly what I can expect from those players. They've all had an incredible year in their professional careers, and I think they're gonna round it out.
I mean, yeah, most of them are like contenders Overwatch League players. They're like, come on, man. Root for the underdog.
I'm on the same page as Zoe. With,
no way.
Team from China, you know, they got big names. It's a lot of players that we've seen, and I think I think it's gonna be China.
Nah, I think it's Hong Kong.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I mean, they are one of the favorites to win the entire tournament.
What is with this? Nobody likes Hong Kong. What the fuck is this?
I do think that in this matchup they have to be favored.
Nah, that's actually wild.
Absolutely. Let us know what you
I believe in Hong Kong. I think they're gonna do well.
WWC 2023. We're now heading into a quick break as we are getting ready for this next game.
I don't know if they're gonna 2-0, but I think Hong Kong might be able to 2-1. They might be able to do a 2-1 here. I don't think it's gonna be a 2-0. All right, we got 5 minutes. By the way, I wanna check some of the skins. Do I have more contender skins? Or like World Cup skins? Do I? What am I on for far, by the way? 87%? Okay, that's good. I'm gonna pull this up real quick. I'm wondering, do I have anything? I don't think I do. I got the Orisa one. I know I have a Genji's Contenders. Yeah, I have a Contender skin for Genji. I don't think I have one for Bastion, which like I'm actually kind of upset about because I wanted one for Bastion. I think I have the Contenders for Hanzo, and I have it for Kiriko as well. Yeah, there we go. I have it for Kiriko. Do I have anything for Baptiste? No. I don't think I have any of these either. Oh, well, this one is for the World Cup. Yeah, I don't think we have any more, to be honest. Kind of unfortunate. I kind of wish that there was more. I don't think I have many Doomfist skins, to be honest. I don't play Doomfist that much. That's unfortunate. I thought I had more. Hopefully they do start releasing more skins. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, the only really close game has been the Colombia versus Mexico one, which is wild. Let's actually do something here. Let me set something up. Who do you think will win? Let's see. I'm gonna put this up for 2 minutes. I'm putting my money on. Oh, I can't do it. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm gonna put a prediction up.
already seen plenty from Thailand now after their couple of games. But as a team in this group that we've yet to see take the field, the map might be the most known quantity for us here in the World Cup based on previous performance.
No, I'm expecting Erp to just insta-lock Moira. I don't think he plays anything else.
Really,
I'll be honest.
Made their name in just the history of Overwatch, right? Not even outside of Overwatch World Cup at the
also,
pro level. So excited to see them play today.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
Two consecutive second place
Ilios again, man.
From China.
I feel like we've seen this map like so many times.
We expect to see this roster go a long way this year. Last time, of course, it was a tough loss back in 2019 at the hands of the United States there. Live at BlizzCon, incredible atmosphere. The crowd was really behind that game. And of course, if they make it there this year, expect it to be no different. Hong Kong on the other side of things didn't show us a whole lot from Thailand, right? A very one-sided game in which, as it was also noted on the desk, they were pretty passive, pretty reluctant to take the initiative. Up against
Erp is just gonna select Moira. I mean, that's just what it is.
Take some control over the game, or it will be
that's
over
for sure.
I
knew it.
Yeah, and Hong Kong with IRP in the starting lineup right now. They also have Mango J on the team, which a lot of people from previous World Cups remember. This is 4th Overwatch World Cup. It's got to be like one of the most represented players out of all of the Overwatch World Cups we've had. To be on the team for 4 times is a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of the team from China, Shai, Leave, and Gushui are attending their 3rd Overwatch World Cup. Again, this team is very well proven at the top levels of Overwatch, so expect to see them come out strong here.
And then go with Tracer.
On hit scan makes me happy, and the Widowmaker, again, it's not the riskiest pick. We've seen quite a few teams go for this here, and Hong Kong had better have a way to put pressure on this position.
Now, how is IRP going to play this? Or Erp? How's he going to play this?
Right?
That's what I want to know.
As well. If they want to play aggressive, Winston's not really the meta right now with a lot of the high, damage heroes in the meta. So we'll see how he goes on Doom.
Hong Kong looking to try and close the gap here with this Junker Queen based composition. One of the few teams looking to leverage that here. Shai now will be accosted briefly, but also Leave has already dealt with Despair, so it's just the Tracer up for Hong Kong.
Oh no, they already got rid of 2, 3.
A lot of pressure as Gooseray comes in with that Doomfist, and yeah, it is pretty one-sided to start.
No.
First team to control ruins.
Oh God, what are you doing?
Yeah, and the pressure's really difficult to deal with, right? Because Shai, you have to deal with him on the Widowmaker, but you have Leave in your backline on Tracer, one of the best players in the world, where it splits your team, can't really focus on one of them. Makes it pretty difficult, and we're gonna have a Genji swap. I like this to get a little bit more verticality and try and challenge that Widowmaker.
Yeah, but how much backup is Shalian gonna have here? What a biotic grenade there from
That's
Monk.
it. That was really quick.
We've seen this year on that particular
No way.
Nothing really that Hong Kong can do to answer that here.
No way.
Just get surrounded, and Shai has layers upon layers upon layers of abstraction and protection here. They can just take their time and find shots like that. That's a headshot on enemy Genji, by the way. Team from China are having a comfortable start.
Yeah, in the comp,
no
really
way.
The comp here from Hong Kong, like they have to play group together, right? And it's very difficult. Especially
it's falling apart. It's falling apart.
Point. It's just really close corridors, and that allows Gushui to get big value out of Seismic Slam, get those big empowered punches. Makes it difficult for them to even come out. The last time they tried to make a push, and we actually saw like a real a fight, it looked like Gushui had gotten like 2 or 3 players with a stun.
Finally, some aggression here from Hong Kong, and yeah, Shai gets caught out by a biotic orb, but Lee was waiting in the wings with a pulse bomb the whole time and never really had to make use of it. Hong Kong finally get themselves into a position, at least to dictate the pace of play, but end up losing out when it comes to overall coordination. No. Gooseray finishes after a K off here, and Hong Kong again evicted. They're going to have one more chance to have a crack at this. They never could flip.
Yeah, as Shai goes over to the 76 to get back in a little bit faster, but also he can feel a lot of that pressure that's coming on in, where now you have Tracer, Genji, and Doom all making a play.
Okay, big solo coalescence play from
Come on, Arp.
Here. Looking at pressure back
Come on.
The point. Bit of extra healing for Raspberry K after the Doom Fist switch here. Shai looks completely unbothered by the Doom right in front of them. Can be a meteor strike up to the high ground for Gooseray, and Shalian's been taken down. IRP trying to keep some capture pressure on the point, but eventually has to get involved where the healing's needed most.
Oh,
Shai
no.
was ready to receive. There's no fade available for IRP whatsoever.
No.
And the team from China with a very strong way to open this series.
It might just honestly not be their map. I'll be honest.
Tries to make some adjustments there comp-wise to make a play for Shai. and really, you know, gets.
I think it's still winnable for Hong Kong, personally.
The back line anyway, even when he switched from. You know, the Widow, right? You know, maybe got him a little bit scared, got him, you know, going over to the 76, and once he was on Soldier, there was nothing they could really do to really access him, right? Has that sprint, the ability to just get out of harm's way.
I did like there was a moment there from Hong Kong where they were able to commanding shout, push in. I don't know how Shy falls foul of a Bionic Orb. Sometimes that happens. You know what I mean?
That's pretty awesome.
All skill there from IRP, but essentially, you know, the team from China are able to leave so entrenched. As Hong Kong try and push out of spawn, it doesn't really have to part with the pulse bomb at all there. He's just able to focus the individual players down as they sort of trickle out. Hong Kong really have to play as a unit here. They're going to stay with the Junker Queen setup.
Yeah, it'll be Echo for both sides, which, you know, Echo obviously a pretty strong hero in the meta. We see a lot here on Well. As Leap, nice focusing beam is the one hero that's usually obviously really had to be really strong against the Echo is Tracer. So you see both teams also, you know, bringing in that Tracer, try and pester these Echoes out of the sky, but the team from China taking the point first.
I mean, it's important, right, for Leave to try and zero in on Shalian's position pretty early on. You know, offload those cooldowns, get the burst damage out. And this is getting rough here for Hong Kong. Trying to
it's looking very rough.
The team from China take a really far forward position and they're able to leverage like a powder grenade thrown into Hong Kong spawn. It's tough to play out from.
Yeah, and I wonder if you maybe have to switch off the Queen here to try and you know, get out, right? Because Queen, you know, you have the shout, right, to be able to kind of like speed yourself up, give yourself a little bit of help, but can't really peel or, you know, do anything for the rest of the team. So might have to make a change here in terms of tank.
Shy constantly harrying here. And Crazy tries to go for a bit of a bash there. Shy not too bothered by it. Plenty of healing coming in. So again, Monk has a really safe perch. Okay, Carter's attempt there. I think Lynx are not.
It's not looking great. I don't know. I mean, they have a pulse bomb that's just.
Oh my goodness!
It looks like Gushui actually, you know, and M Crazy actually collided into each other there. And then the pulse bomb actually just lands and M Crazy on the ground.
Yeah, being knocked down, there wasn't much that could be done because from Shy's perspective, I'm not even sure where he's trying to stick that pulse bomb. Perhaps on the Brigitte, so I think Shy probably gets what he came, what he wanted anyway. I mean, Nana boost here for Monk. That's going over towards Gushui. Some serious aggression now, and again trying to make it harder for him. Crazy to.
And he fell down. No way. No way. They actually just got that knife kill.
Either way, Leave dupes the Junker Queen, and now he's going to take the fight straight to R3K.
What was that?
Avoiding that rampage.
So, wait, Rampage coming in here from the
no.
That is huge, right? You're gonna have the break here with Rally. Not gonna be able to kind of fight, you know, the remaining players as you know, Lynx are keeping everybody topped up.
Yeah, this is,
man.
Probably how we drew it up a little bit, Matt. The team from China are seasoned veterans at the highest levels of Overwatch.
This is just unfortunate, truly.
And we knew that it would be tough for Hong Kong to put a scratch on them here. A couple of interesting moments over the course of these two rounds, but it's been very much the show for the team from China. Jalian again feeling the rough end of that focusing beam, and will be in overtime here. There won't be much more to be said about Ilios as the team from China starts with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult because you want to match the speed of that type of composition, right? Especially like Doomfist, you know, Echo, Tracer. But if you really can't kind of play at that speed, it becomes very difficult to contend with that, especially when you're not running something like that's a little bit more dive oriented of their own. So
okay, I personally think that was a fluke. I think Hong Kong has the next one for sure. Surely. Clueless.
Leave, Shy, Monk, Linksa. How do you,
oh my,
sort of beat this?
What a shot, though. I can't even lie, bro. The shots that Shy made was ridiculous.
You know, prowess, great cooling, great awareness, great. You know, I mean,
so you either need to match the pace of play, which would be like a Doomfist-based composition, or really slow it down and play like some Sigma. You know, maybe you do like Sigma.
Yeah, it's looking very rough for Hong Kong, and the thing is that I'm not sure. So it looks like a majority of the team on Hong Kong. I'm pretty sure. So I know that Xiaolian is Xiaolian is
that's where you'll see pretty
contenders.
Yeah,
Despair?
That sort of rush composition finds itself in the mid-range between the Sigma setups and the dive compositions with Doomfist.
Not sure.
Not doing either of those things nearly as well is what the team from China can do. I like that. Maybe focus on one sort of end of the spectrum or the other. If you're Hong Kong, I mean, they have a chance to pick a map that might lend and might give us a bit
Like,
of
I'm not really sure
into
about
what their
Despair. Not really
strategy
sure
will
who
be.
they are.
Again,
Erp
it's their last map
is
pick,
from the
they're gonna
latter,
have to-
so he's
they're
not
gonna have to
he's
make
not
it work and
necessarily
find a way to
a
stand even on an individual fundamental level.
you know, a league
against
player of
these
any
incredible
sort,
players from the
but
team from
they're
China.
basically going
Yeah, but
against
I think this
league
is a
players.
great map pick, right? Being able to potentially slow the game down here, you know, with some Sigma-based compositions. I think.
I mean, a majority, like literally
really
all of
challenge that
all of
dive
Hong,
that's gonna come
what
out.
is it? All the
Like that
Team
Circuit
China is
Royal
like
being chosen
league or
here
contender
by
players.
Hong Kong after a slow start in this series, perhaps they'll find a way to start to put some pressure on their opponents as the team from China look to be pretty strong out of the gates.
Yeah, Hong Kong has to really step it up in order to have a chance. It's gonna be interesting. I wonder how this is gonna be like, if it's gonna be like US versus China, for example. Wait, so group stage ends 31st. What? Is there going to be anything like, let's see, are there anything else? Like, would we be able to see what else we could get from drops? That's what I want to know. Because it's only going to 31st, but the thing is, it goes past that. So I wonder what other drops they would give us. I'm just not really sure because Erp is not really going for like flanks as a Moira, which is usually his playstyle now. I'm not really sure if he's even able to really play at his usual playstyle. That's the thing. Because he's more of a flanking Moira than like sticking behind tank sort of thing, right? Like grouped up with someone else. I don't know if I don't really think I saw him go for that many flanks.
Pace of play from the team from China that really stuns Hong Kong as we see a very quick first map of Ilios. Gushray on the Doomfist. And again, we had both Leave and Shy take turns at Tracer. On every level, it looked like the team from China was just a little bit stronger.
Yes, they play at a really fast pace, you know, with that Doomfist composition. We do have some.
So now they
subs
swapped
here,
from Erp to Mango Jai.
Like I was talking about earlier, right? You know, fantastic players played in a bunch of the Overwatch.
And they also
World
swapped
Cups
the
in Korea,
DPS.
come in for Hong Kong.
All right, Mango Jai looking to lend that veterancy here to a team that's definitely found themselves in hot water pretty early on. We haven't seen anything from the team from China so far in this group, but we knew their players so well, having seen them play at the top level already. But we discussed about how you play against this, right? We saw a rush style composition from Hong Kong on Ilios. You know, a comp that's, you know, neither very, very slow, neither super fast a la Dive. Circuit Royal might see Hong Kong go for something a little bit more on the slower side of the spectrum and maybe give them an opportunity to find some advantages here. But they're going to be attacking first. I think the team from China elected to defend, so we're going to have to see some real prowess from Hong Kong to see them move out of the gates.
So looks like we got a little bit of a pause here, potentially. I know Mango Giant just getting the VC working here. But the thing that'll be interesting is like typically he's like a very good flex support player where you look like, are you gonna play Baptiste? Like we've seen teams play Zen here, where I think the Zen gives like a pretty static dive target there. For Gushui, Shy, and Leave to really go after, which like might be a bit dangerous. So I'm curious to see what they have Mango Jai pilot.
Would you like to see that? Would you like to see the team from China play dive on a map like this? I mean, they already look like they're pound for pound a much stronger roster. Maybe they can ignore the sort of normal conventions when it comes to comparing compositions on a map like Circuit Royal, which we know.
Okay, but will they go double sniper is the question.
Well, what I mean,
will they go double sniper, or will they like stick with like a Bastion May like we saw with Colombia and Mexico?
Is not the best, and even when Winston's not the best, right? They kind of have Gushui, pilot that hero. So like,
I have a feeling China's gonna be playing double sniper, but I don't know about Hong Kong.
Like Doom and whatnot, probably not.
Oh, never mind.
Looks like someone's
playing double sniper
at the start, coming out with Gushui on Sigma. So
interesting.
Gushui historically is like a main tank player, right? Not somebody who kind of like pilots a lot of those like off tanks, or however we used to kind of think they were off tanks. Now everybody in just a regular main tank role. Leave and Shy though on like a double long range hit scan damage should be quite effective though.
Yeah, I mean we saw. I mean, the finals this year, Shy on the Sojourn was just absolutely cracked. It was incredible. The Widowmaker, we already saw a little bit of that from Shy on Ilios. It was frightening.
All right,
so
I'm still rooting for Hong Kong. I think they have a chance. That's just what it is. I think they have a chance personally.
Getting a lot of these players in individual 1v1s.
Yeah, and I mean, really tough task, right? Coming off the bench, playing the Widowmaker.
That's a good angle, but I don't think there's anybody there.
The best hit scan players we've like ever seen in Overwatch, right? As tries to get a jump shot there. Tries to put some damage on the Gushui. Doesn't hit.
Karumi being very careful about this angle, not really swinging this widely at all.
Yeah,
up here.
Which is smart.
He's been allowed to make some decent progress here and is able to play from the bridge for the time being. As long as he respects the DPS from the team from China, he's in a good spot to allow this card to move up.
Can put a lot of shield pressure down with that Hanzo, right? Force Gushui back, maybe just create some space where you can get top bridge control, which it looks like they've done.
Shalian still playing for that bridge here. Shy and Leave both looking at that same angle here, and Gushui's taking a ton of damage in the front line.
Go Hong Kong.
Bear in mind. Obviously, both tanks.
Let's go, guys.
For the time being. Shalian takes a glancing blow, but it's going to be Karumi getting the Shy. Okay,
Karumi got the first shot. Nice.
5 versus 4. Karumi's starting to get a little bit more confident.
Now they have so much more space to work with. It's actually insane.
Some of that damage to even the score.
Yeah, well, he knows.
Oh my!
Unless he kind of closes.
Wait,
the gap,
what is this? What's this face cam from Karumi? What is this?
The Widowmaker has over the
oh my god! No way! He's just running the lobby.
Really big shots here.
Oh my gosh!
There's gonna be a few.
Who's this guy? Who's Karumi?
Yeah, starting to build some confidence here. Hong Kong winning in some of those 1v1s. We're dealing with Shy and Leave, by the way. Such celebrated DPS players. Yeah, Flux here from Gushui. Karumi gets caught in that one, so there's actually a chance for China to move up. I guess Team Hong Kong are not able to really apply enough pressure off the back of all those picks from Karumi.
Interesting.
That's hard to watch.
Yeah, I mean,
so I guess he's just a ranked ladder player. Also, they lost.
Just not enough to get that first checkpoint. It's gonna be crazy using the Amp Matrix here, just trying to back them up a little bit. Maybe they thought they could catch a few players, getting quite aggressive around the corner, but they don't end up getting anybody there. So that's huge for the team from China. They're gonna have double support all now.
Down to 1:40.
Oh, they were able. Oh, that's good. But they were able to get a trade.
Mango Jai gets taken down. Infrasight here for both Widowmakers.
Yeah, no, Mango Jai ended up having the Transcendence there, which would have been huge, right? As they end up getting links, and with that, they take him out.
Oh, Shy so aggressive. Karumi in deep trouble. Leave ends up catching him with a headshot. Absolute filth here from Lee. The Sojourn now starting to leave more than just
this is just unfortunate, truly.
Hong Kong are down to 1
There's
minute
no
and 10
way.
seconds. Double Infrasight out from those Widows here. At least there's a Transcendence to work with for Mango Dry, but that doesn't do squat if Shy is going to be hitting those heads. Same for Leave.
Yeah, they just gotta, I think that'll be the hardest part, right? Is getting him near the fight without him taking significant damage and potentially either forcing out the Transcendence or taking him out, right? Zen's such a glass cannon of a hero.
Shalian again wants to quickly reassume that bridge position. I'm quite sure he feels the pressure now as the clock is ticking. Down to 40 seconds, a Dragon Strike here. This is going to provoke some movement.
That's a good Dragon. They got rid of the tank, which is good. Now they can play with the space. No way.
Still needs to respect Leave. It's going to be Monk, though, striking again. Shalian is down, but Monk is punished for playing such an advanced position. Shider may be in a spot here to slow things down for Hong Kong. They realize this is their best chance to get this first checkpoint. And Shider getting 0 targets being served up to him. Kurumi's able just to grapple up to that high ground. We're a meter and change away. And Gushway's back.
Yeah, Gushway makes it back into the fight and has that Gravitic Flux.
Flux in play here. Dangerous for Linksa. Able to use those extra boots.
Wait, what is Mango Jai up to? What is he doing? What is he doing there?
Someone has to touch though.
Dating. Oh, they got off the car. No way.
They give up the checkpoint as Hong Kong get an extension.
Yeah, nah, they're still in the game, bro. Hong Kong is going to be able to get clutch this. At least like second point. They have to get second point.
The sky, you get a little bit out of the skybox there of the payload contest, and it just probably happens in a game of inches there. That'll be first point taken.
Okay, 2 minutes to work with here. Hong Kong, though, not a lot else outside of that time bank to give them confidence. Monk close to a Transcendence. Oh, there it is, Mango Jai. Turned into scrap.
No
well.
way.
Might be just holding on to this Infrasight here, waiting for Kurumi to build it up. It's going to be a little while, though. Monk taken down, but Shalian picked off. There is a flank happening here for Hong Kong. We'll see if it pays off because the rest of them are struggling in the main fight.
As Shalian goes over to the Genji here. Went over to that last fight. Dude,
my
God. Aim is so sick. Good. You gotta have like a, if you're not gonna play like a Lucio. Ooh, nice deflect there.
Got a deflected.
You're not gonna play like a Lucio to get the speed up to that high ground. You gotta give a hero that can challenge that, where the Genji fits right in.
All right, once into that scary minute mark. Shalian hoping to build a blade in the next few moments. Has to respect, though, the potential for Shy and Lee to immediately take him out of the fight. He has to be careful while also taking the opportunity to get this long-range shuriken damage. Monk with a Transcendence. That would be bad news for a Dragon Blade, that's for sure. This is going to be a very explosive fight with a lot of ultimates leverage.
Yes, it looks like, both teams trying to build ultimates. Oh, look at that. Look how fast they're able to capitalize that, right? It's a really nice accretion there from Gushway, and then Lee finishes off with a nice shot.
Love this from Kurumi, though, really standing toe-to-toe with Shy. Lee now trying to get rid of the Widowmaker, but there's a lot of pressure. Accretion comes in, and
Kurumi was able to do it.
Both DPS from the team from China. There's still the issue of the Gravitic Flux to deal with, though. Kurumi hoping to put some pressure on Monk, but they get back around the corner, and Gushway is down. Gravitic Flux that comes out from R3K, and Hong Kong.
They might actually be able to push this if they get 3 on cart.
Hit some really impressive shots on the Widowmaker, especially coming in as a sub for this map, right? The team from China obviously knows subs coming into this one. Keep everybody in. Shy, one of the best Widows in the world, and Kurumi's put on a really nice performance.
There we go.
All the info in the hands of the team from China. Shalian interrupted as he tries to go for the Dragon Blade. Accretion sends him off course. Leave gonna get involved now with the overclock. The Transcendence is fine, but it's
no way. They lost, but they both say, yeah, they just.
Clean off.
Oh, they lost.
Use the information behind Infrasight and the overclock to retake.
Yeah, really nice play there from Hong Kong, even to get it that close, right?
I like how everybody on the fucking desk has a super light of some sort. That is ridiculous.
Ultimates, and Kurumi hit some nice shots, start to get the payload moving. They get that Dragon Blade, but
no, man.
Their cooldowns, do a nice job of holding on there at the end.
I like how you pointed out just how quickly
I thought that if Hong Kong was able to get a second point, they would have unironically been able to win. Like, they would have a higher chance of winning, but
and finishes the
they only got first point.
Well done. Really hard to play under those circumstances because it's not just that particular combo that's hostile to you as playing Genji. You're dealing with Zen that can kick the crud out of you, Transcendence that shuts down your Dragon Blade, the constant threat of either Shy or Leave just picking you off here. If this is the comp we get from the team for China.
I mean, this would be interesting, right? Ilari with a
Just
Ilari
cut
with
off.
a Junker Queen and Kiriko. That's a interesting setup potentially. Leave on the Genshi's like pretty strong, so let's take a look here.
What a shot!
Karumi.
What a shot, Karumi,
Nice
man.
headshot
He
there.
did his best. He really did.
Lost Mitch for a little bit. He must be having the same thing that Zoe's got going on. Oh, you're back.
I am back, yeah.
Man, why'd they bring you back?
I mean, I would have been happy for you.
I was having fun all alone, and then they took all the fun away. I mean, come on, man.
Come on, bro. I need
This
this,
is
man.
wrecked.
Come on, bro, please. My Masters promo game, just one more. Team from China here. They put Shy on Sojourn. That's going to light my eyes up and leave on the Genji. Oh my goodness. Here's the carnage. And I don't just mean the axe swing. Gushue pushing up towards R3K, who's able to get a little bit of durability off of that kinetic
Oh, he's a
grasp.
contenders
But the
player.
pressure is immense. The team from China making great strides with this rush comp.
Wreck is a contenders
They want
player.
to play aggressive.
Wow.
They want to play fast, right? Having the Kiriko in the mix with a Lucio as well as the Junker Queen. If you can get past that Sigma shield, right? Start, hitting those big axe swings with the Carnage. Really start to just ramp up those heals. As I know Legs are doing a nice job there, getting the payload moving.
Yeah, this is a real wins moment here for Lengsa. Riding it straight on in. And it's going to be very, very hard for Hong Kong to unseat
Oh
this position.
no, that's not good. Oh no.
And that immortality field, yeah, might prolong things for R3K. But he can't really afford to back out of it, so he's stuck playing further forward than the rest of his team. Gushue shows Mangojo what a real knife is. And Karuna can't do much
No,
from
man,
here.
it's just
Monk
unfair,
playing
really.
Super aggressive, definitely brimming with confidence.
Yeah, and once you get this Kitsune rush, right? The Kitsune rush plus a lot of the other heroes that they have, just in the lineup, right? Like the Queen, where you start to get a lot of those axes and whatnot. Everything just becomes even stronger, just amplified as R3K now will go over and play a Queen of their own and try and match here.
Okay.
The issue is with the switches, though, Mitch.
Oh,
is
they're
that you've already given the team
mirroring.
a huge lead in terms of like ultimate economy, right? So like you may now have a good comp to kind of match them. It's just you're so far behind.
Monk wants to push them ahead here with that Kitsune rushing Gushue. Oh my goodness, here's the rampage. 3 players hit with that one. No way of keeping R3K alive. Apparently, the Suzu just not an option here. And Hong Kong, yeah, again crumble under this immense pressure.
No way,
And remember,
man.
the team from China
Wow.
just really have to get to the end of this phase of the match. That means Hong Kong have
Lengsa
one
has literally
more
done
fight.
nothing. He's just payload princess.
Yes, it's gonna be an
That is funny.
overclock here from Shy as they push up. They don't even want to let them get out.
Like his
Try to
entire
contest the
team is
card
literally
here.
just like absolutely
Karumi
destroying
tries to make it out with a
Hong
nice
Kong,
dash.
and he's just on cart. He's chilling.
Pretty good map just coming on in, but still, I mean, the amount of pressure, right? The aggression that the team from China plays
Wow.
with this dive comp gets right in your face, gets really aggressive, a rush style of play.
Oh.
They'll end up taking the series.
Yeah, we said we hadn't yet seen what the team from China have been working on coming into this World Cup match, but we knew they'd be confident. We knew
That's
the rest
embarrassing.
of the group would have a reason to fear
That's
them.
embarrassing, truly.
And just,
That's truly
again,
embarrassing.
The explosiveness that we saw the team from China come out with there on that attacking side, playing the Junker Queen comp, but also what they're able to get done with the double hit scan.
That is
Sigma
actually
mirror.
truly unfortunate.
They've got ahead
Really.
of Hong Kong. Really tough battle
I'm
from
upset.
the outset.
I'm upset.
Karumi got to show us some incredible
Hong Kong,
individual
you disappointed
moments
me.
there. That's definitely something they can take away from this game.
Oh
it was,
my
great
gosh.
to see Mango Jai come in there for that second map, play some Zenyatta, play some of the flex reports. So really interesting stuff on both sides. But man, the team from China
they
just
using
looked
earbuds?
really good in terms of like their coordination, the dive, like how fast they
Did I just see
play. They're
earbuds
gonna
instead
be
of
difficult for
headphones?
just
That's
about any team.
interesting.
I mean, let's think
I
about
did not know.
Moving forward, right? Spain and Thailand both stand in the way of the team from China. It's very hard for me to see the game's going any differently than what we just saw. This is a team that's achieved second place silver medal finishes in 2018 and 2019 respectively. And this year, they're going for gold.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
they
know
have the
who's Hong
roster to do
Kong
it. They
going
have the
against
roster to
next.
go all the
Spain.
way. And a few
They'll be
more
going against
performances
Spain
like that, they very well might do it.
next.
All right, much to talk about after that game, even though it was quite
Yeah.
short, a lot of individuals putting themselves either back on the map.
That's
or putting them on there
unfortunate,
for the
truly.
first time. Let's head to our desk to break down the action between Hong Kong and the team from China.
Thank you, Mitch and Matt. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of convincing performance that we expected to see from the team from China. So let's break it down. What are your main thoughts after this match concluded?
For me, I think this was a great showing from Team from China. They are definitely one of the favorites to win it all in the Overwatch World Cup 2023, along with South Korea and USA. And this was sort of a proof for them, right? I mean, it was not only the coordination, but every single player on Team from China team, you know, they really showed an outstanding performance. I quickly want to shout out Monk as well, the support player. He had a fantastic performance today. So I think, you know, I'm even more excited to see more from the team from China.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, they remain one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, right? And they look really strong in this game, as we watched it right here. They did
That's unfortunate.
lose that first point.
I'm just.
I think that was.
I'm be honest. I thought Hong Kong had a fighting chance. I'll be quite honest.
You know,
I actually did think that Hong Kong had a fighting chance.
I wouldn't be too worried about that. The team from China is still one of the favorites in this.
I am very upset,
when it comes
man.
to Hong Kong for the remainder of the tournament, they are playing Spain in our fourth day here in the group stages. So if you can potentially win that match in a two-goal
I mean,
fashion, maybe
like,
you can hope for some
as they
kind of,
said, China,
to make it out of groups.
you know, has
Obviously,
made it
they haven't
to
really
second
been
place
that strong,
finisher before
so
in
far this group stage.
the past.
But,
So
I don't necessarily want to count them out because it's been two pretty tough matches for them so far against both the team from China that of course had a lot of synergy and time playing with each other, and that goes for the same from Thailand, right, who also have a lot of experience playing with each other in Asia Pacific region, right? So Hong Kong, one more opportunity here against Spain in day 4. That's going to be Wednesday.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to that very much so. Let's once more take a look at our updated group standings. Oh, actually, we just did that. Never mind. I just can't get enough of groups.
We love
You love groups.
I love
You love standings.
I love
love
graphics.
groups.
I love standings. I love promos. And you know what? That's how we get them again.
all right.
Here they are. So with this match
Okay,
completed, that
US
means
versus
there's
France
only
is
one
next,
single
guys.
team that we have not seen
Should I set a
thus
poll?
far,
Let me
and
set a
that
poll.
is Team USA. And this
USA
will come
versus
up
France.
right
I'm
after
gonna
break,
put this
so
up
don't
for the
go
next
anywhere.
10 minutes. Let's start a prediction. Who do you think will win? I'm gonna put this poll up for about 10 minutes. Go ahead and vote. Vote now. Who you think is gonna win? I'm not gonna say who I think is gonna win until the poll is over. So I'm gonna set that up for about 10 minutes. You know, I'm gonna be honest though, Mango Jai, he actually did really well. You know, he had his moments for sure. I saw that Zen play in the back line. I saw that Zen play, but it was just truly unlucky. Actually, while we're here, 92. We are almost to the World Cup Pharah skin. Make sure to collect your drops as well, because they end tomorrow. So yeah, that was truly an unfortunate game. Man, I really thought that Hong Kong would have had a chance. I just felt like they actually had pretty good moments. Like they actually played really well, to be honest. But to be honest, like these guys are, you know, the guys from the team from China, like they have played the World Cup like multiple times, so they're very familiar with this. I mean, they're basically veterans. Very excited to see the France versus USA though, because I do want to see who they're gonna put as tank first, whether it's gonna be Super or Kaluge. I have a feeling it's gonna be Kaluge first. I think Super is just kind of like a secondary sub, because he doesn't really play Overwatch on a competitive level anymore. He's more of a content creator now. But you know, of course, like everybody knows that you know he was the winner for Shock. So. Also, make sure to, we have 7 minutes remaining on the prediction. Make sure to put in your predictions for who you think will win, whether it be USA or France. They have skins for Yari and Bat. Oh, that looks cool.
Team USA and Team France. This is going to be our first look at Team USA, and this is an opportunity for Team France to redeem themselves. It was a surprising loss. I think most people expected France to come out on top in their matchup against Team Japan, which looked so very crisp and clean. So France back to the drawing board, trying to figure out how they can take down the rest of their group. This is their chance, but they are going up against one of the favorites to win it all. But let's chat about this very lineup. Guys, what did we learn from their match yesterday? Where do we see room for improvement?
I mean, they are, I think, making some adjustments. We were seeing Ben Best coming into the lineup. Yesterday, we saw Poco get more playtime against Japan. So, you know, like you said, I think they went to the drawing board, see what they needed to fix, and I think one of the things was trying Ben Best, right, as a main tank. I think, you know, I think
this is the game, France vs Japan. I didn't really watch too much of this,
I mean, the talent is there,
but I did see that it was fairly close towards the end. That was all I kind of was able to see. But yeah, France really struggled against Japan.
Right now, France, you know, they just have to not think about their loss yesterday. Focus on this match because this is a big one. If they lose this, they're gonna be 0-2, and things are gonna look a lot more difficult for Team France.
Yeah, maybe they
FD God, my favorite Lucio main.
You know, with 11 people on there, you have 6 assistant coaches.
Okay, they got Kaluge, Ultraviolet, Sugar Free, Hydron. Look at Hydron, bro. Holy fuck. Look at this guy.
Who knows? Either way,
RuPaul.
they need a lot of things to go up against his USA roster.
Looks pretty good, to be honest. It looks like a pretty solid team.
That
is Super. There he is.
Yeah, I think some people were expecting Super to come out as a tank player for this team, but if we're being realistic, I mean, Kaluge, he has played at the highest level Overwatch like recently, right? And his Sigma has been phenomenal. So if we're truly in a Sigma meta, then Kaluge is going to be the tank player you're going to see for most of this tournament.
Yeah, so I mean that's to be expected.
Trolling, as we'll see throughout these highlights, you know, Ultraviolet playing Armatra, for example, Kaluge on the Moira. This was how Team USA advanced through the qualifiers. This one, they're actually playing seriously on this one. This is what we want to see more about, right? Maybe not more coalescing here in the backline. These highlights are thrilling. They're really entertaining. But it's going to be interesting to see what Team USA brings out here, because it has been some months since the qualification stage, so the meta.
All right, looks like we're thinking USA is going to win this.
We didn't see a ton of matches when they actually played.
So far, we got
the real players on the appropriate
check. We got 100% on USA.
We're actually seeing
no one for France
USA in action here in the group stage, and so I'm curious to see what we'll see when it comes to their compositions and what they have planned later down the tournament. Because quite frankly, while we talk about South Korea, the team from China, and USA being the 3 favorites to win the entire thing, we didn't really get a great look of any of the teams, except for maybe team from China, of course, going into the tournament. So this is the first time we get to really see, okay, USA, can you stack up against Korea and the team from China?
Yeah, and we're about to find out. So let's take a look at our predictions to see where we're going with this one. I had to give the dub to Team USA. I think it's going to be 2-1. Excited for this lineup.
Personally, I think it's going to be 2-1 USA though. USA is going to win.
A lot of those players, this is their first Overwatch World Cup showing, right? So it's not the same roster we saw winning it all in 2019. But there's so much talent. There's so much talent. Yeah. Each of those players has shown us so much great stuff in the Overwatch League this very past season, or this year rather. So I have a lot of faith in that roster. What about you, Danny?
Same, and with USA, I mean, Team France does have the talent, but I mean, USA, I think, has more talent. As simple as that. I think I'm going with a USA 2-0.
Yeah, I went with the US as well. I mean, France didn't have the best showing yesterday against Japan, so that's already something that doesn't make me super confident in the gameplay going into this one. But given that they changed 2 players in their starting lineup, You know, could be map dependent, or it could be France saying, hey, we're doing some last minute changes. We're just gonna throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. This could be a different French team we're seeing.
I mean, all those players in Team France, they know what's up. You know, like they know how to recover from a loss like that.
They're professionals.
Yeah. Exactly, they're professionals. They've been around the block. So
they got lots of coaches.
No, they do have a lot of coaches. No reason to despair just yet, but it is going to be an uphill battle going up against the team from the USA. However,
let's see. It's just going to be US and then Canada versus Australia next.
Here. Emily, you talked to both of those teams. What you got for us?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of coaches, I was able to talk to both the coaches from Team France and Team USA.
It's a cat.
And,
she has a cat.
Feifei from Team France said, we need to go back to fundamentals and focus on our own game in order to take on Team USA. And I asked, well, your opponent...
I like how she's just carrying a cat in her camera.
So
That's...
is there anyone from
that is so real.
That
is so real.
Concerned about?
Dude, cat cam, bro.
And Feifei said, we don't focus
What does the cat think? Ask the cat for the predictions.
And it is indeed a very
oh my god, look at that guy. He is so locked in.
Play our A game today. And Super's Genji is pretty scary, though. As for Team USA, Coach Gator said, you know, the first impressions that he had from day one of Overwatch World Cup was very surprising. He expected stronger performances from the European teams. And then I asked, well, was there a dark horse team, either from your group or other groups? And he said,
I want a cat, dude, same.
For me would be Japan from yesterday's performance. I think our toughest opponent would be Team
we have to ask the cat who thinks is going to win.
But our team has spent a lot of time together.
Oh, that's their manager, Albert.
For many years, and we have a very open communication and comfort level that few teams can ever achieve. So, yeah, there's some great players, but our toughest opponents in our group is ourselves.
That's right. Thank you so much, Emily. There you have it. Back to the drawing board for France.
I'm interested in seeing
there from Team
how
USA.
it's gonna go.
I think we're very much aligned with their impressions. There were some surprises day one, but you know that was just one day. We have a lot more games to play, so any of these teams can come out and redeem themselves with some standout performances in their upcoming matches. I am super excited for this one. Let's see. Let's get a second look at Team France and a first look at Team USA. But first, we're going to head into a quick break, and after that, we're back with all the action.
All right. And our predictions are about to end here as well. We got 1 minute 30. We're actually very close to getting the Forest skin. Guys, make sure to grab your skins as well. And it looks like we think that USA is going to win. So, all right. Let's see how it goes. But yeah, make sure to grab your drops. You want to make sure. We're going to be streaming tomorrow as well. I don't know for how long, but you know, we will be streaming tomorrow as well. And I think it's you guys should be able to get it. Probably watch it from the official Overwatch Contenders channel. I'm not sure if I will be able to stream like all of it tomorrow. But I just got basically everything except the Pharah one. So I literally just need the Pharah skin, and we will be good. And I fell asleep again? Nah, no worries. It's all good. I've been feeling tired myself, but we are not stopping our stream. We will continue to stream. I'm basically going until the last game. Once Australia and Canada go, that's basically when I'm gonna finish my my stream as well. So we have USA and France. So let's see how they do.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup. We hop over to Group D to get our first look at USA, and we get to see also if France have a comeback in them after yesterday.
Yeah, obviously, taking that initial loss to Japan was not how they wanted this group stage to start. It was a very close game, back and forth.
It's true.
Japan threw this very strange strategy of playing a lot of Doomfist, and I think it caught Team France off guard. So I'm curious to see, going up against USA, especially with Kalush in the lineup, we might see more of a Sigma mirror that Team France might feel a little bit more comfortable with.
Yeah, it's interesting that France may be feeling like they have to change their composition.
That's the first
up, and at
map.
least their
Finally, we don't get
players
Ilios for like
around
the
Nico won't be starting.
fucking
It's
50th time in a
Pac,
row.
who, very, very new player to the scene, has experience in Contenders Europe. Wondering what his hero pool is going to be. I was very much expecting Nico today, but a lot of World Cup experience across the board, besides, a few new players like Avo and Pac and Natlox.
And they're going to need as much experience as they can get because they're going up against Team USA, which has a very experienced roster. As much as in 2019, it was a completely different set of players other than Super, who came out of retirement for this one.
Came out of retirement.
Right here is a first time in the
funny.
Overwatch World Cup, but they are no slouch.
Hey, it's true. He did come out of retirement in a way.
And that's why everyone is saying Team France, they have their work cut out for them against this squad because USA, they have a lot of depth.
Kalush going on
and a lot of
Orisa
skill.
first. Interesting.
Now USA are one of the big favorites along with South Korea, but USA just, they had public tryouts which were so incredibly competitive. Like they have what, three tank players, quote unquote, if you count that Dante could come in as Doomfist maybe. But we start on Busan downtown with some Junker Queen out of Ben Best. We don't get to see that too often. Usually back on his Washington Justice days, it was a lot of Reinhardt.
Yeah, so Ben Best is in that lineup. I must have missed that one. So that means they're playing completely differently to what we saw from them yesterday. They're going to want to play fast with this Junker Queen. Speed boost in with the shout. There they go.
There they go, but Avo, probably why you sub him in. That hit scan, although maybe he wasn't in the Overwatch League, is such an important hero to play on downtown. If you can dominate the top of that building, you got sightlines on around the map. It's difficult to maneuver. Seems like USA haven't been affected too much. The first cap goes to France, and using that speed, they dash on right to Hydron, forcing out his jump. USA don't have a lot of, space until Kalush decides to go to the point by himself. Now has reinforcements, but is below 50% health. Doesn't have a lot of armor. But with that immortality, RuPaul wasn't sure how Kalush was going to do either. And
Okay. This is looking rough. I'm not even gonna lie.
Teams neither wanting to make a move, but Pac once again with a
France is looking a lot better than US right now.
Yeah, France, they just collapsed after that initial take. USA, I mean, they just kind of played this cat and mouse running around the staircase, and
oh my gosh,
Pac is gonna get out, but good retake by USA.
Yeah, they didn't have the healing, but they didn't need it. They got the picks. They had the positioning in that moment, and you're gonna see a switch out from Ben Best as well. Doesn't want to play the Junker Queen into the Orisa. It's a unfavorable matchup, so they go back to their Sigma style that they were known for, just recently, yesterday, and then Avo also over to the Sojourn.
Wanted to close
USA
the door.
I have the Ant Matrix, so France gotta hope that they can cross quickly to that Mega Pack side, and half of them managed to do so, but France are all split up, and USA converge on the ones that made it through. Now the Sound Bear from FD God does rally the troops, and France hoping to maybe use this Dragon Blade, but Pac is hesitating, and France are losing bodies. USA haven't really had to use their DPS ultimates, but let's see what Kalush can do. Good Terra Surge really splits up France even more. Fantastic spear. And USA haven't lost anyone at this point. They'll take the lead.
And USA just used all their
US is doing really good.
The sound barrier went out from FD God. Ultraviolet, not known for his Lucio, uses that bit a little bit later, and that gives USA the advantage. They have control of the room. There's nothing France can really do, but now there's a window here for Team France. Pac, he has that Genji blade, no sound barriers on either side, but Sugar Free can match with his blade of his own, and we know how good Sugar Free is on the Genji.
France unsure if they wanted to take that coast side, but decide to speed on through. Pac with the Dragon Blade dashes in, didn't get the reset. Maybe
Hydron was not able to get anything with his ult.
Even has
That's
the speed
fine
of
though.
Ultraviolet, jumps back on top, tries to dodge the accretion
Nice.
of the Sigma. Here's Sugar Free shining bright. And that's more than enough work.
Dude,
for
he is
USA.
so locked in.
Now within
Look at
1
Sugar Free.
territory of winning the first round.
Yeah, and at 85% encounter, USA, they're going to try and punish Ben Best. They're trying to get him early. If they can get this pick, Team France might not even get another opportunity. Oh no, how are they going to get to the point now? Avo switches over to the Tracer to touch, but it's going to be a difficult route to get.
FD God is not thinking about touching at least. Okay, last minute there from Avo. FD God next, back on top. And France behind after what you thought was an early good take, and they had the rotations. They had USA fleeing the fight at all times. But as soon as USA
Okay.
retook, it
All
was
right,
just
US is looking
a
good.
wall
Looking
that
good.
France couldn't break through.
Yeah, and USA just using their ultimates better and better and better than Team France. It just felt like they had a little bit more synergy and coordination. And, you know, we just heard from Emily talking about Team USA. They have a lot of experience playing together. A lot of them are friends. So there is that synergy that they have from just playing in the Overwatch League, but also just understanding and being able to be honest with each other to be able to play as a whole unit. Now we're going to see switches coming out from France, and we're going to see Bembes go over to what I would consider his signature hero, over to the Reinhardt.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
what I remember him being
But they're going
subbed in
Orisa.
for, but there's so many good options. I mean, Orisa, I think, is more flexible when you can have the range
Yeah, he's gonna
damage,
think better of it.
more sustain. Yeah, if that's what Kaluj has been known to play too, it's a good matchup. But with the Mei, I wonder how well this can enable Bembes.
And Pack on the Mei should give France an advantage because Genji is nowhere near as good. Yes, you can play to a high level if you can get those dash resets, but Mei, with the wall, you can isolate your players just like Kalush here.
Oh, Hydron letting loose. Immortality is keeping France up, and Hydron will not be stopped, and not a lot of attention is being given over to him.
Oh,
Really, just
yeah.
France is overwhelmed by Team USA, and with Mecha Base being such a defendable map, or I should say round, this is going to be troublesome for France to attack it again.
Yeah, because it gets difficult here for the team trying to reclaim the point because there's two very small chokes that you're coming out of and they can see you coming. You can see USA waiting at the top of the stairs, waiting for Team France. They're going to have to use so many resources to just get out the door. They use the wall to cut off the sightlines. That's a great play from France.
Ant Matrix, I wonder how much space is going to be created, but this neutral fight is also decided by the Bastions. You can punish these rotations. As someone out in the open, it was sugar-free.
Oh.
FD got able to chase it down. Ant Matrix here from the high ground of France. Spraying and praying as USA caught in the open here, hoping to keep defending.
That was a very smart window from that.
But they
To
decide
be
to
honest,
retreat, and France
very
cap
good,
again.
very good window.
That's a great play. Drops that wall that just sort of scatters USA. Kaluj went forward, but the rest of the team wasn't there. From there, France just finding their advantages, find the initial pick, gets sugar-free down. But now ultimates are starting to come online. RuPaul has the amplification matrix. USA are going to rotate to the right side, drop that one early to give them some space.
Hey, Ant Matrix, this scares the heck out of France.
There
Who
they
go
go.
back to the high ground, and USA chasing them down, and Hydra maybe even getting them low here with the artillery strike. And
Nice.
Wow! And he's popped up too. USA taking fight after fight and committing more ults. Here's the Dragon Blade, but caught the Terra Surge. Not ideal, but Bembes at least wanted to go for the trade, but didn't channel it long enough to get sugar-free. It will be
Nice.
USA capping the point yet again. and
Very
taking
well
lead.
done by USA.
Just perfect position of the artillery strike by Hydron. FD God does pop the sound barrier, but it's just a second too late. Then Bembes, also using the Terra Surge incredibly late. So now they don't have big ultimates to get back into this fight. It's going to have to be on Pack with this Blizzard to try and isolate some of the players from Team USA.
Yeah, USA came in with a plan. Ant Matrix, artillery, and France. What do they have cooked up? At least getting out of the doors is good, but the Terra Surge has
No.
everyone
Oh my God, what a
low.
beat.
France still live, and they place
What
the
a
Blizzard
beat.
at their feet. This does solidify USA a little bit, but with the sound bear of Ultraviolet, USA march on. Here's the artillery strike from France. Maybe finish off some of those targets. USA are down by 2. And France with the 5 versus 3 just have to finish off what they started. And Bembes gets to just gallop towards USA to look for those staggers to buy time that they desperately need.
Uh-oh.
Just a great play once again by France. You can see they understand how they want to get into these retakes, and USA, because they aren't running the Mei of their own, they don't have ways to limit France's ability to step into them. So once again, USA, they're actually going to fake it to the right. They've actually caught France. France give them the opening. They jump through with the amplification matrix again.
Ooh, wait.
Yeah, you
That
also
was
gotta keep
smart.
Sugar-free in check. He's looking for flanks. Here's the artillery strike from Hydron. Has a lot of targets in these close quarters, and at least you're making them dance around. Maybe expose themselves out in the open. USA have them trapped in this small
Oh no,
room.
Kaluj is
USA
down.
Kaluj down.
are also trying to flip the point, but somehow as Kaluj was doing that, he's removed. And France don't have a tank standing in their way. So they'll use the speed of FD God to at least leave the room, see if they can match USA on the high ground.
And France have all the advantages right now. They have 3 ultimates online, Pack coming up to the Blizzard. They should be able to deal with the sugar-free blade and take this round.
And Matrix ready, see Natlox placing it down. USA want to break through with the Dragon Blade to scare them away from it, but the sound barrier is used and the Terra Surge. That is a lot invested there by France, but only a few more seconds left for them
They
to
still have
defend.
Mei ult, though.
USA race the touch. It's up to Kaluj, but he's only one man. And France, second seconds away from taking round 2 and forcing the decider.
And you can see France feeling a lot more comfortable on this composition. They understand how to play around each other. Blizzard down late, they need to keep Benbest alive.
The Hydron has a
going to come in from Team
touch.
USA.
Wow.
Sugar-free falls, Benbest does, but they do get Hydron and close out the second round.
That's a close game.
We have a
I'm not gonna lie.
on right now, Lemon.
Yeah, I was wondering how France were just gonna get through these chokes using speed.
Very well played by France, I will admit. Very well played. They were able to get to the chokes. That's a very like the minute you win that first fight, it basically defines the rest of the game.
We're going to see
in Mecha base at least.
Switching over, they are playing double flex supports with Ultraviolet and RuPaul in this lineup. Very mechanical players, and if they go over to the Sigma with the high damage output of the supports, they're going to try and spread themselves out and make it impossible for France to move around the map. Seems like France have a very similar idea of how they want to play this round as well. This time though, FD got on the Ana and Avo on the Soldier of all picks as well. Hydron actually mirroring.
It's important how those first picks go for Pack. A lot of pressure on this new player's shoulders up against Hydron. Already on the Pack side, taking initial damage, may give up this position. Now the Sigmas will have to duel for this drum position for the point, where you can defend this for a long time. Pack gets that headshot that we were talking about against Hydron on that left side. That was an important duel. This is a power position that looks over the point. USA can also counter-rotate to the opposite side where the Mega Pack is, but they seem to still want to push Pack away, who's now got his flex supports by his side and the shield of Benbest, and USA want to get around them.
And first flip over to Team France, and now, because they have the numbers advantage, they're trying to push away Team USA, but Avo's the one who gets punished.
Benbest rocked, but back on his feet, but very low. FD got 2, is wanting to stay involved, but he was 1 HP, and Hydron takes him down. And USA just held this position. They were stubborn, and it paid off. Even despite losing Hydron early, you only give up 22%. That's winnable for USA.
Absolutely. Hydron comes back on the off angle, just able to pick at Team
I'll
France.
be honest, France is playing amazingly right now. They're playing very well.
It's a very greedy pick of the Hanzo from Pack here, because Hanzo's inconsistent damage, and you'll really live and die by the value you get from the Hanzo Ares. Obviously got a very important opening pick, but because of the Hanzo, they also weren't able to close out the fight against Team USA.
What a pick. That was actually a very important pick right there. They have to get back now.
And that's that niche that Soldier has of how quickly you can rotate around, but that is a 3-minute box.
They just didn't get back.
Down, and so is the rest of France.
And now they don't have window.
USA taking these early positions.
Yeah, and USA really starting to
get in their groove
now. This is where they should feel most comfortable on these heroes. Kalush is a self-proclaimed best Sigma in the world, and we're starting to see glimpses of that right now in this round.
Really? Did he say that? Did Kalush say that?
And there's not really any punishing that. Avo will be on the Soldier, but you don't want to chase that down. USA, especially FD God, has to be careful and mark these locations. Now France will head to that left side drum. It's a lot more protected, better walls, and Pack hoping with the deflect of these arrows, maybe he'll get a random pick, but he was lucky before. Uses the Dragon Strike to flush them out. Here's the Captive Sun from Ultraviolet up against Pack, and I think Natlox, the immortality is only keeping them up for
UV quite literally has 2 of them looking at. Oh my, it's just unfair.
He's gonna 1v2. Okay, well, he's got some help now from Sugar-Free.
Wow.
We'll give it to him.
Yeah, we'll give it to him. Sugar-Free wasn't even there. But 80% plus, this is getting to last fight territory. Benbest gonna do his best with the ground flux, but not putting too much of a dent into USA.
And now all of a sudden Benbest is caught in no man's land, doesn't have anywhere to go, does manage to take down RuPaul as well, so some big individual plays coming from Team France. Are they going to be able to touch?
Has to be a heroic play from Avo.
No, Avo wasn't able to get anything with that. That's not good
away, which is the presence of
for France.
Now spots UV on the right, and this is not even a duel.
Now France has quite literally no ults, and US has basically 3, if not 4. But there goes Sugar-Free already got 1. They got 2. Yeah. France just couldn't. US wins for that one. That's good.
It was
good. That's what we like to see.
Benbest coming into this lineup, considering he played Sigma on 2 of the 3 rounds. That's something that you would imagine Poco coming in. Maybe his leadership and experience as of late. That's why they've decided to go with Benbest. But Team USA as much as it wasn't that close on the second round, you know,
Those
France
are cool
really
looking
started
water
to show
balls,
some
by the
life.
way.
USA
Just
showing
wanted to
the
point that
dominance
out.
they have in this roster with just so many skilled players on every single role.
It's been cool to see just Ben Bez versus Kaluge, and USA have a lot of options too if they want to go towards Super. Maybe on another map. You thought maybe the Reinhardt would work there, but clearly Kaluge has proven to be just that flex god when having to be that solo tank for Toronto Defiant back in that day. But here are the highlights of map number 1. It went all the way to round 3.
Yeah, and it was very
Why did they
close.
talk about Kaluge like back in that day, as if the fucking Overwatch League didn't just end like a couple of weeks ago now?
Like Lucio, Ben Best able to play those frontline tanks.
It's like 20 years old. It's like 20 years ago or some shit.
There's obviously signs of life there, and France can field a strong team, but USA just a little bit too much. And I am gonna say I do want
France
to see
gets to pick this next one, so let's see.
lineup. I want to see the Super Reinhardt. It almost needs to be
I
done at some point.
I don't think they're gonna swap
To
Super.
worry about the Super Genji, as Emily said, is very scary. But also Pac, I think, was able to hold his own against Hydron with the Hanzo versus Soldier matchup. That went pretty back and forth. We're waiting for the map pick, by the way, from Team France, as USA are on match point. And I wonder, depending on this pick, is Nico going to come back into the lineup? Are you confident in the Avo Pac DPS line against Hydron and Sugar Free? We'll see. I think France did a good job at keeping also Sugar Free more in his place when he was on the Genji flanking.
Yeah, exactly, right? When Sugar Free wants to play on that off angles, the problem that you have if you're France is that there aren't really any clear weaknesses of the way USA wants to play. Because they have such a deep roster, they can go to the Super Genji if they need to. They have Dante waiting in the wings to play Doomfist or Sombra or any of those heroes. USA really does have a wealth of opportunities to play anything at this point. Yesterday, we actually saw France go over to Circle Royale, I believe it was, and it was close. They very almost closed out that
again.
map, and they are going to go there again.
I think they're going to keep Kaluge then.
Correct myself.
If it's going to be Circuit Royale, I think they're keeping Kaluge. I mean, Reinhardt on Circuit, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to swap Super here.
Poco will come back into the lineup as their signature Sigma player, but we'll find out what those substitutes will be on the other side of this break.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna keep or they're gonna swap to Super. I think they're gonna keep Kaluge. Might just swap another like DPS or support player. Gotta get more water. All right, 2 minutes. All right. It's very cold in my room. Whew. USA has clearly cleaner mouse pads. They take this. What? What? Okay, man. What does that mean? We need World Cup every year. This is peak Overwatch. Yes. Looks like everyone's on USA side.
I can't wait to be in person with everyone because I can already hear the USA chants going on. They're on match point against Team France. Don't worry if you're a French fan, even if they go 0-2.
Yeah, I don't think they're swapping. So USA is keeping who they have, but France swapped
you can see
Ben
the
Best
handsome
Poco.
man taking his spot in the middle of the team. Poco has come in to play the Sigma on Circa Royale. This is what we expected to see, but
Poco, my favorite D.Va player, but he's probably going to be playing
they must be confident
Sigma.
in taking this Sigma mirror. They're going to take them to Circa Royale.
Yeah, because we only saw Nico play Mei, and I know that's his best hero, but maybe they feel like they have more flexibility and would rather take the risk on Pac and Avo. And yesterday we got to see Avo play a pretty good Sojourn, pretty good Bastion, even today too. So I wonder how Pac is going to fit in this when you have probably going to play 2 hit scans here on Circuit Royale. Who's going to take that Widow? What was it? Avo, I believe, on downtown. Either way, but going up against Hydron, who, when I started casting him in contenders, he was the Widow back in the day.
I'm pretty sure Hydron has called himself Himdron multiple times in post-match interviews. Like he says,
that just sounds like him.
He just sort of transcends himself and just like hits a different level, especially on the Widowmaker. He is a terrifying hit scan to have to go up against. But this is the path that the Team France has chosen. So you have to believe that there is a reason that they have confidence in themselves. But another thing that France is sort of playing into is, once again, Team USA playing the double flex support. They can play the Alari and the Baptiste, and both players are very comfortable on those heroes.
So yeah, US is not making any swaps, which, to be honest, I kind of get, because I don't think Super Sigma is just not good
as a player.
For this, to be honest.
His whole career just so fast. Like, he is blown up along with Ultraviolet, who has been always just the most respected player. Like, if you've watched contenders, if you support tier 2, like Ultraviolet has been the GOAT for so long. Then you got, you know, Sugar Free, Rookie of the Year, no big deal. Like, this roster is so stacked. It's insane. France, you gotta hope that they can put a good dent. Now they got that leader of Poco in the lineup. We'll see on this map choice how it'll go.
Oh, that was just shooting into the flock of players, hoping for something. Doesn't end up finding anything, but Pac is actually leaving the spawn on the Symmetra, so there seems to be an idea here of what they're going to do. First of all, it's going to allow them to TP onto this left side, and boom, there you go, instant value, Sugar Free down. They're going to try and push to see if they can find anything else, but it doesn't look so. So USA, because they're playing the Sojourn and the Widow, they're looking for picks. They're not looking to go in, they're just looking for the DPS players to hit shots. While France, because they're playing the Bash and the Symmetra, they have to go in. They have to utilize their speed, their movement to get on top of Team USA, and there they go.
It's a little trickier for Sigma to take the space. You constantly have to readjust that shield. This France composition has become a brawl composition with the Lucio, the Symmetra that can move them around. That's how they caught USA off guard, knowing that maybe these double hit scan, especially that Widow's gonna come out. Not as mobile as the rest, and that's a free point A cap from France.
Oh no, US.
Phenomenal game.
It's not looking good. I'll be honest. They got to swap the comp a little bit.
Team USA off guard. I don't even think many shots have even been taken from Team USA. Maybe one of the fastest first point captures I've seen on Circa Royale in a very long time.
See how
yeah, they have to probably swap at this point.
Hydron on the flank.
Even go a mirror.
And maybe even Pac, and now he's exposed himself, and USA have to head back. Hope to defend the end of point B, and not much contest coming out of Kalush to maybe stall out, maybe around this corner, but they'll be down to this Amp Matrix from Natlox. He has it early.
Oh no, that's just unfair.
Have to hide, and they'll take shelter on the left side. But
France is ruthless.
Their own Amp Matrix here from RuPaul, but that's an easy disengage from France.
Yeah, France are more than happy to take that. They've pushed the cart so far on this second point as well. Now they can set themselves up for a teleport play with Pac on the Symmetra. Pac's gonna go in alone, put some pressure onto the Widowmaker. We need to see some shots get hit from Hydron. He hasn't found any purchase so far in this map.
They just get, they're probably gonna get second point for free here.
Poco and USA barely able to contest here at the end of the day. They are having to force their way through this photon barrier placed there by Pack and
yeah, second point here. That is just unfortunate, truly.
So far haven't had a stop. It's France that have been controlling this entire game.
Photon barrier perfectly placed. I said Hydron needs to hit a shot. He can't hit a shot if there's a wall of shield sitting in front of his face. And right now, Team USA are getting absolutely run over with just this faster composition.
He swapped the Bastion.
And that's why you're going to see the switch from Hydron. Goes over to the Bastion, realizes I can't get anything done with how fast France is playing on the Widowmaker. I need to match the damage.
And even the random Bastion nades that stick to you have been just forcing Hydron to be a lot more careful. This is a good swap. USA have the grab flux of their own, and France are all grouped up together. I mean, maybe you could try and teleport out if USA get too aggressive. France.
Look at how much space the USA are giving up. They've given up.
Yeah, they're giving up a lot of space actually.
They're just going to teleport onto the high ground. All the flare was eaten by Poco, so there's nothing that Ultraviolet is going to get from that ult.
And I think Avo's going to like ult here or something.
Now the Matrix is pulled, and while they're all grouped up,
okay.
Slams them down with the grab flux.
Okay.
And finally, USA get their first fight win all map, and like you said, they just gave so much space that it was one fight for point B, one quote, not even a fight for point A. Like, this is going by very fast.
Yeah, and Team USA, they have to use a lot of ultimates to sort of slow that push just there as well. The Flux, the Overclock, and the Alari ultimate. Now they have absolutely nothing, only RuPaul with this amplification matrix. So France, how are they going to maneuver? They've been so smart with their TP so far. They're going to teleport underneath Team USA, take the positioning, and get control of the cart once again.
Good turret placement from the Symmetra there of Pack in case USA do decide to drop down. Now the
Hydron's
out. The artillery. USA getting overwhelmed again. Now using the healing of the pylon to hold to their position and use the Matrix to fire back. It's just chaos, and USA just have better focus fire at the end. France were hiding and maybe weren't able to deliver as much damage. And either way, France will have to reset.
A much better response there from Team USA, realizing that France are trying to maneuver around them, so they actually push into them, don't give them the freedom of just sitting in that room, and Pac actually got himself split off next to the stairs. They just couldn't keep him alive. So now all of a sudden, the clock starts to dwindle. That's 2 minutes off the clock, but France still has 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, France has a lot of time still. Like literally, if France gets one good ult and team wipes, they actually just win that. Yeah, Hydron's dead.
Foreman, he's the first to drop. He's so immobile in that state, and France knew, and they pounced. With that 5v4 too, USA escaped without having to lose any more bodies, but France are teleporting into them. Grab Flux only focusing down Kalush, and he's just getting pummeled to death. But somehow Kalush still lives on. RuPaul and Ultraviolet.
Oh no, FD God! What?
Holds on to that window position, and he can free fire on that back line. Great disengage out of USA.
Yeah, Ultraviolet showing a little bit of a flick there onto the aggressive FD God Lucio. And now all of a sudden you're going to see a switch over. Pac goes over to the Genji. Poco over to the Diva, a very different look. It's more of a dive style now. They're going to play as a unit and try and get on top of Team USA, which is going to be difficult with how much damage is coming out. You see FD God almost falls just trying to cross that distance.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of coming out of Team USA, and look how forward Kalush is playing to stuff them all in a corner. That the artillery strike from Hydron can knock down, and the poke is just so strong too. You can't even discount what the flex supports of USA are doing.
And USA, they're just sitting on this high ground waiting for France to get in. And without the teleporters, how do they close that distance? They need to go together as a unit. Use the Genji deflex. Poco can sort of mitigate some of the damage on the Diva. But right now, it feels like they're just an uphill battle, literally, that they're never going to be able to close the distance unless they start getting some ultimates online.
At least France were able to start that snowball, which turned into an avalanche, but USA seems stabilized. Here is Hydron with the Matrix, plus
they already got one.
France burst into flames, and they'll be back into spawn yet again with only being able to get 1 kill and 4-0 in these fights. It's tough for France to even scratch the surface of this defense.
and USA have cycling their ultimates very well. Ultraviolet.
France really has to get like a good team wipe here to really have a chance. I'm gonna be honest. I think USA just found their footing. They were just able to hold it. They made the Bastion swap and that was it.
And it's tough to forward face. Wait, FD God, did he just Ajax?
Oh, did he Ajax? No way. I didn't even see that. Oh no, FD God. No, yeah, I think US wins this. I don't think France is able to get that third point.
Hurts right there for FD God. They needed that extra health, that over health. Silver lining, they do have
like France would have to have an absolutely phenomenal defense to be able to hold this.
With the Genji Blade, Avo with the overclock, they need to find some picks.
All right, the last fight for France after several minutes. They're gonna just go on the other side and force, just try to get as much meterage as possible while Poco.
Yeah, wow, no, they weren't able to get anyone. They just the US just disengaged very well.
France now have the card contested. It's up the pack to really pull through for France once and for all.
Don't see
nine. So many ultimates that they can maybe even make the full push with.
Yeah, they might actually. Wait a minute. Poco has bomb. Nat has Nano, and they only have artillery strike and window, and window's already been used.
Second life, the Nano's given over to Pack, and with FD God, they hope to close the doors for the spawn once and for all. But USA with the Matrix couldn't support Kalush through the LOS. The artillery strike only weakens
Oh my gosh, Sugar Free almost had it. Wait, no way, right?
But only Sugar Free is there to contest the card one last time, and RuPaul will be there to assist. But with the sound berry that FD God was able to generate at the last second,
what's up, Ron? Welcome back.
Have enough sustain. They just need
no
to
way, right?
On these last two members here of USA, and France will be able to cap.
Oh my God, no way.
For France to finish the fight, and now USA are almost back at full force.
Oh, the spawn doors are just too close for Team USA. France can't get the members down. If the Diva Bomb gets Ultraviolet, maybe they can do it still.
No way.
Oh my God, that shot, but France pulled through also with the swap of the Tracer of Avo and Poco. That has been that friendship that they have needed. They will full cap after several minutes.
France was able to pull through.
The initial part of point C.
Oh my gosh, guys.
Most drawn out overtime fight I've ever
seen.
Lots of firsts.
Well played, France, I will say. I'm rooting for USA, but well played, France.
3 points, and Circuit Royale as a whole is a very difficult map to full cap. There's a lot of issues you can have on the first, second, and the third point.
It's true.
As you just saw
this map does have some issues when it comes to specifically first point. I realize its first point is very difficult to cap. Past that, I think it's only third point, like once you get to the very end.
This map. Now we get to talk about that.
Also, they got their game paused.
Overwatch League history.
Must be a technical issue again.
Second round of attack, or sorry, a third round of attacks, but it is difficult to cap this map just with how.
I mean, that's just what it is, bro. Poco is insane.
It's just so good for the defense.
So the minute that they had Poco on that team, I mean, Poco just has a lot more experience in the league, which is just why, like, I think they were, you know, France was able to pull through.
Absolutely, and if you're Team USA now, you have to be thinking, what are Team France going to play? The Symmetra isn't going to work anywhere near as well on defense because it's hard to sort of push your objective. They could do it, but it would be a lot more difficult than it was on offense. And right now, I'm just going to say it, Hydron hasn't been hitting the shots he needs to hit on the Widowmaker. So
Damn.
Do they make a change?
I wasn't going to say that, but yeah, that's true. Hydron, that first point, was just not able to hit any shots, and that's why, like, France was just,
I think France had an edge,
had so much space to work with.
Right, of teleporting into them. You had the immediate Bastion nade, which sticks to you. They couldn't get away. USA couldn't get away in time, and then they were able to make that snowball push where Team USA were maybe still in a planning phase.
USA did win the last map, so even if they weren't able to win this,
it came down to
like, if they're not able to win this second map, they still have a third map to go.
Long push with what, 4 minutes for point C, but once Team USA stabilized, when there was more of a neutral fight, Team USA were the better team.
Absolutely, and I think you're seeing bright spots for both teams so far in this series. I think a lot of people were worried for Team France after their loss yesterday against Japan, even though
well,
it was a close
but like
series,
that's Japan.
people,
I don't know why people were worried about that, because it's like that's Japan though. Like Japan just has like they're just cracked. I mean they're literally like all new contenders players. Like they're just insane at the game. That's just what it is. But like USA, like I'm be honest, these guys have been around for a very long time, and you know. I think they're kind of getting to that point where they're probably going to retire pretty soon. All right, so you know, it's a little bit more even in that regard.
Different signs of creativity, even
like other than Hydron is the youngest, I think, out of all of them. But
this is what World Cup is all
like,
about,
you know,
to feature new players, to have
I don't think it's fair to compare France, who, you know, they're a little bit older, they've been in the league for a little bit longer, versus like newer, you know, younger contenders players, right?
Well, that opportunity is going to have to wait a little bit longer. We have a technical pause coming out of one of our players, so we're going to take a break. We'll see you on the other side.
All right, we're on a break time now. Let's see. Have we gotten it? 98%, guys. We're at 98%. Very close. I for those of you that you know, haven't been able to get the third one yet, because I think by this time, since we've been streaming for close to 5 hours now, you guys should be able to get at least the first two. But if you're not able to get the last two here, I do suggest watching the official channel. I don't think I'll be able to stream tomorrow, honestly, but I do recommend watching the official channel here. Tomorrow they will be on at 2. I think they will be on at around 2 p.m. Is it the same time? Overwatch World Cup schedule. So tomorrow they will be on at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I don't know if I will be able to stream it. So France is really fighting for this window. Like, oh my god. Okay, 3 minutes. Oh man, I didn't even play Pharah, but I still want the skin. I'll be honest. And then we still have Australia.
Oh, what is a timer?
Australia and Canada coming up, so that will be the last game today.
Unbranded search engine is free, but I'm busy casting right now because we're gonna be getting into game very soon. Technical issue is all resolved, and will be France defending up next.
Yeah, and Team USA have their backs against the wall right now. Full capture, 3 points there from Team France, playing a very smart Symmetra style. But now we have to pose the question once again: how do things change now that the sides are swapped? Could we see Sugar Free going over to the Genji? We've seen players try to do that in the past. Oh,
paused again.
We are unfortunately paused again. So what is a pause? There's a lot of questions being posed right now.
Well, when the game has halted, well, kind of going back to our previous point, like France, I think, had a lot of success because they were able to surprise.
There's been a lot of technical issues this World Cup. I realized, especially on the left side of the room.
There's playing in that
I need the skins. Yeah, if you've been watching basically the entire time, or at least the majority of the time, you should be able to get the first 2 drops. So you should be able to get the sprays and the World Cup Orisa skin. I'm not sure about this one. This one's one's about 7 hours.
Yeah,
So
it's
if you didn't
impossible
watch
to know,
like
and honestly,
the day
one of the things
before
that I
or anything
really
like
like
that,
from
it's going to be
France,
very
they said it
close.
in the interview with Emily,
And
saying,
tomorrow
"We
we
just
don't
wanna
know
play
how
our
long
style."
games are
I
going to
think
go. Like
yesterday they kind of
right
got
now,
sucked into
games are
everything that
going.
Team Japan
I
was
mean, we
doing,
still
where
probably
they were,
have
like,
another
goof-fist,
what
and they
hour
just
or
didn't
two.
look as coordinated.
I think.
In this match against Team USA, they say, "We don't care what you're going to do. We're going to play our style and make you play our game." And so far, it's working.
We're not really sure how
If
games
they
are going to
can
go
find a way to
tomorrow.
do
They might
that
even be
once
shorter
again,
depending on
then all of a sudden, Team
how
USA, they might not be able
how
to
the
close
teams
out the
perform. But
I wasn't even sure if France
you should be able to get at least the Orisa skin. So all those 3 drops and then the Forest skin, it's kind of up in the air.
Chaos.
But I know I will
looks
be
like
getting the
our teams are ready,
Forest
so we
skin
don't have to
today.
banter over the replay, but yeah, it didn't even look like France.
But
had
also,
enough
I think
bodies.
if you
I think it
watch
was
like
Coco
other
and FD God, I think, the ones to
content
hold it all
creators,
down, and
they do
USA
give
had
you
respawns
access
coming
to,
back. I'm surprised
like if you
France
watch like
capped
for
it all.
example, if you can watch like
Kalush
Flash or
lived
something like
for
that,
so long
LH
on
Cloud or
that
anyone
Doomfist. I
of that
thought
sort.
It was going to be enough time for the rest of his team to consolidate, but with how long the overtime spawns
It does give you
it's
some
too hard for the
percentages
rest of the players
towards
to get there. So
towards the
great play
drops
from
as well.
France.
So
And now we're actually
even when
going
I'm
to
not
see
streaming, you can
France
definitely
rolling
watch
out
someone else
the pack on
for the
that
skins.
Symmetra once again. So we actually have seen a lot of different strategies from teams playing close, as we're actually going to get some replays of the last attack from Team France.
Yeah, this was when, is this right before the FD God Ajax? I'm not sure, but you see how Poco is not able to front face a lot of that damage. He always has to go around, look for boops.
I didn't realize that
Kalush was able to take
missed
a
his
lot more
flux there.
pressure.
That's
I
actually
think that's why
unfortunate.
USA were able to hold on for that long.
Yeah, an important flux, unfortunately, for Kalush to miss in that moment. So now Team USA, they are going to move away from the snipers, like I said. They're going over to Hydron on the Bastion, Sugar Free on the May. This
Bastion,
is a very
May.
traditional way of playing the Sigma composition. You're just high damage output. You can wall up behind the opposition Sigma to cut them off from the rest of the team and hopefully get the damage to take someone out. But France, once again, still playing that Symmetra, so they have the advantage of a teleporter.
See France or maybe hiding around this corner to surprise them once again. Are they going to want to teleport on top of this bridge? It is a bit of a scary situation. You don't want your Bastion to be in the middle of 5 people, but the teleport, I think...
Onto
RuPaul is already down.
Like, where did they go? They kind of blended in with the white stairs there for a second. So,
oh no.
France all split up, but managed to remove RuPaul, as you said, and USA know that they can't take that fight without that support.
And that's what France need to keep doing. They have the Lucio, they have the teleporters. They need to be proactive and teleport onto the backline of USA, find some punishes. So that's a minute off the clock already for Team USA. It's about building up these ultimates and eventually finding picks for Team USA. So far this match, they haven't been able to do it much. Poco goes through the teleporter, uses the grass, but this time Team USA saw it coming.
And he's got the speed of FD God. I like that FD God's also looming on that wall to try and boot people out of that shield. But France have lost that first corner. Now ready to fire back with the Ant Matrix there from Natlox, but the timing was a bit off. USA weren't even there.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to catch someone who was wide peeking from Team USA, but great discipline from Team USA. See it coming, fall back, and now that's an ultimate advantage. Kalush goes up in the air from the flux. Can they keep him alive? Looks
they got
like they
2
can,
already.
and now it's Team France who are losing.
Yeah, they're gonna have to give up space.
I think France are really desperate to confirm the kills that Poco set up off the flux, and then the Ant Matrix from RuPaul was beautifully placed to defend Kalush in that moment. And as France got desperate, USA took advantage, and that'll be the first cap, which may be slightly slower than France, but still, the card is rolling.
It didn't cost them very much. That's the important part. All of a sudden, they have a Gravitic Flux advantage, which is very valuable, especially when you're playing the Bastion. You can combo the Gravitic Flux. Everyone goes up in the air. They have to come back down, and the Bastion can drop the artillery right where they're trying to land. So keep an eye out for that one right here.
Did he miss his Flux again?
Kalush up too.
Did he just whiff that Flux? Is that another whiff Flux coming out of Kalush? I believe it might have been.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
That's looking rough.
Strike from Avo right behind USA forces them into a fight, and now the photon barrier was placed. France have a lot of protection, including the sound barrier. This is a huge investment.
That was big. That was a big play right there.
Hydron, what a combo from Team USA to make up for kind of the start of the fight that didn't work out. Now the cart will keep rolling. Maybe a point B cap in sight.
Yeah, I believe France should get another opportunity to capture us to defend this second point. Sorry, they do have the amplification matrix once again if they use this a little bit better, but RuPaul will also on the other side have the ability to match it. It can be very difficult to fight back into this if you are Team France because your entire team is stuck in this choke. you're actually going to see Park teleport over to the left side, and USA are actually going to concede the positioning a little bit and just sort of step back, but they're coming back in with the Ant Matrix.
I like this Ant Matrix from RuPaul. You were hoping to catch France crossing in front of the cart to help Poco out, who's kind of on his own island there on the left side. Natlock's placing the Ant Matrix to help France fire back against
good
USA.
wall.
The shield
That was a very good wall.
Still alive and well.
They already got one.
They need to defend Sugar Free while he's in that ice block form. He can't reposition in that moment, and USA are still alive. Now, they've separated France and Poco away from the rest of his team. That's a Maywell from Sugar Free.
Ooh.
To block off the
Okay,
healing from that
USA
tank.
is so back. The USA is so back.
Contest and reset
They have
as a
4
team, but
minutes.
USA continue on.
And
As
you
long
can
as they
see
don't come across
why
a similar
Team USA
issue that
get
France
wanting to
came
play this
across
sort
in
of
this last
competition. You can
point,
see
I
France
think they
aren't
might
able to
actually
get
be able
into the
to
fight and sort of
to
apply
cap it a lot
pressure
more
with the
time.
Lucio and the Symmetra, they will lose the long drawn out fight. They don't have as much healing. The Lucio doesn't do anywhere near as much healing as the Alari, and the Symmetra doesn't do any range damage. So it feels like right now, France need to go back to what was working for them. They need to get back to playing their own game. That's why they're trying to route around the left side right here.
And USA already have the high ground. France are on the coast side, and that's not really where they want to be, especially everyone is grouped up. And fluxes are coming online for Poco and Kalush. France just using the Bastion to try and break through. Ultraviolet is insane with this captive sun.
What a flank by by VV. Honestly.
USA take the fight. They still have 3 minutes. And
Yeah, it's looking rough for France. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they have about 5 ults now, so. And US only has 3-ish or so. As long as they don't like early May ult.
Play around their own advantages.
Oh, that's a huge flux. Most of Kalush's team is hit. The ice block comes out, and the artillery strike from Avo just to send USA back a little bit. For now, USA just relying on this Ant Matrix, but France not inside of that. Artillery strike from Hydron to maybe force some different positions out of France. Now they're on the left side, the Blizzard of Sugar Free to try and stop anyone from contesting from the France side. The Sound Bear from FD God should be enough sustain to push back USA in this fight.
Such a smart play from Pac, realizing that they need to touch the point.
Oh no.
Uses the Symmetra teleporter to touch it, slow down the gun, and then teleports out right before
USA,
they get frozen.
come on.
So that's just great heads up play, understanding how to play around the Symmetra and deal with that sugar-free C9 Blizzard that we just saw, and now it gets difficult for Team USA. We saw how difficult it was for France to close out this third point. USA is going to have the exact same issue. They don't have any ultimates up Lemon either. It's only Kalush with the Flux who's been questionable at best so far with this ultimate.
Yeah, Kalush's Flux have been kind of interesting. Haven't been the greatest. So he really needs to hit this Flux. Oh, and that's a wall.
Want to drop the card? They're going to be forced to with this photon barrier up Pac. And even with the teleport, I don't even know where that went, but France are on the chase thanks to this Lucio of FD God. France can force the fight even if USA aren't ready.
Oh.
But it's currently USA who are
Wait,
up
he hit a
now.
Flux.
1, 2, and 3 kills as France couldn't finish off the target.
Nice.
When it felt like France had USA up
Oh my God, USA has so much time.
Shortly with time to spare.
USA has so much time. Unironically, that is very well played. I think USA has this. They have a good chance.
Alive. He was getting chased by the entire team of Team France. Keep him alive long enough, drops the gravitic flux, and then all of a sudden it was a trap for Team France. It will go into overtime, and France will get another opportunity to attack because we are on escort. But Team USA, they're going to have a 1:16 advantage.
That's a difference of what, a fight or two, and with how difficult it's been for both of these teams to get through point C, you're going to need all the time you can
Guys,
get.
USA is going to win this. I just have a feeling, man. I just have a feeling. USA has to win this. If they don't, I'm going to be very impressed with France's performance then.
But it was off of a teleporter play.
I mean, France is already, you know, their performance is already really good.
Repeat that strategy. France are going for yes, but how are USA going to adapt to that?
Yeah, the jig is probably up for Team France. I believe Team USA are going to expect
I don't know why I'm yawning so much. My bad,
They're going
guys.
to be more prepared for these teleporters, so their backliners can play a little bit smarter, and we can see Kalush trying to sort of handle this one. And this is how they kept Kalush alive. Look at how far that lamp is from. The supports were nowhere near Kalush where they needed to be.
Honestly.
But then Kalush just able to live long enough, just able to stay up with both supports. And then, boom, Kalush lives long enough, drops the flux, and USA close it out.
And that's tough. I can't count the amount of times
that was a very good lamp, but unfortunately it just got taken out so quick.
In front of me, you don't notice that barrier, but Either way, France broken out of their spawn room doors. USA keeping eyes on them to see. Well, I guess there's not going to be a teleporter playing.
Yeah, they're
just going to go for the May.
They're going May, so basically, they're basically mirroring other than the Lucio.
Go to the May, give themselves a little bit more of an advantage. So the only difference right now is the Alari for Ultraviolet versus the Lucio of FD God. So how are France going to use this speed boost from FD God to give themselves an advantage?
Good May wall too behind Kaluj would be huge, and that kind of misses. Kaluj manages to escape in that left fashion show room. France gotta hope that they can build up this amp matrix, and for Natlox it's been significantly quicker than RuPaul, and this could be what decides this last fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a
hey, here it is.
14 France. Sugar Free's getting very close to a Blizzard. They need to keep an eye on that one.
Oh, just goes like an inch.
So
oh.
Hydron peaks too much. Sugar Free's in trouble as well. Oh, this might be falling apart for Team USA unless they can stabilize.
Such a big brain amp from Natlox, as you said. Yeah. It's moving, so it manages to get around.
That was a very
corner.
desperate amp.
Sugar Free was hoping to ice block on the car.
Oh wow, France is able to get that 4th point. No way.
And France,
actually, no way.
Up to Natlox in that amp matrix to win them the fight, and with that 1 minute, we were hoping that they got the point A cap, so they did. But now, how far do you go from here in overtime?
And importantly, RuPaul trying to turn that fight around, use his own amplification matrix so they don't have an advantage in that respects. And we're in overtime. In overtimes on escorts, if Team USA loses one fight, they'll lose the 2nd point. And they'll likely only get 1, maybe 2 fights on the 3rd point. So every ultimate matters. They need to stop this push right now. Otherwise, their time advantage isn't going to matter.
Lavo is going to force USA back. This ultimate. Seems like USA want to be ready to engage off of this Blizzard. Sugar Free can even go through this right side if he wants to catch France off guard, but just decides to go through. France are in front. Sugar Free dies. He's not able to use the Blizzard.
No way.
The is more than enough sustain. France have to send the house.
No
and
way.
USA are around the corner hoping to
France is going to get a 5th point. That's just what it is. France is just going to get a 5th point. They just get a 5th point. Oh my god, France is playing this amazing. Oh my.
Captain USA can't do anything about it.
That was so smart from Team France. They realize they have the player advantage. Just drop the Blizzard. Keep everything moving. They're trying to find another pick. Can Hydron get out?
No
He
way.
falls as well. It's getting from bad to worse. Just cascading effect of just finding more and more advantage for Team France. And USA, they don't really have that many ultimates to handle this as well. They gave up their flux and they're moving in, and they're going to have to deal with a Poco flux of their own. As long as they can stay on the comp versus this sugar-free Blizzard, they should be in a good spot.
Yeah, France's fight planning has been so good at removing Sugar Free earlier on. Artillery strike from Hydron right on top of Avo. He's in the immortality field. He jumps down into the Blizzard, or at least was going to be frozen either way. A lot of damage went into USA. It's 3 versus 3, and it's up to Poco. But with this May all up in his face, it's so difficult for France to live on through. But still, with the 1 minute that they had, this is a winnable push for France.
It is. That's the scary part.
That was great play.
I think US might actually be a 2-1. Like I said, I think it might actually be a 2-1.
2 minutes and a quarter. The Team USA,
wow.
They're going to have to find some similar type of push where they find advantages and they're able to snowball it. Circa Royale.
I mean, US has a lot of time, so if they can get that momentum going forward, you know, for the first point and a half, it should be,
the same thing, but it
should be okay.
Difficult. If France stay composed,
oh my
they should be able to close out this map and take us to map 3.
France is playing very well. They're playing extremely well.
The fact that this May worked out, and when it's maybe Nico's gone as a coach, you know, it's just okay, this is how you play May. And I think just the fight planning we've highlighted from France, the May walls, the win conditions, realizing what USA have with that sugar-free Blizzard, which felt like USA were hesitating on when to really throw that Blizzard. They almost wanted to react and counter what France were doing, but the initiative from France is what ended up winning them so many fights. So wish that sugar-free Blizzard came out a bit earlier.
Well, I have to give props to Poco. That accretion rock onto Sugar Free. He was trying to drop that Blizzard on the 2nd point, and Poco actually rocks him off the side of the I guess, you know, U-turn, and Sugar Free falls. And from there, that big tool that they needed to close out the fight was no longer there. So Poco, we know him for the Poco bombs, but we're getting to see some Poco Sigma right now making big plays as well.
All right, just a 1 minute or so advantage from Team USA, but here's that corner play I was talking about with France.
This is aggressive play from France.
So they can jump to both sides of Team USA. And USA are trying to run as much as they can, and Pac is generating DPS, but
Well, they already lost both their damage.
USA were low, but France could not coordinate to finish them off.
Oh, wow.
It's a 4K for Kaluge as USA march on.
I like the idea there from France. They just weren't able to execute. That was a great rock from Kaluge. Instantly hits Pac on the way out of the door. But that's what France wanted. They wanted to take an early fight because they know they can take a better fight at the back end of this first point. The one thing that they are going to have to be worried about, because Kaluge got that 4K, he's already 60% to a Gravitic Flux. If he gets that one way earlier than France expect, it could close out this first point very quickly.
And because that fight wasn't extended, Ant Matrix of Natlox was a big win condition for France. And they're both around the same percentage. It'll be that grab flux coming up soon. Hydron is getting brought from behind because Pac teleported France behind USA.
Oh no, they already lost
USA
Nat and Pac.
to just focus on the frontline battle and then turned to deal with the low HP targets behind. USA are dealing with the chaos very, very well.
Yeah.
And with Avo gone, France don't
They're
have
playing
the
very
DPS
well,
to
but
even make this winnable, so USA
I mean,
will be capping
France
because of that
is
great
wasting
sugar-free
time
wall,
here.
Natlox gets picked off, and
So to
from
be
there, France
honest,
just
they're
don't
playing the
have
long game
healing,
here,
and
and
that should
I'm
be a first
actually
point capture.
I don't mind
And
that.
if you're Team France, you need to not panic, right? You have time. You still only need to really win one fight. Okay, never mind. They're going for the last second contest. This is a dangerous play.
A captive son, but Natlox probably has
Yeah.
immortality.
Okay, I don't know
Now
about
you
that
swap
play, I'm be
out.
honest.
Well, USA actually winning without ultimates. What a drop. France maybe weren't expecting it. And France didn't know how to get out of that situation, mainly keeping Pac and Avo safe, which are the most vulnerable members on that
Are they
team.
just gonna stack ultimates till the very end? Is it maybe that's what France is waiting for?
Rush into Team USA and hope they use a lot of ultimates, because Team France didn't commit anything to that fight. They just wanted to fight early. So we are going with 10 seconds remaining into overtime. If France wins one more fight, they will win the map. And they have a lot of ultimates, but so does Team USA.
All right, the grab flux from Kaluge, FD God, holding onto the sound barrier, and you got Natlox just by himself using the Ant Matrix. Maybe Avo wanted to
Hydron is dead once again.
Positions, the Baywall still in his face, and France are still getting organized. And this captive son is just all over Avo, but France still did a good dent into USA. It's not over yet. It's 3 versus 3. It's up to UV, and Poco is the anchor for France, but for no longer.
Oh my God. We're still in the game.
And point B in sight. It's overtime.
Okay, we have
it's
B.
do or die.
France has B and Wall, and US has quite literally nothing.
Everything as well. FD Gold with the sound barrier, Pac with the photon barrier. You have to believe that Team France has a big advantage in this fight, especially because Team USA players are still trying to reinforce the point, while Team France, they're all together.
Here's the speed. Teleport fake from
Needs to
Pac.
drop it.
Photon barrier splits up, at least keeping their half of the cart. Team USA can just hold their own, as this will kind of stalemate out the fight. FD God holding onto the sound mirror. This will be the sustain that they need.
Oh,
and
there it
there's
is.
the engage. France running after USA. Having Ultraviolet isolated is huge too. USA
No
cannot
way.
continue on. The fight planning just too good out of France.
Wow.
As they will even up the series 1-1.
Team France played very composed. They
Oh my
understood
gosh.
that they didn't
Guys,
need to just
we
blow
might
the sound
actually
barrier
get to
and
see
the photon
Super
barrier
play
off the
today.
back. They both do the same thing. They keep them up. They keep them
Not
sustained.
even kidding.
Drop the wall on the cart,
This does not
get
look good
Kaluge
for
very low
US.
because he has to keep contesting
This
the
actually
point.
just does not
And then
look good for the
after Kaluge
US.
gets low, engage with the sound barrier. There's nothing Team USA can
Wow.
do. Great team play from Team France. Taking
France
it to
actually
Team
really
USA.
pulled it off.
An
It-
unlikely
props to
matchup.
them,
People
seriously.
didn't have Team France pushing Team USA this close to the edge.
Huge change-ups from France, going from losing 2-0 to Japan to now taking a map from everyone regarding Team USA as being one of the best in all of World Cup. So huge turnarounds from France, and we talked about just good leadership on this team, and I wonder if that's the
Yeah,
difference that Poco
I
needs to.
mean,
Yeah,
just
Poco,
really well
he's
played,
always been a cool,
honestly,
calm, and
by
collected
France.
player.
France played this
All the way
extremely
back from
smart.
his days with the Philadelphia Fusion, he was just known to always be a very, I don't want to say monotone, but just a very calm person in those comms. And you can see that coming through on this team. He has a lot of rookies to play with. Avo, Pac, Natlox, they're not as experienced players on the international stage, yet they were able to keep their cool against some of the best players
What a
in the
game.
world.
Truly, what a game.
And sometimes it's not as much about the mechanics, but more about your positions, your rotations.
But yeah, I think
and good
as
placements of
I
those
think I mentioned
cooldowns.
as I
When
mentioned
he used
before,
the
I think it's gonna be a
Matrix,
2-1.
Natlox had
I think it's gonna be a
perfect play to
2-1.
even place it on top of the card at some
Possibly
moment
US
to
winning
win
this,
them
but
point A, to Poco's grab flux
honestly, with
being
how
followed
France
up
is
with,
playing,
and FD God,
we don't
always
know.
these well-timed sound barriers, but you know, the one Ajax is one thing, but 90% of the time, these sound
Now
barriers
US
have
is
made a
picking the
huge
next map.
difference for the sustain of Team France to
Very well
live on
played
in
by
these
France.
extended
Very
fights.
well played.
Now we await the Team USA choice of map of either Flashpoint or Push. I wonder where that's going to go.
You have to wonder where USA is going to go, because obviously in the head-to-head matchup where they weren't playing the Sigmas, USA looked, they look like they have that flexibility to be able to do it. So you could go to Flashpoint. It plays very similarly to Control. Push can sometimes be, I don't want to say a coin
I think I got my drops.
Anything can happen. You win a couple of team fights, you snowball things,
Got
anything
it.
can happen.
All
and
done.
New Queen Street is going to be the choice for Team USA.
I feel like with Push, a lot of teams like to play Lucio, and France already having kind of that Sigma Lucio brawl may bode well for them too, but USA have been one of the most confident teams probably in all of World Cup, but especially in their group. They think they're #1, and France want to prove them wrong, and we'll see who's right or wrong after this break.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go use the bathroom, so I will be right back. But it's a very good game. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna see who wins. This is very close. All right. Got about a minute left. Poco on Sig is insane, yeah. No kidding, bro.
Another game 3 today. It's a close battle between France and USA, and whew, what a turnaround for France. First look at Team USA, they look pretty beatable.
Yeah, and that's really the big takeaway that I've had from this series. Like, we know that Team USA has strength, but the question, not just this series in general, but is Team USA going to be able to go the distance? Can they repeat what they did in 2019? Because they are the reigning champs. We all saw the picture of Super sitting in the throne, aka gaming chair, in front of the trophy, and they're trying to defend their title. Yet still here,
so they're not
Super fans punching air because Super is not coming in for map 3 on New Queen
They're
Street.
not.
But
They're not putting in
Team
Super.
France as Nico comes in to replace Pat, which indicates to me, Lemon, that they're going to be playing more Mei, less Symmetra.
Yeah, I think The Symmetra had some cool ideas.
I think that's
positions on the map
I don't know.
that are difficult to rotate to if you're exposed to a lot of poke. And
I don't think that's a good idea, to be honest.
To win a couple of fights against US.
Kaluj has been playing for about an hour now. I personally think that they should have swapped. They should have swapped tanks. Kaluj has been playing for a long time.
B option, and if Nico, that is his bread and butter, then you go with someone who is more confident.
And they're doing a push map. Okay.
Mei is very cooldown dependent. If you miss that Mei wall, that is a big win condition that you're creating, right? The ice block, if you ice block at the wrong position, that could just kill the fight for you and really kill your Mei as well. So I'd like to see Nico back in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I think there's so many intricacies that comes with Mei, and I think the best Meis in the world really show how it's done. And Nico, historically, when he played in the Overwatch League, he was known for his Mei play. He played on the Paris Eternal. He came in to be sort of that Mei pinch hitter from time to time. Let's see if he can do that once again here for Team France. But on the other side, for Team USA, I think you are starting to see some of the weaknesses of having the Ultraviolet RuPaul support setup, because they are trying their best to move away from playing the Lucio. They didn't come with 3 supports. They decided to not pick up a primarily Lucio player, and at some points it felt like they weren't able to keep up with the pace of Team France. I wonder if that will be a common thing as we go further in the tournament.
Yeah, OG did end up trying out, and I thought he did very well, but yeah, the lack of Lucio means the double flex that you thought was going to be meta with maybe Sigma coming in, and you have a lot of poke, and that's where RuPaul and Ultraviolet were best at. But with the speed that FD God brings and his experience on that character, France can dictate a lot of these fights and sometimes just overwhelm United States just in all the chaos that is being surrounded by a bunch of people. So Poco, I think, was a really good leader for France. I'm glad that he's staying in the lineup, and he frontlines very well.
Poco, I mean, Poco is just really good, man.
This, Diva in this final push to get Team France across the edge, but playing the Sigma, he took toe-to-toe with Kaluja, who's a great Sigma player, and he hit some important rocks, right? That big rock onto Sugar Free in the overtime push. And Kaluj, we also saw great plays from him on the Sigma, but also the Doomfist. Like, this very narrowly was enough to close it out, but he just had nowhere to go from here. Goes down to 11 health.
Yeah, that Circuit Royale was so close. And we go to our map decider of New Queen Street, which is Team USA's choice, with a substitution from France, where I thought Pac and Avo were doing really well despite being sort of contenders level players, or at least they lack that Overwatch League experience. Going up against Hydron and Sugar Free, you thought that this was going to be the hugest DPS gap, but it was about fight planning. When you have a leader that can calm your new players down, maybe this is your first time at the World Cup, nerves are there, and you just have a stable team. It doesn't look like
they're keeping
experienced team on the France.
They're keeping everyone on Team USA, I guess. They're not making any swaps.
In general special. You have some of the teams of the best players in the world, and some players that would potentially never get the opportunity to play against these guys are able to do it and show what they have and what they can do, right? Not a lot of people had sort of slated Team France to be able to go and step up, but you said Avo and Pac have really stepped up in a big way and taken it to the likes of players like Sugar Free and Hydron, like you just said. And right now, I think they either are going even with them or potentially even getting a slightly better edge of the stick, at least on Circuit Royale, because right now, Sugar Free and Hydron, they are this DPS duo that's supposed to be a powerhouse. They haven't shown up that way so far in this series.
And if things don't go well for USA and they drop 0-1, it's just gonna make Group D even crazier. Like everyone's been saying, Group D is feeling like the group of death with KSA, Japan, who have been sort of that dark horse, that underdog that everyone's been talking about after how well they performed against France. USA being, that world champion, to France also having a good roster. Like, who knows who's gonna come out of Group D if USA don't pull through in Game 3.
Absolutely. I completely agree. I would say France is definitely a stepping stone for Team USA. Tomorrow they go up against KSA, like you just said, and that's going to be an interesting match because KSA plays a very different style. They're more than willing to go to the Pharah. But just today we saw KSA play and they played up against Japan. It was pretty close, but KSA definitely with a dominant performance. And if they can get that, win over, some of these other teams, all of a sudden it starts to be like, well, can Team USA match Team KSA? And we'll have to see. So everything on the line for Team USA. They need to close it out on their map pick of New Queen Street.
Well, at least Team USA don't have to worry about a random Symmetra teleporter and having to keep your eyes behind you too, because France were good at teleporting behind USA and creating these pinch scenarios that are often successful for France. Eventually, USA were able to crack that and hold their focus a bit better in those moments. But now that Nico is in, you're not going to see the Symmetra. You see FD God in the lineup. That's been mostly Lucio that we've seen out of France. So USA, as long as they respect that spacing, they know how to disengage, which they've been really good at on Circuit Royale, I think USA can handle these fights a lot better.
Absolutely. And the player that I want to keep my eye on in this map is Hydron. So Hydron is going to play the flanking soldier. Hydron's going to play their completely own game. They're just going to try and be a constant thorn in the side of Team France, trying to get these angles, put out damage, and try and find picks onto the backline, while the rest of Team USA is just going to try and hold their ground.
See Hydron too. It's at the bottom of that tunnel. France are a little bit split up. FD God is assisting Nico to rotate to mainly duel Ultraviolet, who's sitting at that top window. So there's sort of mini fights taking place at different areas, and France can do that because they're playing a Lucio. USA having Ultraviolet play at these off angles with the pylon is a good idea too. Hydron, with the speed that soldier provides, as you mentioned, can just keep rotating around USA, but look at his aim. Just managing to take down Avo. That is a bulk of France's damage gone. They have to rely on Nico. Poco is stunned up, Kaluge is low, and this is all about focus fire, and USA just being better at that.
And you can see why Kaluge is playing the Orisa. Kaluge
not gonna lie, USA, you are scaring me.
The entirety of Team France running them down, and that just gives Hydron time to find those picks. Ultraviolet as well to find those picks, also playing in the off angle with the Alari, and you can see these two different strategies. They're going to be going back and forth. France, once again, need to be the initiators, and USA, are they going to be able to hold on? And is Hydron going to be able to find picks like that? That tracking was flawless from Hydron to take down Avo in that at the start of that fight.
Rupo's already out.
Rupal just evaporates immediately. The rest of USA managed to run away, but Kaluge is in no man's land. Sugar Free should just try to die on the bot too and at least get a contest out of it. But Hydron, wherever he is getting random picks. He's over on the statue side, and Ultraviolet's also on that off angle. So despite USA maybe not winning this fight, you slowed France down with these picks, and it's not bad for USA.
And it's so difficult for Team France to be able to punish either Ultraviolet or Hydron. They both have great tools.
Yeah, they're playing very good flanks there, actually.
So if you try and run them down, they're just going to run away, and then all of a sudden threats come from all over the place. So USA really putting on a masterclass of how you play what has been dubbed shooter comps, where you just sort of spread around and just shoot the opposition and don't give them any options to run you down.
Yeah, USA are forcing these isolated duels where maybe they believe in the more individual prowess of their players versus maybe the more team chemistry that I'm seeing out of France. For now, though, USA playing around the corner, but Hydron, he's going unseen. He has a tactical visor, but France are quite far away. And the Poco's used to zone out this soldier.
Wow. That was very well played. That was actually very well played.
And that was just so many ultimates Team USA threw at France. They
but
tried
yeah,
to engage with that gravitic flux,
they use like 4 ultimates now.
Not enough to hold up. Even FD God using the sound barrier. So now Team France, because they don't have the same Symmetra, they can't do the TP plays like we saw them do on Circuit Royale. So right now it just feels like they're being constantly surrounded and peppered with damage. And so far they're just getting picked before the fight even begins.
I guess this is just to make space. They got Poco, nice. That's already 2 picks right there. Oh my gosh, wait. US is so back. The USA is so back.
Of course, there's plenty of time, but
honestly, the soldier play was really smart.
Yeah, it's
like going around and flanking. Very smart play.
Right click through the amplification matrix, but other than that,
because yeah, they're playing very close together, so they want to take those isolated 1v1s.
Running down the flank, trying to get a pick.
God.
Onto, I believe that's Ultraviolet. Yeah, Ultraviolet and the others.
Oh no! Oh my gosh!
How does that happen?
Ultraviolet and Hydron are menaces on this backline. France are trying to do a better job of marking that because that's how France have been losing. They lost a grab flux just to scare Hydron. They didn't even hit him with it. And France are continuing to struggle because they're getting surrounded by USA and they're panicking.
Oh, this is a strong performance by the US. This is absolutely phenomenal performance.
Not afraid of anyone from Team France. Nico was still holding on to this Blizzard. Hasn't found a good opportunity. Who do you
Jeez,
blizzard on
man.
the side of Team
Maybe I
USA?
should
You
do a
can't just
flanking
throw it at
soldier
the
like that
backline.
every single time.
It doesn't work on an Orisa, it doesn't work on a Mei, and FD God's dead before the fight's even begun.
I should try it out.
Mechanics on display by Team USA. We had criticisms about the double flex support, but they're showing us why it works.
Oh my gosh.
Third DPS as Team USA look to full cap at one of the fastest times I have ever seen. Team USA
Wow.
take the series.
Some of those concerns
What a
that
play
myself
by
and maybe
US,
others were having
honestly,
about Team
what a
USA,
play.
They seem to get squashed a little bit as we went on to New Queen Street. That was just great play from Team USA. Individual mechanics and brilliance being shown right there.
Wow.
Every single player popping off in each moment. And Team
What a
France,
play, honestly, by the
with them not
US.
playing
What
the
a
Symmetra
play.
anymore,
Very
just
well
didn't
done.
feel like they had an answer.
And that's that confidence showing through from Team USA to have Ultraviolet and Hydron constantly on the flank. And with the aim too that Hydron had, the kind of low bursts of damage that Soldier, you know, why people don't like Soldier as much as other choices of hit scan. Hydron proves that with good enough aim, you could still get picks with it and just be such a nuisance, even with Ilari from Ultraviolet. The 3K Captive Sun, easily my MVP of the match has to be UV.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
UV played really well.
Pop-off plays from lots of them, but UV really
Like
stepped up
having
in
those
most
those
certain
dual
situations,
flanks
especially
like that
in
is
that
actually
map.
so it
But
just
also,
it just
we see
overwhelmed
USA
France,
go 1-0
honestly.
in
They
the
just
group-
weren't
the
ready
group
for
of
it. And
death,
on a
group
map like
D,
Push,
but Team France goes 0-2.
yeah,
They're not
it's not much you could
completely
do.
out, but it's going to be a hard path forward if they're going to make it to BlizzCon.
Yeah, and France's next opponent is going to be KSA.
Oh,
so that
good
is
Saudi.
That's a
Be a good
tough
one.
one. Everybody in
Okay.
that group of Group D.
So
is a team
we will
that
now.
are
I mean,
very
since the US has
capable of
won, we will now
qualifying.
see
Can't believe we had another game 3 today. So excited to hear
choose
what
the
you guys
outcome.
think. So over to Sel.
USA has won.
Thank you guys so much.
There you
Yeah,
go.
what a game. France got all of our hopes up just to be crushed on that third map by a convincing
That was
showing from Team USA. Let's discuss how they got it done because, quite frankly, initially, France looked a lot better.
All right.
I think they really
So
made the right
now we
changes
have
heading into day number
Australia.
2. Let's discuss what changes those were and how Team USA still came out on top.
Versus Canada.
Yeah, I mean, look, for France, right? Swapping over to Poco, playing in this matchup, playing with the Sigma, it is one of the best compositions in the game currently at the pro level, right? So it did unlock things for them. Playing this Lucio Baptiste with the Genji lineup early on, upping the pace. Being able to play the Lucio on this team is obviously something that's going to help them up the pace against a team like USA. This was a great point that, you know, custom made, of course, as well. And that I know that Danny wanted to touch on as well, so I'm gonna let you do that.
No, go ahead. No, talk about it.
Well, I thought it was a great point raised by Costa that there is, you know, a double flex support backline with Ultraviolet and Repal for USA. And so that kind of like limits the pace in which they can play. You know, you can't bring out that Lucio as much because you'd probably rather play the double flex support, right? You'd rather play the Ilari with the Baptiste, for example, maybe even bring out the Kiriko, right? Rather than try to match France when they're playing the Symmetra and the Lucio. So that was, you know, a big kind of like scary circuit reality for a Team USA fan. But then when Kalush swapped over to the Orisa and Costa, as he labeled it, the quote-unquote shooter comp, where you flank around and shoot and make it difficult for France to like really reach someone. Like you can speed up all you want with your May balls and your Sigma shield, and you know you can turn up the pace, but they're just going to be spread out all around you, and that's what we saw from Hydron in the Overwatch League, you know, games earlier this year. So there was really just a compositional difference there on the very final map, but a bit scary still for USA. Like I'm not completely sold after some weaknesses being spotted there in that matchup. So, whew. Yeah, no,
I will go ahead and start the prediction.
Like, whoa, USA,
go ahead and put in your channel points. Predict who you think will win the next one. We have Australia and Canada coming up next. But I mean, hey, USA won. Who won between France and USA? It would be USA. It was 2-1 USA. I'm gonna be honest. France played very well. It was very close. It's a bit concerning for the US. I'm gonna be honest. They did not swap anyone out. So for tank, they kind of just kept Kalush the entire time. They did not swap to super anyone or anyone of that sort. But yeah, they won. So I just put up another prediction. and you guys can go ahead and go ahead and predict who you think is going to win this next one. We have, like I said, Australia versus Canada is the next game that will be coming up.
Team USA got their work cut out for them. It's going to be so exciting to see which two teams will advance out of that group.
All right.
Now heading up into
So, I will not say who I think will win, but not yet at least. I will let you guys vote first, and then I will say who I think will win.
Trainer, eh? Trainer.
Nice, push card.
Nice. Okay.
Holy
USA, baby!
Yeah, baby!
Oh, wait.
Whoa, it's not over.
That's funny. Yeah, 2-1 USA. That was very close. I'm not gonna lie. All right. So now we have Canada versus Australia. So go ahead and put in your predictions. The prediction will be done within a little less than 15 minutes now. And we're gonna see how the games go. It's either gonna be another 2-1 game, or it's gonna be a 2-0 game. We'll have to see. Oh man, but I finally was able to get all of the drops, so I do not have to worry about drops until after the 31st, because I assume that they're going to have some sort of drops for past the group stage, because we have another group stage, another set of group stage games tomorrow as well. So, which I will personally, I don't think I will be able to watch it / stream it, so don't expect me then, but yeah. Oh my gosh. Very close games towards the end, I'm gonna be honest. Other than Hong Kong and China, the Colombia and Mexico game was very close, and the USA and France game was definitely a lot closer than I would have liked. So streaming for close to 5 hours now. That is ridiculous. But don't worry, we're on the last stretch here. So hopefully you guys will be able to get your drops. Make sure to check every once in a while if you have gotten a drop. I believe within the first 7 hours you should be able to get the first 3 drops, the 2 sprays and the Orisa skin, and then the 14 hours is for the Forest skin. In which case, if it goes like it does, if tomorrow goes how it did today, it's possible that some of you guys may be able to actually get the Forest skins. If you haven't gotten to, if you haven't gotten around to even getting like the first 2 drops, I would suggest, and I won't be streaming tomorrow that early, like as early as I did today, but if you guys do need or want those drops, other people will be streaming it, so try to tune in to some other streams, and you should be able to get those drops. You should be able to catch up. Hanamura. All right. Again, make sure to get those predictions in. See what you guys think.
Played in a round robin format. We've had exciting, explosive matches thus far, and I'm sure this last one will not disappoint, as Australia will face off against Canada. 2 teams which a lot of people had highly rated. In fact, this is one of the groups where we all felt like it's going to be very difficult to predict the outcome. So maybe after this match, we're going to find some answers. or not? We'll find out very soon as they will be playing in just a few minutes. For now, let's take a look at their rosters, starting with Canada. Canada, unfortunately,
They have Seeker,
are coming off of a
Magic
loss
Maple.
from their first match yesterday, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, they did take the L against Great Britain yesterday, and Johnny and I, got our predictions wrong. But hey, I think they had some signs of life. I think it wasn't all doom and gloom for them, right? Because they had some great players, such as Seeker that we're seeing right now. This guy made a name for himself in the pro scene. Great DPS player. He was popping off yesterday on that Bastion, as we're seeing right now. So players like him, Canada has a lot of those. So I think that's the starting point. We saw France, they take an L yesterday too, but they came back. Of course, they lost again to USA, but they made a lot of improvements. So I'm hoping that Canada sort of did the same thing, take the loss and then make some improvements for today's match against Australia.
Yeah, the opposing team, however, is riding the high of their first victory against Brazil. What did we learn about Team Australia from their match yesterday, Johnny?
That they play the fun heroes, all right? They played a round of solid, Tracer Echo, Winston. This is like a solid composition. Like, who doesn't like watching Tracer Echo?
True.
Always fun. Winston, solid gameplay. This is entertaining World Cup. This one I see. But this right here, coming out with the Reinhardt, hitting the big shatters, speed boosting with the Lucio and teleporting with Nanda Symmetra, of course. This is what we really want to see here in the World Cup, right? Am I the only one? Am I the only one who really wants to see this? This is entertainment to me. So Australia, they just came out the gates and they were like, we're not gonna play Sigma. We're not gonna play Orisa, like slowing the thing. No, we're gonna go out with pace and we're gonna push the tempo, and that's what it's all about. Okay, loving the Reinhardt action coming in from Australia. I hope we get to see more of it today.
Yeah, I mean, they made it hard for Brazil, really. Although there were some moments where Brazil looked competitive, in the end it was Australia taking it handedly. Let's see if they can, continue their winning ways, or if Canada is going to redeem themselves in their second match. Let's take a look at our predictions. I went with Australia. I think they looked spot on yesterday. I don't think there is much that I felt like was egregious or anything they needed to improve. They had fun. They played with tempo. It was exciting. I want to see more of that. What about you, Danny?
Let's go Australia. You guys all know I love a team that uses Ryan Rush Comp. I've been supporting Ryan Rush Comps all throughout the year. And as soon as I saw Australia playing it, I was like, all right, this is my team. Australia, let's go.
I'm in with Australia as well. 2-1 here. Of course, it's really entertaining to watch them play. But I also feel like for Canada, Canada was hyped up going into the World Cup here. We know they have great players on their team, and Canada historically always does perform pretty well in the World Cup. They always feature at BlizzCon in these later stages and try to fill their best roster. I'm excited to see what they can do today. I don't think they're too proud of yesterday's matchup against Great Britain. So I want to see the best foot put forth from Canada and just see what we know these players can do. They're a really good team. Let's see the best gameplay we can from them.
Absolutely. Yeah, as you said, historically, of course, Canada has been featuring up in the top. 2017, they placed second. 2018, they came third. 2019, we don't talk about that one. But other than that, a lot on the line for both teams. I'm excited for a good showing. We, of course, always want to know everything there is to know about the teams, so we need to get the inside scoop. And once more, Detective Emily has been on the case to find the truth. Let's hear it from her.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yes. Prior to today's match, we were able to catch up with Coach Danny from Team Canada, who was able to share some insight. He said that every team is beatable, given the right strategy and depending on the map selection, including the top dogs like Korea and the team from China. Everyone has a chance if you play well. Personally, for Team Canada, it's important for us to stay relaxed and composed during the match. We wouldn't have made the same mistakes in scrim, but given the pressure
We're about
of the match,
halfway
we forgot
through
some
the
basic
prediction, so
reminders and
make sure
which costed us
put in your
the end.
last
I also asked, well,
couple of
are there any
points
interesting
into who you
stories from
think
your
will
time
win
in the
between
airline that you could share
Australia
with
and
the fans?
Canada.
And he said, on the first day
And I
of our
think the
arrival in
game's
Anaheim, we went
should
out
be
for
starting
dinner,
pretty soon. I guess
and
they're
Magic
doing some scrims
Meatball,
here and there.
as you can see
practicing.
from the photo that we're about to provide, was wearing a wolf shirt. It was a full moon. And
What is this guy?
He's really
Fucking
channeling his
Magic
interval
Maypole,
to
bro.
make him play well. I incredible photo shoot. I think that's the start of his side hustle. So just seeing all the players from the other teams
God damn it, Magic Maple.
together
What is wrong with you?
and having the teams in the practice area was also really fun. It's different and much more personal than just talking online. And lastly, he wanted to say that Magic is also their secret weapon today versus Australia. Now sending it over to your Canadian and Australian casting duo, Levin and Custa.
Thanks
No
so much,
way.
Emily.
Oh my.
It's Lemon Canuck and Australia here to cast the match of the day easily.
You're going
What
down.
what an
It's
outfit
about the
change.
Commonwealth right here. You know, everything's on the line. It's honestly the group for the Commonwealth because we also have Great Britain in here as well. So everything to fight for. You guys went down 0-1. Canada went down 0-1 yesterday to Great Britain. We're riding on a high, 1-0 up against Brazil. So honestly, everything to fight for both of these teams.
Yeah, well, we got the wolf pack. Okay, whatever that Magic Maple put up on the screen.
That was the worst edited photo I've ever seen. They literally put a moon in front of the palm tree. It was, if you're going to put that level of performance into today's match, we're not even going to break a sweat.
Yeah, that's because all of our talent is in
Magic
Overwatch,
Maple, bro.
okay?
What the hell? What is that? Who let him cook?
Well, look at that pose, okay? He's
that's hard to deal
6 foot
with.
tall at least. And he's the magic weapon or whatever they said. So
it's going to be hard to take down an alpha like that, but Magic Maple, apparently the secret weapon heading into this series. I'm excited to see what that is going to be to show. They're going to have a lot to deal with Team Australia. I think we saw yesterday that they're more than happy to move over to the Reinhardt and play like a rush composition and just run you down.
Oh, we're going to see
How are
Samoa.
Canada going to be able to handle and adapt to that?
well, Canada started 0-1. Owen, I barely know him. This is how we go 1-1. Magic Maple, if you've been under a rock, you wouldn't know this player. But if you've been watching Contenders North America,
Predictions
you know
almost
exactly
done.
who this player is. Won the
Get
Contenders
those
Summer Series
final
with
points
Wiz.
in.
We have some of the best North American talent when it comes to Tier 2 on this roster, including Cal, who got second in Contenders North America with Team Timeless. I'm really stoked. Of course, we have Overwatch League caliber players too, like False from Vancouver Titans and Seeker from LA Valiant. So we're no pushovers.
Yeah, but we got a good bunch of lads that are about to run you down with Reinhardt. You can have all of these, accolades to your name. We got
I'm gonna
the
have to
power
end
of
predictions pretty
friendship, and
soon.
the boys are coming. So let's see what we're gonna see. Looks like Australia potentially going to start on this Reinhardt. It does work very well against the Symmetra, but Canada potentially seeing this one coming. It looks like False is gonna roll out on the Orisa as well. But for the most part, these teams are gonna run at each other. It'd be interesting to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, who's gonna come out on top? The lads or the buds? False versus Kuffa. See if Kuffa has what it takes on this Reinhardt. False, I'm the unofficial coach. Blow up his shield with your left click. Seeker, go tackle Burr. I was in a show match with you. I know you can aim.
Here's the thing, we're just going to yell coaching advice. That's going to be
Symmetra.
the entire cast. So if you're expecting something different, you're out of luck. Aki goes down first, which is a terrible start for Team Australia. Gets caught off by Noxious, and that's a quick double kill for Team Canada.
Oh, Noxious. He's been so passionate and vocal on Twitter about just how excited he is to be playing for his region. He's very well known in the collegiate scene, playing for top schools like Harrisburg and St. Clair. So you might think, look at this roster, like, oh, not a lot of Overwatch League players that have experience in the Overwatch League. But hey, we have good players. That's all that matters.
Yeah, Overwatch League is overrated. We have no Overwatch League players either, but we do have lots of Contenders players. We're actually going to see Kuffa switch over to the Sigma. The Orisa versus Reinhardt match is very in favor of the Orisa, but the Sigma favors against the Orisa. So we'll hopefully get an advantage from Kuffa as we see, but now they're going to want to poke and sort of stay in that mid-range with the Bastion and the Sigma just poking out damage against Canada. The issue that they have though is that they don't have the points, so all this time they're losing percentage, but False goes down.
Yeah, the bigger issue is the Sam Matrix plus the Bastion,
Seeker.
but somehow the kills are going to Australia. They're teleporting to both sides of Canada.
Yeah, that was just, that was unfortunate,
That'll be
truly.
Australia taking back the point.
Clean play. I think False just gets a little aggressive, isn't able to be healed by Crimzo on that rush. We're actually going to see them sticking with this composition. So Australia, taking control. And now ultimates are starting to come up. Nanda has that Photon Barrack, gives a huge advantage. And Aki is coming up to that Amplification Matrix, and Crimzo doesn't have his because he used it in the lost fight.
Photon Barrier. Ready to split up this point? Do you want to keep your half? Do you want to split up the fight into 2 halves? There's different ways to place this, and Australia trying to defend the point, and Noxious using that ice block puts him in such a precarious situation, and I don't think Canada can save their buddy. So Australia are going to continue to try to run them over.
Oh my
not really
God.
confirming these kills quite yet. Australia are really struggling, and now getting pushed away by the Noxious Blizzard. Will be also Canada during that moment flipping the point.
Yeah, Australia used all of their ultimates to try and win that one. Aki then falls on the re-aggression. Sound barrier out from Magic Maple to counter the Gravitic Flux, and that will be Canada winning a pretty decisive fight. I like the idea from Australia to try and go proactive against the Canada squad, but it did not execute in the same way that they planned it out.
Yeah, it took a while to get this done for Canada, but the job is done. 70%.
Don't sound so smug. I don't want to hear that from you, 11. Don't sound so smug. 75% in counting. We can make it back. We have no ultimates, but we have a dream.
We'll see if the dream dies, though. Australia.
Good disengage from the artillery strike against the Bastion.
For now.
He's looking for the Terror Surge. You can see he's just waiting for them to step up. Australia's going to go all the way to the beach, it looks like.
They know it. Canada hoping to meet them halfway there. Where is Australia? Now they teleported.
How did they get that? Huh?
Canada's unsure. Terror Surge at the ready. 99% for in overtime. Yeah, losing Crypto is huge.
Oh,
Not a lot of healing. Now none at all for Canada. When they felt like they were going to be taking the initiative in this fight, it's Australia that just out-rotated them.
Yeah, you know, Australia, we're known for our beaches. We apparently found a teleporter on the outside of this map and made it to behind Canada. False was just confused. You could see him setting up to go for the flank Terror Surge, but by the time they found Australia, they were already on the point and Crimzo had already fallen. So big plays from Team Australia, considering they had no ultimates to go with, and now they're starting to charge them up as well. So Australia potentially back in the driver's seat of this round.
Yeah, Matrix from Aki could be starts off the fight for Australia, and Canada choosing to go down this long lane could hurt them in the end, but the teleporter as Nanda tries to meet Australia halfway with Canada. Terror Surge, though,
that was a big Terror Surge kill.
Just walk into pain. And Canada, though, it's not looking too good. They've only lost 1, though. Can they finish off the remnants of Australia? The spear misses. Now Kuffa is a believer, apparently, with the grab flux, getting Seeker low enough, but Noxious and Crimzo will protect him well. Now the Blizzard from Noxious is thrown to try and lock down Burtlock, who just speeds around it. Thanks to the Sound Beer, Australia will sustain through it. It is just such a crazy last fight.
Yeah, it's just desperation mode for Australia. Everyone switched over. We got a Moira, we got a Tracer, and they are managing to hold on for just long enough. Artillery strike coming out of Seeker. Is it going to find any value? Nami falls. It's going to be hard for Australia.
Australia are only down by 2, but the lack of damage
oh my gosh,
hurts a lot.
This is very close.
Mayfall 2 with the sound barrier. We're just gonna run down Australia once and for all in this round 1. Although Australia have been known to turn fights before, it's taken a while.
Going.
I can't believe it's still going.
Burtlock gets 1, but with Aki falling, Nami's gonna need to go nuclear to be able to win this. Gets the pulse bomb. He could turn this whole thing around with a big pulse bomb.
Chasing down these speedy heroes of Australia.
Very well played.
Finally, they're gone, and Canada will take
it might be Canada's time.
81, but that was hard to follow.
That was an all-out brawl. There was no rhyme or reason. Honestly, both teams doing a great job of entering back into these fights, finding avenues, and both of the Baptistes were struggling to stay alive. They were usually the first ones going down. So now we head over to beach. Kuffa's going to, looks like, start on the Sigma. I think if you know that the Canadian team is going to play the Orisa into you, if you try and play the Reinhardt, I think this is the right decision. Just put Kuffa on the Sigma. He was doing work with the Sigma. They just weren't able to close out the round.
See if Kuffa will still live with a Bastion of Seeker. I played in a show match with that guy. He's pretty good. And now
he's pretty good.
We got the stage nerves out of the way.
So Seeker, honestly, this is unfair because Seeker has advantage because he played Samoa earlier in a show match. So I feel like that's an unfair advantage that Team Canada has, but you know, I'll take it up with the refs.
Okay, Crimzo dies.
Crimzo down again. Wow.
Wow.
That is the best Canadian talent we'll ever have. He better not leave. But he's dead, so he is left for now, but he'll be back. We'll be back.
And Australia utilizing the Symmetra very well. It feels like they that's how we keep finding picks on the Crimzo. Australia, they're teleporting into an off angle or behind into Crimzo, and Crimzo's just struggling to deal with it and stay alive. So first capture goes over to Australia, so we're already in a much better spot than they were last round.
Now, no one really taking a lot of damage because that fight was so quick. You don't have Amp Matrix as that ultimate that could usually start that second fight. Look at this teleporter that goes behind Canada. Now they just hope to chase them down. False frontlining quite well, but slowly running out of juice. Immortality has to be brought out by Crimzo. Both teams trading blow for blow. Canada are up by 1, and Seeker has been let loose, and he's hunting down. This is what the Wolfpack does.
The Wolfpack does. They hunt. They hound. Honestly, Australia, and great play by Canada. They drop the amplification matrix. Seeker's in the wheels mode, just does so much damage in a short amount of time that Australia just evaporates from the map. So that is going to be a point flip coming back over to Canada, but now Australia, they're the ones who have the amplification matrix. They have to become the Wolfpack. Channel your Wolfpack, Australia.
Gotta get your Elus ready.
Oh, they're gonna go behind again? No way, right?
Right there from Australia. Catches Noxious and the rest off guard. Canada couldn't find shelter in time before the storm arrived.
Very well played.
And Australia will keep their lead, and we'll get the point back.
The bashing grenades through the amplification matrix do like something north of 200 damage. You just have to be so careful. If you get stuck by it, you're just going to instantly die. So it's such an important tool, and it gets charged up so quickly. So great play by Australia. They have to use the photon barrier as well to get into it. So now Gravitic Flux, Bastion Ultimate coming here for Australia. It's such a good combo because people cannot avoid it if they get picked up in the Flux.
Good thing Australia didn't take that teleporter.
Oh, they were able to get Aki, no way.
Aki died to that. Even with the immortality and everything. Great first pick by Canada. Soundbeers exchange. Canada in a 5v4. Also a back cap too by Canada has Australia's focus all over the place as they hope to escape. At least keep shelter inside of this building.
Very early sound barrier from Burlock trying to keep them in that fight, but as soon as Magic Bait Ball responds with his own, there's nothing you can do. So now tank ults. Blizzard here for Noxious. It's going to be hard for Australia to deal with. They do have the teleporter to sort of manipulate their movement around it, but you can see them struggling to find any positioning. Actually, they're teleporting behind Canada once again. Kuffa's on the backline, just floating into space.
Kuffa looking for Seeker, isolates him with the grab.
Oh my god, False just got 3. 4.
By False as he just surges into Australia and buries him 6 feet under.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Great play by False. Just, you could see Kuffa just got caught, wasn't able to get through the teleporter from there. False had a free run into the backline of Australia, and now 80% final fight territory here for Canada. Australia needs to find something to get into this fight.
And they have no ults other than like maybe window.
Canada gives up a bit of space, maybe baits Australia into a blizzard, or just sees who is going to touch out of Australia. But either way, Australia are just distancing themselves because of the Ant Matrix there of Crimzo, but Canada a few seconds away from taking map number 1. There's a response there from Aki with the Ant Matrix. Good zoning by Canada, but maybe not able to escape in time. The Bastion damage is simply too much. Nami, 3k, 4k, almost the ace. And Crimzo won't let it happen. Good boy.
Nanda is bloodthirsty, still going for it. Almost kills Crimzo with the right clicks, but now all of a sudden it's Australia. They have control. They have the photon barrier. Noxious is still holding on to this blizzard. He was anticipating a teleport play by Australia that just never came, so didn't get the opportunity to drop it. So fortunately still holding on to that one. But last fight, Australia needs to win this one to keep the map going.
Seeker's already so low by the symmetric turrets that Nanda placed. Manages to heal back up. Aki stunned. Nami brought back to almost full health. The protection of the photon barrier helps Australia out a lot. As Canada are still hoping to flip, but without Magic Maypole, they won't have the speed. But they'll have an Ant Matrix. Noxious holding on to the blizzard, hoping Australia get a bit closer, hiding from the rain of damage. Here comes more. It's Nami with the artillery strike, hoping to flush out the rats of Canada. 99 to 99, almost a flip though, but not quite yet. Australia still have the point. The flex from Kuffa kind of zones himself off from the point. Canada will cap, but they really don't have bodies to keep protecting it. It's just Seeker, and Australia.
Wow, Australia gets that. That's
and Nami
absolutely
just
insane plays.
On this Bastion right now, putting out so much damage in pair with the amplification matrix, just finding kill after kill. And right now, we talked about how strong Seeker has been as a player in the Overwatch League. Right now, Nami's taking it to him.
Everyone's been saying this was, you know, our bias said that this was going to be the match of the day, but really this was going to be the closest in terms of skill. This is the Terror Surge we saw off screen. Wait, Nami's just He's just gonna let it happen.
Yeah, it's just like, well, I'm going down. May as well shoot some bullets on the way out.
Wow.
Doesn't find anything. And
What a play.
Wow, that was a great play by False, but now we're tied up. We head over to Volcano as both teams stick with the same compositions.
This is a pretty close-knit point, too. Now it's Orisa versus Sigma. False has been good at just running them down. That's exactly what Orisa needs to do. As long as you protect Seeker, it's the biggest source of damage, but Australia just trying to counter-rotate away.
Cover gets knocked into the pit, bounces back up. Nothing to see here, nothing to worry about. Australia does have first point control, so it's going to be Canada who are going to have to run into Australia. Seeker and Willsmo Nami cannot get caught. Great teleport out by the team.
I love the creativity out of Australia and how they can get away from Canada. Canada gotta be careful with how desperate they become to finish off these targets. They get them so low. It's been some great kind of cheeky positioning from Canada to go around these corners. Australia did cap earlier on. Canada's going for the flip and Matrix. Australia are not even going to contest.
I really do like how Australia plays. I'm not gonna lie.
There's been a death. Nanda removed, and Canada in that 5v4.
Blood is still streaming? It's gonna happen at the gym right now and you're still streaming? Yeah.
Just gonna reset.
I told you I'm gonna be streaming the entire Overwatch World Cup.
The Sigma versus the Orisa. The Orisa can walk forward with no fear because she has.
This is the last match of the day though. Canada versus Australia. This is the last match, so.
They eventually got pushed off by Canada, and then all of a sudden Australia gets a little.
And then we have some more group stage games I think tomorrow, but I won't be streaming that.
We come up to this amplification matrix. They could do the same thing that Canada did.
How is it? I mean, honestly, we've had some pretty close games earlier today. This one's looking to be a very close game as well. I mean, Canada and Australia are both playing very well.
Just kind of broke things up. The Matrix came through, but as Australia were just squeezing in this tight area, Canada just blew them up.
I'm not really sure
it feels like Australia are fighting back, all thanks to Cuff
who's gonna win this, to be honest.
Wait, one man sound barrier?
One that way.
Gerlo trying to keep Cuffer alive. He definitely is gonna want back, and that's such a huge tool.
I don't know about the beat
to
there.
so many of their ultimates. Crimzo coming up to another amplification matrix at 65% and counting and close to 5 ultimates. This is going to be very difficult for Australia to come in. They need some magic.
Photon Bear is going to be big for Nanda and friends. Splits up the fight, but Canada have already arrived. Artillery strike 2 from Seeker was just to get Australia low. Canada were looming to see what they could get out of that fight. Sound barrier engaged. Canada rush in, and a great spear hits Nanda, and a Terra Surge is more than enough for False and friends, the wolf pack of Canada, to take down Australia again.
Rushing some of their ultimates, not completely in sync.
All right, Canada takes that first map then. I don't think they have touch, I'll be honest. I mean, maybe Burt might be able to touch, but... Oh wow, never mind. Burt was able to touch but for a very short period of time. Nice.
Damn. Hey, you come back next map, you get your map choice, and now you've fallen
well
for
played by Canada, honestly.
Now you get to deal with the wrath of Cuffer Reinhardt.
It's too bad we're remote. You gotta go tell the lads that it'll be okay. Map choice for Australia is coming up. Match point for Team Canada. I think this group, was it Group B? Yeah, with Australia, Great Britain, Brazil, Canada is gonna be one of the most difficult ones to predict.
I think it's the interesting thing about Group B is there isn't one team that everyone expects to just be a standout, right? Obviously, we have the team from China, we have Team USA and Team South Korea who have been doing very well in their group so far, while everything's up for grabs in this Team B. Obviously, Canada lost that first match to Great Britain, which was, you would say, an important one for you guys. So that is why this is an important first map win, because you need to win this series if you're going to make it out of this group.
Well, Samoa went the distance still. I think the teleporter plays from Australia were really fun. They were really trying to confuse Canada for a while and see after Canada had used cooldowns if Australia could kind of surprise them, taking a different position, and with that early engage, see if Australia could get early picks from it. And I was entertained. I thought I had fun.
Yeah, Australia seems like a for-fun team in the way that they play, right? Like, they want to have and play their own style. It feels like they have a bunch of wacky strats that I feel like Hunter's been cooking up in the background. And they utilized it well somewhat, but as soon as Canada sort of wisened up to some of their strategies, it felt like it began to fall flat. So potentially Australia, if they are going to continue to face against this Orisa, might need to make some changes.
See, I think the one man.
Oh man, if it becomes a 2-0 sweep again, Australia gets a bit. Dude, it's Circuit Royale again. I swear we've only seen this map. We've what seen Ilios, Circuit, a little bit of Samoa, surprisingly. I like New Queen Street, bro. We haven't seen too many maps like outside of those. But oh man, going at it for about 6 hours now. Very good games that we've seen today, honestly. Way better than yesterday, in my opinion. So EP still? Yeah. I've been yawning basically all day. It's the weather, I feel like. What happened with the Hong Kong China game? They got 2-0'd. China won 2-0. Unfortunately, it was kind of disappointing to see, but it is what it is. They were going against basically like Hong Kong was going against basically everyone who has been in Overwatch League or contenders, and they've played World Cup and have finished second place every single time basically. So you know, it is what it is. I was really rooting for Hong Kong. I kind of hoped that, you know, they would be the underdogs in that batch, but they ended up not doing too hot, which is unfortunate, truly. But it is what it is. I mean, they still have another chance tomorrow, so we'll see how they do. We should see some better games tomorrow as well. Today, the only good games that we've seen today actually were the Mexico versus Colombia and USA versus France. Very close games there. Saudi Arabia versus Japan was also pretty good, but Japan just ended up falling short, and that's just what it was for the most part. This one was Spain versus Thailand was actually an interesting game, but not because of the overall performance, but I think because of the competition between the two. They actually were like fairly verbal. You could kind of see in like the player cams, like they were kind of like hyping. They were very hyped about playing. So, but we've definitely had better games today than compared to yesterday. Yesterday was just absolutely atrocious games. It just looked like practice versus AI for some of these teams. So I'm hoping for even better games tomorrow, and of course, you know, once we're past the group stages, it should be very close games as well. And I wonder what drops we're gonna get for when we go past the group stages and finally go to, like, you know, towards the final stages. I want to see what drops we get as well, because right now we have the Orisa and Pharah skin, as well as like the group A and B sprays as well. So I do want to see what we get for drops then, because I will be rocking the Orisa Overwatch World Cup skins, not gonna lie. Thank you for the recap. No worries. All the you know, that's what I do. It's what I do. It's what I've been watching for like the past 6 hours.
The North is here. First snow has hit Canada, and that's just the buff we needed.
Yeah, honestly, you got a buff, but honestly, I thought we would have something when we went over to beach, and that is the one that we actually won because we are right at home. And
that is a big fucking word. What is paraphernalia?
Honestly,
what is that?
We have to represent our countries. I actually had to get it off the wall. I actually got stabbed by a pin, but honestly, I think I got outdone by Lemon here. You are very Canadian right now.
Yes, I even very specifically dyed my hair this color just to be
I learned what that meant.
You're getting stabbed by your jersey, so that's just the type of vibes that are going on, because you're also getting stabbed in game. Australia dropped game 1.
We did lose game 1, but honestly,
now we're gonna push or a payload map next.
So I'm all about it. I'm all about it. You want to have your backs against the wall, and honestly, I think Control is a map type that I think Australia, the way that they like to play, isn't very conducive. They, you know, also struggled against Team Brazil in the matchup against them, you know, having to play some other things. So now they get the map pick, they get to go over to Circuit Royale, and I think they should feel a lot more at home. Is Canada going to try and play the Sigma into it? We've seen teams struggle against the Reinhardt and the Symmetra teleporters. You know, we just saw that in the last series. So I am curious to see what both teams are going to do.
And with False in the lineup, yeah, that traditional off tank, I feel like this is his bread and butter when it comes to the meta. Difference between Canada.
We're gonna see a Sigma here from False, or is they gonna play Orisa?
Playing over Cal. Yesterday, Cal was playing Lucio. He's more known as that flex support. Magic Maypal is the North American
They are
Lucio.
going.
And well, now he's
Sigma and Seeker is sticking with Pharah, and they're going.
The kind of teams are discovering that the Lucio Sigma seems to be kind of this really aggressive brawl composition that is taking up a lot of space and does well.
Yeah, I think the Lucio just gives you a lot more options of how you want to play the game. Obviously, there are times that you want to play the double flex support, and it wouldn't be the craziest thing if we saw Magic Maple come out here on the Ana. But interesting adjustment here for Australia. They aren't actually going to play the Reinhardt, to my disappointment. They're going to go back to the Sigma.
I mean,
unfortunately, we
Sigma's just a better tank for this map, considering that, you know, it's more of a sniper map, but they also have a Lucio, which has been working. Lucio Sig has surprisingly been an interesting synergy this match.
Some of these world-class players, so I want to see how Kuffa's going to match up in this Sigma mirror.
Yeah, low-key only think it's close because Punk isn't here. Thanks for giving us a chance. So charitable, but Canada are just speeding right on in, have Australia trapped in a tiny room, and as Australia try to break out, they may lose some bodies in the process, but they use the teleporter of Nanda
Crimzo's down once again, no way. I feel like all they've been doing today is Sigma. It's basically been Sigma, Orisa, Bastion May, Baptiste, Lucio, maybe Yari here and there. It's very, honestly, it's been very, like, boring metas for the most part. Like, very, like, no one's been playing Sombra other than Korea. Like, I don't think I saw a single Sombra today. Yesterday, the only team that I saw actually tried Sombra was Korea, and they were able to pull it off. So, but I think that's just how it is with this current meta. I mean, Sigma is just better for this sort of comp.
He's by himself, Aki's trying to support, and Australia got kind of mixed up with the teleporter play there, and Canada took advantage.
Yeah, I just complimented them and sang their praises about how flawless that was. That second attempt was nowhere near as flawless, and now Kuffa is actually getting staggered, even though he gets both of the backliners. Oh, he is going to die later as well, so that should give Canada an opportunity to step up and take position before Kuffa can get back to this point.
Is she still alive?
Honestly,
yeah, of course I am.
You know, minute and 40 seconds.
I said I'm streaming until the end of the Overwatch League, or Overwatch League, the Overwatch World Cup. We're on the last set of games. So Canada versus Australia.
Even Nanda could get some pegs. The Symmetra right click can be pretty deadly at range. Canada have the sound barrier too. Who's gonna pull the trigger? It's Australia with the Amp Matrix walled off from Noxious, but it buys Canada enough time to round this corner and not face the damage head on. False is getting bullied. Noxious has his back, and Australia will have to rely on Plan B.
Yeah, even though Magic Maypole is down, if you try,
I already got my drops as well,
so many things that could go wrong. Just take that time advantage that you got from a great.
Got my Orisa skin that I will be rocking in game.
Followed up by the Blizzard.
Ooh, Kuffa's very low too, and Burlog frozen up, killed, not able to drop the sound barrier, which could have maybe salvaged that fight for Australia. The photon barrier is a good defense, but I think Australia want to get this over with, so Canada will cap point A.
Yeah, I think Burlock just not able to get the sound barrier off to deal with the Flux Blizzard combo. So not a bad hold, definitely took a lot of time off the clock, but Canada has managed to roll through, and that only cost them the Flux and the Blizzard, smartly held onto some of their other ultimates. So now they're able to snowball. Are they going to be able to hold aggressively like you've already seen them? Fall stepping up, doesn't want to give Australia the positioning.
Artillery strike from Seeker forces out the immortality, which is still very valuable.
Oh, they already got rid of Nanda.
Oh, and Burtlog is late with the sound barrier to
That's unfortunate, truly.
And Kuffa just falls over too. The Amp Matrix plus Bastion, when you're caught out in the open like that, is just death.
And that feels bad. Burtlog just not able to get it off in time, and Canada just able to clean up almost freely. It did cost them everything they have, and Australia will get another fight, and they do have the big combo once again. The Sigma Gravitic Flux with the Bastion ultimate.
I don't know, guys. It's looking pretty good for Canada right now.
Going for a flank, they don't want to let them use these ultimates freely.
Noxious is just getting away with putting so much damage on so many heroes at once. Already has the Blizzard. Canada hit
Oh,
by
they
the
got rid of
grab
Sigma.
flux, and the
Or
artillery
Seeker,
strike
sorry.
was a nice attempt at the combo there from Australia. And Noxious feels like he has to commit the Blizzard just to end this quickly. In Canada, Cap.
Oh, was that a love heart? That was nice. Thank you, Noxious.
I wasn't sure.
But that's just great heads-up play from Canada. They recognize the disadvantage that they have in ultimates, and then take an early fight that caught Australia off guard. And now we're gonna see the switch out of Kuffer, realizing Sigma isn't really working. Let's go back to the tried and true and heads over to the Reinhardt.
Oh, they went
The issue
Ryan.
with Reinhardt, which I know like Hottie and others have proven on the contrary, is that the Reinhardt shield can get busted up quite quickly, and then you're a sitting duck.
Gotta go
Not
to my
the best
meeting?
tank
Alright,
to
sounds
play at
good.
range, but Australia are trying to gap close as much as they can, but they can't seem to get to that high ground.
We'll see you after if you're still streaming. Depends on how these games go. I may not be streaming within the next 20-30 minutes if Canada wins this.
Magic Maypole is now the target of that focus. Australia also stay stable on the cart. They got Noxious
Or
right
if
where they
Jacob
want
wants to get on, we could just play. Oh wow, what a flux! If Jacob wants to get on, we could play Overwatch and elongate the stream, but not really sure. If not, then I'm probably just going to end it on the Overwatch World Cup.
Fight, but it's going to be desperation mode. Bertlog with the sound barrier has had a couple of them go by the wayside.
Oh no, Kuffer already got walled.
Noxious does not care. He wants this Blizzard as soon as possible. Sound barrier, photon barrier is just a lot of sustain.
Look at Noxious, bro. He is locked in right now.
Australia have removed that backline, that flanker of Noxious, and
Okay, then maybe not. Yeah, it's all good. Not playing Overwatch, we're playing D2. Yeah, all right, as expected. So no Overwatch, but it's all good.
You're gonna see False actually recognize this as well. Switches over to the Orisa. I talked about it earlier in the series. In general, when they play Reinhardt, if you switch
Just
to
realized
Orisa,
I
that's a
haven't.
cover, but then Kuffer instantly makes the swap over to the Sigma so that
I haven't
he's
played
in a better
Overwatch
spot
today.
in this matchup. So you can see
Did I play Overwatch yesterday? I think I did, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think I
I've
did.
never seen someone get flown off that side.
That would have been hilarious.
That cooldown, that would have been hilarious. Not, well, I would have been crying, but Canada hope to let her in here with the Blizzard. Magic
Oh,
pushing people
I saw the
into
vision.
Blizzard.
I saw the vision,
No one is
Magic.
Frozen though, but here's the sound mirror. Magic may fall to give them a bit more time to really solidify Canada in this fight. There's no healing for Australia, so all damage from Canada will be permanent. Cuff has to hope that he can
Stream
contest
Destiny
this
for the
with
fans. They want to see the fall of Action Agent in a GM. Yeah, no. I've been streaming for very long already. I don't think I'm gonna stream Destiny. I think I'm just gonna end it at the Overwatch World Cup, and I'll probably just do a GM on my
In
own.
the production truck as well. They're like, okay, run it down. No, Canada won. You know, they're trying
Like off stream,
to wrap
I
this
mean.
up early, but no, Australia with an exceptional hold with Nami on the Bastion. I don't know how he comes up with a double kill with the artillery strike, but it came in.
So I am very tired.
So
I don't think I
Australia
could
remaining
continue
here
streaming
Canada.
for that long.
Australia once again, not many ultimates to answer back with. So how is Canada going to utilize the amplification matrix? So far, it feels like Australia's been trying to disengage from every single amplification matrix. Are Canada going to recognize that and throw it out a little bit later than they usually do?
Yeah, Crimso's smart. He won't use it here. Australia have a great moment to round this corner and avoid it. The Maywall's trying to isolate someone from Australia
kill.
with the speed of Bertlog.
Good kill by
Managed to
Crimso.
get out, but that cost Britlog's life. 5v4-2 with the Crimso Ant Matrix up top. Now they're down low, but the Photon Bear of Australia is a good point to defend.
Nah, no
on. They
way
can
they're
just
gonna get
stay on
full
their
health
side
third
of the
point, right?
field, and
Surely.
Canada gotta wait it
False
out
literally
around
has
the corner.
ult.
Yeah, and that's once again Nami seems to be the player who's coming up with all the picks when they need it.
Nah,
versus
yeah, I
Bash,
think they
who's been
lose.
exceptional
Australia
so
basically
far
has
in this
4 ults
series.
here.
And now Final Fight territory. False with a Terror Surge is a scary prospect if you watch map 1, but Kuffer can respond with the gravitic flux of his own.
Yeah, Rissa can take pressure really well. Just
I mean, he's gonna have to ult on point.
also anyone
Wait,
who gets close
Crimso's
to
down
Terror Surge will end
again.
them. Crimso
Nah,
being
Crimso
down,
has
a lot
been
of
literally
healing
dead
is gone.
like
There's
every single time before
for Canada
the fight.
Complete circuit royale. What a
Wow.
defense out of Australia.
Yes, great play from Australia, able to just hold on.
Yo, this guy is
by
ass.
the
What do you mean by?
skin of their
What do you mean?
teeth. So
I'm not even
able to hold
playing.
there, they don't have to worry about getting to overtime.
I go
It's a
now, bye.
simple
Alright, I'll
strategy.
see you,
All
Chrissy.
you gotta do is get it to the end of the third point. The question that I have for Australia now is because
Talking about the streamer, by the way. What are you talking about? Me?
Do they decide
I'm not even playing.
on the Reinhardt and try and run down the Sigma on False, or are they just going to try and take that Sigma mirror? Because when they were in the Sigma
you guys
mirror,
are so
it felt like
fake.
Canada had
You guys
the
are so
edge.
fake for saying that.
It's also been you're looking at the tanks, I'm looking at the Bastions too. Not gonna lie, Nami kind of saved that fight for Australia with that 2K. Still don't know how that artillery strike got the 2K like that, and even Seeker.
Honestly, it's looking pretty good for Canada because like I've seen a lot of teams have struggled on that third point for circuit. So I feel like if Canada really gets like if they just continue what they're doing, I think they're going to be able to hold.
It's getting scattered a little bit too much.
It's possible they might be able to do a full hold, if not like first point. Just be able to hold that first point.
Be able to start turning some of these fights because right now it feels like Canada, they're really determining the flow of the game.
Like Canada's doing really well. I'm not even gonna lie.
Like I was saying, that might put the ball back in their court.
Yeah, the Reinhardt would be great at dueling close range, but now seeing maybe the Sigma come out again.
Yeah, but okay, Reinhardt against a Bastion May is ambitious. I'm not gonna lie. Very ambitious.
Australia are out the gates.
Shit.
A quick teleport. Canada are already speeding away. Nami's in tank form, and good grasp too from False to eat up a lot of that pressure. As Australia kind of have already used their cooldowns now, so I have to take a second.
And obviously the big advantage of Sigma is that you can shoot from mid-range and you have bullets, while Reinhardt, you have to be in their face if you're going to offer absolutely anything, so they need to keep going.
Yeah, I don't know about this Reinhardt play, I'm be honest.
Play this Reinhardt composition. The cuff is just so split from the rest
Like
of the
he's
team.
getting it's a May Bastion against you know, Ryan against a May Bastion.
Who is teleporting behind there? I don't know, but Australia
no way.
Bastion, but Canada got so desperate
to
finish these kills, they found themselves in a pickle. So Australia somehow get through in this fight.
What?
So yeah, we were questioning that Symmetra teleport flank, and we were trying to work out where they were going because they were so split from the rest of the team. But it was just Aki who was just shooting into the back of the head of the Canadian team. Drops the
Yo, not gonna lie, after the games that I've seen today, I really want to try some of these plays that that like these teams have done. Like some of the Australia specifically has done some interesting plays against Brazil on Ilios. I saw like very interesting plays. I really want to try them.
A lot of the supports are kind of getting first blooded.
Big TP flank. They saw my sim gameplay. Yeah. When they were going through scrims, they specifically looked at your gameplay.
The clumped up composition of Australia. They're going to be running into a gravitic flux from False. Noxious is going to have the blizzard as well. So there's going to be
Australia just does so much with like sim Bastion. It's ridiculous.
Well, you spoke to it, Lemon. Just support the ball left and right.
Oh no.
Whoa, I don't even know how that happened. Teleport behind somebody and pin them in. Fun little Rhine strat. Soundbare from Canada. They think this is winnable, especially with Kuffa low. And Canada are now playing kill confirm.
Crimzo is down again. Oh my god, bro. I feel like Crimzo has been dead every single time before this fight has even started. Every single time.
They can't get a head full of steam. You can see Noxious waiting there. He wants to drop the blizzard.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. What a play by Noxious.
And Australia are just sitting ducks. Sitting kangaroos. I don't know. But man, Australia, they can pull through sometimes in these chaotic moments.
Crimzo's even an owl. How far the league has fallen.
It feels like when they're right at home, but they kind of
I mean, Owl's kind of dead. I'll be honest. Owl's dead, and like. I feel like really the most competition is most like most of the competition is in like NA. So like you know, US I would say specifically. It's mainly in the US, and like honestly some in the EU. The EU's done pretty well as well. But like I would say the best competition right now is probably in Asia. Like we've seen really good plays from NA or from like the US and Europe, but I feel like the best competition right now is just honestly Asia. And that's what most of the league has kind of become now. Like most of the Overwatch League teams, basically half their roster are like from Korea. Let's be honest.
Australia.
Like you don't see many players from like Canada anymore or US as much as before.
They'll have one last fight.
Like most of these Overwatch World Cup games have quite literally been like contenders players, collegiate players, or like just people from the ranked ladder. So the only interesting games are quite literally the ones where people are. Oh wow. Quite literally from people that are in contenders or like Overwatch League.
As Australia are just scuffling through the car, not able to contest
Canada
for much
wins.
longer, and Canada take the series
Canada wins.
To, oh, I had something meaner to say, but you know, GG's, man. No.
Honestly, you know.
That's how I felt when Hong Kong fucking fumbled the bag and lost.
Definitely showing to be the better
Upset,
team
truly.
In this series. I think the way that they played coordinated.
So it's another 2-0.
You could really see.
It was just another 2-0.
The adaptation of putting Magic Maple onto the Lucio definitely helped you guys. Like you looked where you were disjointed yesterday. I feel like the Lucio filled in some of those holes.
And Canada.
I feel like we got a better explanation of the meta as the days go on.
Canada
in the group
wins.
Stage, a lot of teams are looking better almost with a Lucio Sigma or a Lucio Orisa. Of course, it is depending on preferences. Like that Seeker and Noxus and everybody are throwing up the number 1 or L. I don't know what they're throwing up, but
yeah. Well, you're not number 1 because you also lost to Great Britain, so we're both equally losers, unfortunately, right now. So we can both just.
Costa's fucking dude. He is
Australia will
pissed.
take down Great
He's
Britain,
pissed about
and
it.
It'll all be fun, and we'll all have our good time, and then the group will really be busted wide open. But so far, Australia just not able to hold up to what was against them. The Reinhardt not working out like I had hoped it would.
Yeah, truly unfortunate.
It's a tight group B. Oh, I don't even know who's gonna come out of it. Maybe both of us can. I don't know. We both have to beat down Great Britain there. It's gonna be up to you.
I think the most interesting game today, or like the most concerning game, has been the fact that the US almost lost to France. Like that to me was actually the most interesting. I was like, what? How did we almost lose to France?
Just saying that they're now equal losers. Since Canada lost so much yesterday. Sure, why not phrase it like that? Very gracefully done here, Costa. Let's talk about how they got it done. Canada, they definitely made the right adaptations heading into the match today. They had a very good idea of what they want to play and how their win conditions are going to look like. And they look dominant, honestly.
Look,
Just textbook Lucio gameplay right there. That was absolutely amazing.
Same.
Same?
I wanted.
That was our entire plan.
I said in the prediction, I was like, hey, I love a good Rhine rush, but you know, Australia, we only saw a glimpse of that, I think, towards the end. But I mean, fantastic shot from Canada, right? I mean, yeah, but before going into the match, I said, you know, they are going to be making some adjustments, and I think those adjustments came in clutch, like having match.
I feel like a lot of these games, the only reason why that some of these games have ended up in like complete losses or 2-0s are either people that just don't play May Bastion, or if the person playing May Bastion are not familiar with the actual playstyle of May Bastion. I feel like. That's where we've seen a lot of the 2-0s, which is quite unfortunate, to be honest.
And we're just gonna push the tempo and
I mean, even me, like I'm a fucking filthy Bastion one trick, and I don't like that Bastion is a meta right now. Like Bastion was quite literally supposed to be considered, you know, a more niche character, but the fact that he's meta is it's honestly ruining the competitiveness of some of these games. I feel like only the Asia region have I seen less Bastion, actually. Nobody has played Bastion in the Asia region. Like South Korea played Tracer Sombra. China played Widow, Tracer, Sojourn.
The only team
and same with Hong Kong as well.
Currently in the best possible spot is, of course, the United Kingdom, but that can change as well. Here are the current.
I mean, Japan did play some Bastion. I don't know about May, but they did play Bastion. That's for sure.
I absolutely love to see that. I love when our predictions are absolutely off wrong, and the team surprise us, because why not? This is what the Overwatch World Cup
it's
is
looking
all about.
It's looking rough for some of these teams, but at least USA won. France is now at the bottom, 0-2.
I'm still winning. I got 2 right.
What a day.
I got 2 right.
Honestly,
yeah, let's go. Woohoo!
Better than
I might have
none.
been the same, honestly.
To be fair,
was
though,
tough.
again, we're predicting with our hearts. We're just cheering
We
those
are.
players on.
We're
We're just
vibing.
excited. We're
We're
just
vibing,
vibing.
yeah.
We're just vibing. Speaking of
It's
vibes,
fun.
it is fun. Speaking of fun, you make me change my transitions. Takeaways of day 2. There was a lot of great matches.
We
a
have
lot of
tomorrow
highlight
as
worthy
well.
Moments, so
I
wanna
will
put
not
you
be
guys'
streaming
brain to find
all
out
of group
what
stage
got
day
you
3
going,
tomorrow, that's for
starting with
sure.
you,
So
Danny.
if
What's
you
your
need
personal
drops, go to
For
a
me
different channel for
personally,
that.
it was seeing teams
I
from
will not
China
have the
play.
time.
We haven't seen them yesterday. Today was their debut.
Oh god, this was
and
the Hong Kong and
it was
China
just a
game.
joy
This
to
was
see.
just
They
embarrassing.
were
I'll be
amazing.
honest.
You know, some of these players, or all of
This
these
was-
players,
this was
Shai,
truly
Lee,
unfortunate.
Monk, Linksa, we all know them and love them, and so I was actually very excited to see them perform today, and they delivered. You know, so honestly, after seeing their performance, I honestly think, along with South Korea, I think a team from China definitely is another team that could really make a deep run in the tournament.
I don't know if China's really gonna make it to second. I feel like Korea might make it to second.
You know what?
I don't know.
You also told me. Yeah, you also told me the primal platter, but it didn't. Yeah, we didn't see that much, huh? We didn't.
Yeah, he had a slip up there calling Gushi a primal bladder. We did try to save it with. He's definitely
All right.
having a lot of drip on
Well,
the server. but
that's
I
all the
don't think
games
that
today.
many
There are
more.
no recordings.
I
of
guess.
this. There is. You are just
Now
coming
it's
up
out
with stuff.
there.
That's all that's quite literally all the games today. So I think we will end things there. They're just kind of doing like closing statements and all of that. Not much else to really say about the games other than I think the games where we saw USA play, that was definitely interesting. Japan and what was it? Japan and Saudi was definitely an interesting game. So we saw some pretty good games today, I feel like, in my opinion. But Magic Mateball, bro. They're gonna talk about him. All right, I am off, to be honest. I think we've had enough. We've honestly, oh my god, we've been streaming for 6 hours and 30 minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and head off for the day. I will not be streaming this long tomorrow, but I appreciate everybody coming by to the stream, and I will try to stream tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna be streaming, but I will stream tomorrow. So see you guys. Peace.